The wrong Johnny is first.
Beg your pardon, forgot to knock.
You may rest assured you will never lay eyes upon the crown again.
Pleased to see you.
Pylorzian just ghosted Diablo 3.
No.
Pylorzian just ghosted Grimrock.
Hey!
You and I are about to create
Jot
the
Eilers
most
just
beautiful
boosted
of
Fronder 2.
nightmares together.
Jot Eilers just boosted Wasteland. Jot
Run
Eilers
along,
just
little girl,
boosted
the grown-ups are
Chrono T.
talking.
Oh, it's you! Hi!
We are one.
Hello.
Slave labor, Manny. That's the real ticket to success.
Hey,
No one
Hello?
asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood.
You know, I've never liked you.
Nothing has changed.
hello.
Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria. Draconic Dude just boosted Solasta. Draconic Dude just boosted Eye of the Beholder.
Change yourself.
Thor Obliterator just
Make your
boosted
own
Shadowrun Rebagog.
No.
Zon just boosted Undertale. Thor Obliterator just roosted Banner Bagog. Kazan just boosted Chrono Trigger. Kazan just boosted Scald. Thor Obliterator just roosted Waste Bagog.
Day to you, partner.
Hello everybody, happy Saturday. Welcome Johnny, congratulations on first. Welcome Pi, Jettlers, Ash Wars. Again, congratulations on the affiliate-versary 2-year I believe. And welcome Parrotwise, Draconic Dude, Thor and Payson. We did a bit of work on the project as well, not as much as you'd have liked to. Well, it was really bad timing, but I'm glad you are feeling better, Payson. Hopefully you will feel even better and, you know, contribute further, and you will even, you know, you two will make a fun game. I've been talking with Parrot a little bit about the game, you know, trying to contribute with a little bit of ideas, and it's really fun to think about, and I'm really curious to see what the end product will be, and looking forward to check it out if it ends up becoming something playable, if you can finish it to a degree that we can take a look at it. It'll be fun for sure. It'll be a fun experience if nothing else, for all of us I think, even us, you know, somewhat distantly involved. It'll be some kind of experience, and there will be some fun to be had for that, I'm sure. But yeah, get better, that's the most important thing. And yeah, thank you everybody for joining me today. Hope you're having a good weekend, good Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're ready for more Torment. I have a headache, unfortunately. I took painkillers. It's not great. It's not too much, but it's not very good. I'm hoping it will pass. I'm feeling low energy, so my apologies in advance if I seem kinda low energy and out of it. Just saying. And hopefully it will get better though, and I won't have to end early or anything, but that's something, you know, it happens. No worries, isn't it? It does happen. And but I'm excited to go back to Torment. We left at a, you know, kind of in the middle of something. Because I don't want to go late, but I am looking forward to where I left off, continuing from where I left off, taking the Stika taxi to different places of the city where we couldn't go before. It'll be a lot of fun. We completed a couple of side quests yesterday, which feels very fulfilling in this game because, as I was saying yesterday, side quests in this game are fewer in number and much more involved and bigger, and you know, you have to do a lot of exploration for them and investigation, and you know, do all the there's a lot of room for mistakes. You can do a lot of mistakes and maybe not get the ending you want. There are multiple ways to finish them, so it does feel good when you finally finish a good long side quest, unlike, you know, collect 10 candles from the kobolds and bring them to me kinda side quests. These ones feel like very very satisfying once you get to finish them. So we finished 2, leveled up our characters, got the main character to tier 2 even, and we are kind of closing down on the places to explore in the main city. There's one big area left. I don't even know how to go there yet. The Bloom, it has been mentioned a lot. We haven't found our way there yet. We are on our way to finding Matskina. We are on our way to you know, entering the Stika compound possibly, and exploring those little cliffs that we couldn't go before with the help of the Stika. It'll be fun, I'm sure. Today is going to be very full of content like that, I'm pretty sure. So I hope you're all doing well as well. Thank you for joining me as always early in the stream. Always a pleasure to see your names. The poll is pretty much in the same position as yesterday. No new votes. Mass Effect 3 is winning, Fallout 3 right behind it, and Diablo 3 and Baldur's Gate 3 are right behind those. So, and it's going to last for a while as well. So, we do have some early boosts. Let's get them done as well before we jump into the game. And let's see. Highs boost starting with Diablo, of course, from 420 to 421. I can't even type. Grimrock, Return to Krondor, Wasteland, Chrono Trigger, Zoria, Solasta, Eye of Beholder, Shadowrun Rebagauk, Undertale. Oh, what did I do? Nothing. Banner Bagauk, Chrono Trigger, not Chrobo Trigger, Scald, and Waste Bagauk. There you go. Thank you for the boosts. Pi, Jettlers, Jude, Thor, and Phazon. Much appreciated. So many boosts. Yeah, this is just the start. This is just the start. Hopefully, we will get more people to boost today. Welcome. Speaking
Adam
of,
Ciuda
Adam,
just boosted
welcome. Good
Dungeon
to see
Siege
you.
1.
Hope you are doing well. Dungeon Siege, there we go.
Wars HQ just boosted Streamer's Choice.
Oh, Streamer's Choice. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you for the opportunity, Wars. Very much appreciated. I've been lately boosting Ballroom as Streamer's Choice. Another game that no one will watch. I am digging my own, digging a hole for myself, really. But I will keep on boosting that. Thank you, Wars, for the opportunity and for the boosts. I think that's about it for now. We can jump back into the game. I'm really curious to see what we will discover and accomplish today. I really wanted to go play more yesterday. It changed my mind kind of in the last second. I almost did go for like another half an hour, but I think if I did that, then there would be another points where I would want to continue, and then another, and there would be no end. So I just decided, okay, 6 hours for today is enough as usual. But I'm definitely excited to go back today. Let's see. Let's see what awaits us today. I hope you enjoy the game and the stream. Let's continue. We have, as a small reminder and a summary, I guess, of yesterday, we did explore all of the underbelly and did everything that we could do there, including meeting of the Dandra O'Hare people and the robots, I guess, the master artisan and the foreman and the others, the remnants of a past civilization, and Allegon's place, and Michaela, the cipher seller. There is the meat seller, and then there is the mapper here. There's Felsam, the kind of the big shot around here, and we need to find our way to Matskina, with which mapper will help if we do something for it. Well, I don't remember what it was. It's nearly 1 AM. Of course, Wars. Yeah, it's late where you are. Thank you so much. I hope so as well.
The real big shots.
I hope so as well. Thank you so much. It was nice to see you once more. And I hope you get good sleep and some good rest. So we need to do something for Mapper, for him to show us where Matkina is. So that is one of the next part of the main quest. Let's see what we are actually left to do. Of course, looking for changing God Sanctuary for Mapper. So discover the location of the changing God Sanctuary for Mapper. We can easily do this by hopefully, I'm thinking, unless something else comes up, we can do this by letting the Strika to take us there. So that is one thing we can do immediately, but we will do that last, of course. And this is we need to find a probability engine. We don't know where that is. Maybe the Strika will help us with that. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. And these go together. I don't know about those either. And I don't know about this one either. So they're kind of stuck with a few of the side quests. I may need to ask for help once we finish exploring fully, and if I cannot discover them myself. But for now, we are still not done exploring. So let's start the timer. And without further ado, continue. So, where do we want them to take me first? Can you bring me to the Legend Cliff's Edge? I guess I will go there first, because I almost did that yesterday. So he's taking us to those places for free because we helped them, because we didn't steal their eggs. That's nice, actually. Pretty nice. We get a quick ice axe, heavy melee weapon, 8 physical damage, 7 chemical damage, 1 damage for effort applied. So maybe this is better for Eridus. So this goes for a max of with the 4 effort applied, 16 damage. This already deals 15 damage, 5 of it being chemical. Also adds bleeding, so this is clearly the better one. Let's get rid of this default weapon then. I think there's something wrong with my sound settings too. The voiceover is very low. Let's raise it a bit. Let's see what this is. Faint droning and sound resolves into a rhythmic churning hum as you approach this strange machine. Examine the device. An ovoid opening lined with metallic wire mesh dominates the front of the device, and though if you catch the faintest glimpse of swirling liquid, through it you catch the faintest glimpse of swirling liquid. Atop the machine rests a dome of translucent material and brilliantly lit sphere. Was there voiceover? Few and far between, but yeah, there is. Welcome, Prague. What if you could be immortal, but the night hag will make all kebabs turn to ash in your hands? It wouldn't be worth it, would it? It wouldn't be worth it, Prague. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Examine the wire mesh. The mesh appears to prohibit direct contact with the fluid jostling around around the device's interior. Curiosity must have gotten the better of someone, however, as a line has been sliced cleanly through the bottom of the mesh. The opening created by slash appears roughly large enough to reach an arm into it. Examine the dome. On closer inspection, you notice the dome contains what appears to be a human brain, but it's several times larger than a normal brain.
You've become a grave disappointment, Kindred.
Oh, hey, Banana. Welcome. Nice roll. Ming Xiao. How are you doing, Banana? It flows serenely within the enclosure, pulsing occasionally, but you can find no way to interact with it. Tap the dome. You knock tightly on the dome, which triggers minor convulsion from the brain within. However, nothing else happens. Examine the sphere. Hey, Multi! How are you, Multi? Happy Saturday. The glowing sphere appears solidly attached to the rest of the machine. The light dims as you move your hands close to it. You spend a few moments moving your hand all around the sphere, and eventually you discover that its light seems to dim as your hand gets closer to a fixed point directly in front of it. Pass your hand in front of the sphere. The sphere's light dims and brightens again as your hand completes the motion. From within the machine, you hear the strangled sound of evacuating liquid. The constant humming sound of the machine has stopped. He stopped it. Well, let's reach through the opening. Your hand meets nothing but air. The sides of the inner tank are still slick with whatever fluid previously filled it. Reach through the opening again. Pass your hand in front of the sphere again. Reach through the opening again. Yeah. Nothing else. Okay. Okay, we cannot seem to do anything with this for now, at least. You're hiding. Why are you hiding, Ash? Okay, we couldn't do much there. You take me someplace under the city. If you moved your people deeper underground, can you take me to your old lair? He's empty now. No stika, no eggs. The creature regards you carefully as if trying to discern your purpose. Then you catch a scent like fresh air sweeping through a tunnel, the equivalent, perhaps, of a dismissive shrug. You'll take egg, friends. No need to pay. Tried to repair your monitor today. Completely failed. Ah, did you bring it? Did you break it further? What did you do, Ash? Emerging from the freshly dug tunnel, you find yourself in a small chamber with veins of refined metal glimmering along the ground and walls. Each keg turns to face you. Placed beyond was egg rooms, hatching chambers. Its claws work up and down slowly. Future Stika moved far away, sanctuary on other side of Nut Nest. Okay.
Making a note.
Making a note. Making a note. Making a note. Warm sinews of lice lace the walls, spiraling into the base of a hollow statue. It gleams in the same color as the glowing strands. Faint scratches along the base about the size of a stick's claw suggest they hit the statue while tunneling and could not extract it. Round tubes with apertures of varying sizes connect to a central drum. A soft breeze from the newly dug burrow behind you hums over the openings. The gnarled metallic veins running through the rocky walls deaden the noise from the device. It's unlikely to be heard outside this room. Reach inside the nearest opening. Just inside the tube, you feel a piece of loose material. It pulls free with a light tug. Whatever technology the statue represents has been worn away by digging and time, but the fragments may still be useful to you. So they are okay. Might restoration. Blow into one of the apertures. Your stomach flips as a wave of vibrating air buffers you for a fraction of a second. Golden light flows up from the seams in the statue, forming a looping pattern in the center of the drum. Wow. Ah, that was random. As the rumbling continues, energy coruscates along the veins in the rock, running into the device. After a moment, the sound gutters and dies away, but wispy tracings of the pattern continue to glow on the surface. It's approximately the size of a human hand, though the shape is more like a dozen tentacles. Place your hand on the light tracings. The same sound you heard before rattles your gut. It sputters but remains on, the acoustics having deteriorated over the millennia. Though the sound is intermittent, there is something fascinating about it that forces you to pay attention. You easily tear your focus away, but the effect might be stronger if the statue was fully intact, especially on a creature with non-human physiology. Job dated your urinal. For those who don't remember, several nuts have exploded. Yeah, I remember that. Journaled my update. Fiber chuckles. That thing reminds me of a lass I once saw playing a flute in Ian. Had a pack of gents stumbling after her, downright captivated. Might have been her music, might have been that she didn't have a single stitch on. Still, I remember her smile the most. Smooth grey tendrils snake in and out of the rock along this wall, eventually growing out to cover the nearby doorway. Though metallic in texture, the material has grown like a vine or fungus. The individual strands are hard, but warm to the touch. An inky black tendril with sparks darting from its tip extends from the blossoming, tightly bound creepers. You might be able to pull it free from the vine. Lore natural, quick fingers, sure. Who has the base bests? Tiber. Let's just go with 80%. Oh no, come on. Though you run your index finger all along the tendril, you fail to find the texture of the wine's grain. Let's try again. Let's try smashing. This time. Wait, there it is. Not spending anything. 85%. There we go. You brace your leg against the rock wall, grip the wine and pull. It pops free. The other strands loosen and separate as you move the tendril by them, then wind back together. We got an oddity. Okay. Without the fragment that repelled the others, the wine has wound itself back together. I wonder if I would have gotten another thing if I managed the quick fingers thing. Maybe I just broke it this way, I don't know. This is a fragment of the organic metal wine you find growing in the stick's lair. It shows some unusual magnetic properties. Okay. Well, I think they don't, well, I don't know, but I don't think they would give different items. Hey, Doctor! Welcome, Doctor. Welcome, Paz the Rat Panda. Welcome, TJ Reigns. Welcome all the raiders. Welcome Nom Chomsky. Welcome Ragnar. Good to see you all. The doctor is in. Oh no, but I ate an apple today. What? Welcome Doc. How is it
Your
going?
sound card works perfectly.
Thank you Nom Chomsky for the follow. Very much appreciated. It worked this time, yes.
Whoa!
Oh, okay, that's a very short clip again. I was a little worried that you would DMCA my stream, but it's okay. It's worth it for the music.
Darkness just listed Rogue Trader.
How are you all doing? How was your stream?
Just listed Andromeda.
Pretty high roll down. Thank you so much for the raid, Doc, and thank you so much for joining the raid raiders. It's great to see you all here. I was lurking in earlier. It looked very interesting what you were doing. You know, you had told us about it before, but in case someone here doesn't know, Doc is actually creating Ultima 8 in the Ultima 7 modern engine, Exalt engine, and hey, thank you, Nam, for the celebrations. Great stream, shorter than usual because you promised your partner you'd go watch some movies with her. Hit raid and run. You gotta do that. No worries at all, Doc. Thank you so much. It very, very much appreciate you bringing your friends over here. Go enjoy your day. Go enjoy the movies with your partner. And yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, check out Doc.
Veru Memo just boosted fire.
Welcome, Veru.
Veru Memo just boosted water.
Check out Doc. He's
Veru
doing
Memo
that.
just boosted darkness.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the
Your
channel.
sound card works perfectly.
He's creating Ultima 8 and Ultima 7 engine. I'm really curious how he handles. I haven't been able to watch much. I was lurking earlier, but I'm curious how he will handle the platforming sections because Ultima 7 doesn't have jumping, obviously. Ultima 8 does. And some of the game sections depend on that jumping platforming sections, which probably none of the players, well, 99% of the players don't like, so it's going to be interesting. If you are new here, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs and point-and-click adventures. We are playing Torment, Ties of Numenera today, continuing our playthrough. This is day 5. We are still in the main city if you are familiar with the game. We are taking it slow. I'm reading the whole thing, exploring everywhere, sometimes redoing things, exploring different outcomes for different quests. It's a slow playthrough. I hope this is your thing, and I hope you have a good time here and enjoy the stream. How are you, Vero? How is the York adventures going? Let us continue. The glowing statue emits a low hum that tugs lightly at your mind, trying to draw your attention. Sticker cannot seem to resist it as you can. Ah, okay, so this was a thing against the sticker, huh? If you were
I think we're having a real moment here.
Hey, Stan. You've been chilling. It's kind of like a holiday for the last couple of days. Yeah, the next thing you gotta do is on Monday, right? For now, you are just chilling.
Entaro Adun.
Oh, Zeratul. Nom is exploring the sound effects. I love it. I love it when new people come and check those out. It makes me happy. We actually have a ton of sound effects, but most of them are for subs only. But those, the ones you are checking out, they are free for everyone, so feel free to try them out. Intertwined tendrils of a strange winding metal have knitted themselves across the opening in the rock. You love checking out sound effects? Yeah, go check out the list as well. You can at least listen to them even if you cannot use the commands, and a sub I'm sure will play the command for you if you want it played. Even if you are not a sub, someone else will help you out. We have a ton. I've been working really hard on those. Okay, I took the acid damage for no reason. Come on. Enjoy your lurk, Veru. Thank you so much for being here. Don't get the spoilers. Okay, these are all combat stuff. Brood's ears, another oddity. This probably, where does it go? Buried Crossroads to Underbelly. Okay, we will go to Buried Crossroads. How do we get over there? Oh, this is a door, right? Another of these things, another of these things. And that is a door. Oh, this is a door as well. Why did I even go through the acid? Oh, wait. Intertwined tendrils with strange winding metal themselves. So we cannot open that. I wonder if there's a way to open that. Okay. We don't need to figure it out. We are not worried about that. Yeah, you randomly chose one. It's one, yeah, says use open. Really? It's unlimited power. Randomly played the first one. That's cool. It's a nice one. It's a classic. Oh, do you know we have a variation of that? And there is another, right? Yeah. There's another version, which is what was the commands? I don't remember. Was it? Well, I had someone with that one. I had some fun with it. Sleek and streamlined, this machine hums with energy. You are fairly certain that it came to life just as you entered the chamber. Is this the probability engine?
They're potions.
I don't know if this is the probability engine. Oh, look at that. Those are like mirrors in a circus or something. Okay, let's look at the stuff we can look at before. Tome of Singing Thorns. Oh, this is the book. Okay, we found the book, chat. We found the book.
that.
Great. Okay. The sorrow looms from this skillfully created mural. You can almost feel its clammy tendrils wrapping around your heart. Its inhuman victims twist and writhe, pleading for an impossible mercy.
Yes, 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 yes!
Some of the glowing bands on this machine have gone dark. It seems to be dying. So there are three things. I think this is the probability engine, but let's look at these two things first. You poke idly around this old machine. It feels strangely and vaguely familiar, but memories faint, each is fleeting. You have the barest feelings of images and information flickering around you, but nothing concrete, and nothing that lasts for more than a millisecond. Investigate the machine. Something about the device suggests data sphere to you, but no, the memory is gone. Ah, why? Oh, wait. What was... Flickering and incompressible data reminds you of Callisto. Ah, I need to bring Callisto here. Okay, we will do that. We will definitely do that. Maybe I should even do that before I turn it off. I wonder if I should do that before I turn it off. A staggering array of mirrors and lenses encircle you. Cables run from their backs to various machines scattered throughout the room. Your hands ache at the sight of this sanctuary, this workshop. Your predecessor spent many hours here, and your body remembers. Behind the display, you hear a hinge creak. Study the lenses and mirrors. The mirrors twitch as you gaze from surface to surface. Eventually, you realize why. They are attuned to your mind. You can move each one as effortlessly as your own hand. Every surface shows something else besides your reflection. A sliver of glass highlights a red cord around your throat. A small oval mirror lingers on a pulsing blue star beneath your forehead. The mirrors to either side of the large central mirror periodically flash purple. The tiny lenses above it all crane the air next to study you. One of them appears to be shivering. You sense that the tiny lenses are moving with purpose and hold still. They carefully swivel to focus on your arms, and you see something odd. The you in the audience of the lenses is bigger, stronger. You feel a painful twinge in the crook of your arm, and one of the lenses goes cloudy gray. You sense danger here as well. No, not sense. Remember. You remember that these mirrors are directed not just at this world, but at others as well. You can see things in these mirrors that aren't visible to the naked eye. And if you aren't careful, they'll see you too. Wow, what's going on? Hey, Log, how are you doing? Happy Saturday. Wow, okay, this is interesting. Move the slivered mirror that shows the red band around your neck. Reach for the shivering lens. Examine this. Okay, let's start with examining. Examine the small oval mirror. The pulsing blue star beneath your forehead expands as you watch. Oddly enough, it feels like it belongs there, like it was waiting to be discovered. Motion draws your attention to the other two mirrors. In them, you see a very different reflection of yourself. Pale clouds of blue light surround your hands. Feathery tendrils trail from every fingertip, flicking at the air. You raise your hand, your reflection does as well, and suddenly your head burns with the ache of the radiant object within it. Look at your hands. The skin is glowing. Tiny needle-like tendrils emerge from the tips of each finger, tiny tools for delicate work. Pluck out the objects. You press your fingertips against your forehead and feel the needle-like tendrils close around the round object inside your head. Carefully, you pull it out. The rising agony melts away, and the glow suddenly fades from your hands, revealing a bronze sphere in your palm.
Cheese, please.
Oh, you found me! Wow, nice one log. Revealing a bronze sphere in your palm, growing more substantial with every passing second. It's a quest item artifact. It's a quest item, a bronze sphere. Use item. Okay, we will look at that. Look into the central mirror. Of all of them, this mirror seems the most mundane. It shows your unaltered reflection, the crease between your eyebrows as you concentrate. At the gaunt, staring creatures in the hallway behind you. Ah, look behind you. A three-headed monkey. You spin around, nothing is there. Force the mirrors to focus on creatures. We will maybe later do that. Determine the purpose of the tiny lens. You mentally draw the attention of the tiny lenses, feeling the pull of their eyeless graze on your skin. In the reflection, you see an idealized version of yourself. Stronger, smarter, faster. And in a flash, you understand they can change you, improve you. But a few of them are growing cloudy under the strain. You should act quickly. This would give me intelligence, this would give me agility, this would give me speed, this would give me strength. Let's go with speed. We already have a ton of intelligence, right? Let's go with speed. Although we seem to be a mainly intelligence character, it turns out. Let's go with more intelligence. More intelligence! The constellations of tiny lenses align with your head. You meet the gaze of your reflection. Something snaps in your mind, and suddenly you feel sharper, more alert. One by one, the lenses fade into opaque haze until one remains, as bright as a winter star. Okay, cool. Maximum intellect pool is now 16. Very nice. So I can, if I study these nothing apples, if I look into the sun, I can still force the mirrors. Watch for the purple glow on the side mirrors. As soon as you look at the mirror to your left, a torrent of radiant light flows through you, nearly tugging you off your feet. You regain your balance just in time to see the light pass into the mirror on your right. Oh, okay. We are not gonna do that just now. Let's save here. Interact again. Let's make a save to save. Reach for the shivering lens. You raise your hand. The tiny lens bends towards it, then flinches away with a soft vong, but not before you catch a glimpse of something small and shapeless moving inside. Is that mirror moving? Ertis says, his eyes shut. Never mind, don't tell me. You turn your attention back to the mirror. Say nothing, force the lens to bend to your will. You close your mental grasp around the borders of the reluctant glass and pool. The surroundings fade as your mind strains against the will within the lens. Slowly, inexorably, the lens bends down to face you. Thoughts spill through that tilting glass into your mind. Your gift is immediately overwhelmed. These are not words or symbols, or any language you recognize. They are aware that they are thoughts and in your head. At the moment of that realization, they awaken within your mind, reorganizing your thoughts into images that communicate what the creature in the glass is thinking. A circle carved in the dust, speaking its shape without words. And inside the glass, tendrils of thick liquid stream from the corners of the lens, coiling thread by thread into a perfect vibrating sphere. In seeing it, it sees you and smashes itself against the glass, turning it utterly black. Eritis peeks from between his fingers and gasps, "I don't know what that is, how it got in there, or even if it will kills us all," he says, making a righteous fist. "But we should break it out immediately, now or sooner." Crack. A jagged white line appears at the upper corner of the lens, racing along the surface like a breaking wave. You blink. When you open your eyes an instant later, the lens is gone. All that remains is an empty frame. "Oh," she says, sighing, "it's gone." And yet, something has changed in your mind. You hear whispers too distant to understand. You feel a presence swelling within you, reveling in the alignment of your tides. You hear a voice speak a single word, a word that echoes across the labyrinth, calling you to it.
Making a note.
I need mana.
So we see what is apparently. We had sort of a spoiler bug earlier when we talked to Tibir. I think there was an option to ask about our companions, and Oom's name was mentioned, but it's the first time we actually see him there. There are 2 more things to do. We are going to go into our mind maze later to check it out. Move the slivered mirror that shows the red band around your neck. Mentally, you jostle the mirror and feel an invisible noose close around your throat and tighten. Gasping, you sink to your knees, fall to your side, and as your vision goes dark, you realize that if you survive this death, you found a shortcut into the labyrinth. How convenient.
I can't die.
Okay. Nice. We can talk to now. Ah, it's an egg. Look at it. Ah, it's so cute. What is this? It's like kinda like Mach, the Pokemon.
I'll remember that.
This is the creature you freed from the changing gods mirror array. You recognize it as easily as your own breath. Did you lay this egg? I did. I did, Thazen. Isn't it cute? You gotta see the baby. Has anyone watched that Seinfeld episode? You gotta see the baby. Glowing discs twist and fold within the shapeless mass, moving in tandem like eyes. Perhaps that's what they are. They lift, bathing you in their glow, and memory overwhelms you. You are blindfolded. You feel the rough fabric against your eyes and the frame of the lens, this creature's prism, in your hands. It shakes, struggling to get free. You feel its terror, its frustration, its sorrow. What's the Seinfeld? Your habitual frown deepens. Even now, after everything you've done to it, the thing wants to serve you. You release the lens and push it to the top of the array with your mind. It is of no use to you now, but later, who can say? Then the memory crumbles. The creature, your mind whispers, stares at you with eyes like radiant, unfurling flowers. Says, through some hidden mouth, in a thick, wet sound, but somehow not unfriendly. Mitral Costanza. Ah, you think I am like Costanza? If anything, I'm like, I don't know, I'm not like any of them. But definitely not George. You traded one prison for another, that isn't fair. Agrees, or appears to agree. It isn't quite clear if you're understanding the intention of those sounds or are making potentially dangerous assumptions. Woom's eyes focus on you, folding and unfolding. You hear a curious sound in the hidden reaches of the darkness above. The scratch and crackle of a flame, the flame inside you, the one that warms your heart and when you hear the suffering of others. The one that urges you to sacrifice anything and everything to help them. Woom's wide eyes momentarily burn a brilliant gold. Oh, so this is shaped by our tides. The sound dies away. Stares up at you, waiting. What was that sound I heard when you looked at me before? Why did your eyes change color? George gets the best reactions, like you just said. Well, I guess so. Rulsk, explains, extending a slender tendril towards your ankle. Leaves tumbled down, too many to count. Let it touch you. The tendril coils around your ankle, cool and dry. Nothing else happens. Apparently, just wanted to give you a hug. Eventually withdraws the tendril, taps your foot, and absorbs the delicate limb back into its body with a quiet You aren't a reflection, are you? Can you leave my mind with me? Tendrils tickle the silent spaces behind your eyes. Images of the people already traveling with you flash through your thoughts. Whispers shyly at last, its eyes contracting fold by fold. It seems the creature doesn't want to join you when so many are traveling with you already. Do we want this to travel with us? This is the weirdest companion ever. What the heck is even this? Like a blob. I bet it's going to grow, become something. I'd like to check it out, at least take a look. Would you care for an egg in these trying times? Sure. What kind of creature are you anyway? Never play with Doom yourself? For a while, doesn't say anything at all. It merely looks at you. Just when you think it isn't going to respond at all, a bubble appears at the center of its shifting body, then divides into two. They merge again, split and become three. They merge, become four, merge and five. Soft light wells from within each of the bubbles until they are the colors of the tides. Without warning, the bubbles launch into a whirling, spinning dance, moving too fast to track. As you watch, their glowing lines become a perfect circle, a column, a shape that hurts your eyes, a vortex. Abruptly, the five bubbles pop, and the only light in body are its luminous eyes watching you. Boop, it says, and falls silent. That was very clarifying. Thank you.
Thank the gods. I thought you were going to leave me here.
Look at the purple glow in the side mirror again. And allow it to carry you through the opposing mirror. Let's see. I saved, right? Let me see. Oh, I lost my buffs when I died. Ah, that sucks. Oh well, at least we learned that it's something that happens. A flood of purple light streams from the mirror. As soon as you look at it, it lifts you from your feet and carries you into the mirror on the other side. Yeah, I shouldn't have died. Well, you know, we are exploring. It happens. Wait, what? Ah, we can teleport over there from here? Well, while we are here, let's give back this book. Here is the tomb of the Singing Thorns.
Making a note.
Falinda snatched the book from the thief's hands, the merchant says, doing so. And yes, it was the same book, still sealed, still worthless, still priceless. The merchant traces the sigil on the cover for a long, silent moment. As a reward, Falinda invited the thief, the customer, to take, yes, take, one of the merchant's more ragged books as payment. Stock space was limited after all, and the customer would be doing Falinda and Steristy a favor. Ah. Should we take 2 weeks and a day in the pleasure wagons of Osam's traveling menagerie and soaring circus chat? It looks very interesting to me. I mean, what are these? Do they give us a kind of bonus? Or are they just things to sell? We have another book. Secrets of the Labyrinth of Sound. We could go humming and hiding, maybe. Maybe it gives stealth skill or something. Angule, I don't know. Angule and the Greater Good. Rise of the Angulan Knights. If you think about this in terms of tides, the first one could be either gold or indigo. The second one could be red for passion. The third one, Secrets of the Labyrinth of Sound. Maybe blue. The fourth one, I don't know. I cannot make sense of that. Maybe silver. Oh, I don't know. Let's go with 3. Blue raised a tiny amount. Gained item humming and hiding. Humming and hiding. The Secrets of the Labyrinth of Sound. Okay, it's just an item. It's not an item that you can wear, get bonus. But, you know, our choice gave us tide, so I was right in my assumption. I'd like to borrow that when you're through, Tiber says, stroking his chin. It sounds fascinating. The thief's companion said, wondering if Falinda was naked beneath those heavy robes. Falinda says, sighing. Tiber blinks, then turns to you. Guilty, he says, shrugging. Very well. Alright, there's another thing I need to do before going back there. While we are here, let's sell the crap we don't need, sell the book. Sell the oddities. Sell this. Well, I guess I'll keep these for now. Before I'll take a more proper look later, I guess. Well, actually, let's do it now. Medium melee sword. Medium melee weapon. Broadsword. Okay, this is definitely an upgrade for you, so without thinking too much, let's give it to you. This one is 8 physical damage and plus 4 damage per effort and heals, so definitely better. This is a light ranged weapon with speed. I don't know. Maybe Rin better have a ranged weapon than a crystalline shard. You know, if she has to fight, I don't think she will. But this deals higher damage, so... Yeah. Let's give her a ranged weapon. Let's get rid of that. And you have this medium melee weapon. Okay. Let's get rid of those. Alright. We still have to look at the bronze sphere. We will do that. So for now, we are going to tell Tiber to leave.
My scintillating wit was lure enough to
Will
bring
you travel
you back,
with me
I
again?
See.
So how does the game handle leveling of characters that are not in
Shall
your party? Do they gain experience at all? I feel like this isn't. Is this the experience level that Calliste started at the start of the game, or... Oh, wait. That's not Calliste, that's us. Okay, so the characters not with you don't gain any experience at all. So unless you recruit characters as early as possible, they become more and more useless. So it is a good idea to keep your early companions, or go for a companion if you know the game beforehand. Just, you know, rush towards a companion you want in your party. Otherwise, it will be worse and worse for them. So I guess having Calliste and Aligarn are kind of out of the question. Hey Draven.
A new god in a troubled land.
How are you, Draven? Good to see you. Examine the mission again. Oh, we cannot go back? Good evening, Giant Draven. Thank you, Draven. Thanks for that. Okay, we cannot go back. We have to go back through the Stika taxi, which is okay. Raven, will you play Final Fantasy VII after 6? Nolak was saying today that it was your intention to play the whole Final Fantasy series. I didn't know it to be so. Was I mistaken? Are you planning to play the whole series actually? Going to have one game break before starting 7. But you will play the whole series like that? Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. For some reason I thought it was just the first 6. Okay, let's take a look. As you approach the machine, Calistege rushes to examine it more closely. This device, your sire used it to maintain access to the datasphere. I must know how. Did he leave notes nearby? Try to remember where his notes might be. You feel an itching at the base of your skull. Suddenly your right hand starts moving of its own volition, jabbing down to touch the nearby floor in a frenzied but purposeful series of movements. Next to your feet, a stone compartment slides open. It reveals a leather-bound journal within. 12 was the very first one you played back in 2006 when it came out, which is what got you into JRPGs. Ah, interesting. Calistege approaches with reverence. May I? She asks, holding out her hands for the book. Of course, it's more useful to you than me. Oh, it belonged to my sire. I'd like to look at it first. I see. She considers you, folding her hands demurely in front of her. Is it because you don't trust me with the knowledge it contains? No, don't answer. I will find out what it contains eventually. She returns to looking at the Numenera without a backward glance. But don't think I will but I have the full intention of giving it to you. I just want to take a look at it. Wait, can't we give it to her? Okay, we can. This leather-bound journal is filled with various diagrams, notes, and observations of the machines you found near the engines buried beneath Sagas Cliffs. The handwriting is your creator's, and it chronicles his analysis of the datasphere. The net information that surrounds and permeates the world's air. Some people have drawn power from the world, and others have found a way to transmit knowledge in the blink of an eye. It seems that these machines may have been intended to transfer consciousness itself, or at least take a rudimentary first step in that direction. The exact steps are unclear, though someone with an extensive background in consciousness transfer or machine intelligences might be able to recreate his work. You wanted the changing god's notes on the datasphere. Here, take them. She turns it over in her hands, examining every inch of the binding. Your sire always has such marvelous craftsmanship, she murmurs, slowly releasing the drawstring that binds it closed. As she flips through the pages, slowly at first, then faster, you catch the sight of diagrams, notations, and drawings, all of them of your sire's machines beneath the city of Sagas. Thank you, Calistege breathes without looking up, and moves away to continue her study of the book's contents. Yes, interesting. She catches you looking at her. His observations on the datasphere are fascinating. Nothing I can share yet, it's purely conjecture. This could be what I've been looking for. Calistege's opinion of you has improved. Even so, please be careful. Accessing the full unstrayed datasphere might be dangerous for you. The changing god hid those for a reason. We each have secrets we wish to keep. His were more dangerous than most, and yet, if he has a flaw, surely it lies in seeking knowledge for his own benefit alone. When knowledge is pursued in solitude, I would posit that one is truly seeking power and not mere information. She smiles self-indulgently. After all, that's why I work alone. The information must be powerful, else he wouldn't have hidden it. She huffs. Well put, dear. We shall see. We need to part ways.
Well then, farewell. For now. You won't be gone long.
Alright, I'm going to take a short break before we continue the game. Run the ads. 3 minutes or so if you are not a sub. I thank you for your patience with those, and I shall see you right after the ads. Okay. We do have
Nectar of the
versus
Gods.
Let's do the boosts. Rogue Trader. Andromeda. Deadfire. Wrath. Darklands. Thank you for the boost, Multi-Anver.
Paradwise just musted Undertale.
I wonder what else we could have done with the book.
Paradwise just ghosted Sacred.
I don't know if giving it to Calistige was the best idea. But it felt appropriate. Machine intelligence.
Paradwise just roosted Dragon Age. Inquisition.
Undertale. Sacred. Inquisition. Thank you for the boost, Parrot. So now that I have given the book away, I'm not going to reload. So feel free to tell me, could we have given the book to someone else? Or could we have done anything else with it? Because it mentioned someone with a knowledge of consciousness transfer or machine intelligence could make use of the book. I think there are other people. There are definitely other people in the order, if I'm not mistaken. What's the book that you stole from the person in circus? No. The book, the notes. No, it's changing God's notes on the machine about the data sphere. We brought Calistige to the data sphere machine, and we were able to trigger an anamnesis and find our sire's notes. Donate all your books to Calistige. With Calistige, we know that our books are in good hands. Make the right choice. Give your books to Calistige today. Calistige for a brighter future. That you are pretty sure is for Calistige. Okay. Okay. Well, cool. What was that, Parrot? What was that? Is it like wait, what was that charity secondhand shop called? Very widespread in United States. It's at the tip of my tongue, but I can't recall it. If you don't survive, it's death. Goodwill. Yes, I was thinking of Goodwill. It kind of sounded like Goodwill advertisement. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. If you got any, thank you for sticking around. All right, now that we did that,
I can't die.
no, you can't die. That's true. It was a Calistige ad. You said you were going to have some ads? Oh, okay. Okay. You want to come with me? Replies, surging towards you. Instinctively, you blink and it's gone. Still, you feel the pressure of his presence around you. It may be waiting for you to return to the outside world. The impossible landscape of the labyrinth fades, and you once again feel the hard ground beneath your head. You found us, Rin says, her voice high excited. I was hoping you would. Srulf, says quietly, shyly. You seem friendly. I don't know why I feel that way, but I don't think I'm wrong. You feel weight edging into your side, nervous about all this attention. Erithus collapses at your side. Is he coming with us? He whispers in your ear. Are we going to keep him? Yes, for now anyway. The light from eyes bathes the side of your face. Grimacing, you push yourself off the ground. A dry leaf whirls past and it halts, tracking it with wide-eyed interest. What do you know about Sagas Cliffs? Slowly, spins in place, taking in your surroundings before returns to its gaze to you. Slurp, it says, rippling as though you've dropped a pebble into it. Waves bite the shore, stealing mouthfuls of sand and leaving shells in the hollows. Can I examine you? Seems to sense your interest and it glides towards you. Its eyes expand. No, they move, drifting towards the surface of its body like coins surfacing from the depths of a well. Like controls. Pet You run a hand over smooth back. Says, its eyes contract in what could be pleasure, but who can tell? Touch eyes. You touch the center of left eye. It is warm and dry, like parchment left in the sun. She breathes. You're touching his eye. You're touching his eye. You barely
I'll
hear her.
remember that.
Eye unfolds in glowing ripples around the path of your questing finger, like the tumblers of some biological lock, revealing a deep layer of creased tissue. You feel tugging at your mind towards a part of Sagas Cliffs you left behind. Reef of the fallen worlds, the laughter of children, the cones spinning and spinning. I have other questions. I have some questions for you, eyes collapse and shrink at your question, moving to the ground. It could be deference or embarrassment, it could be anything. And yet you feel a strange focusing in your mind. As if the part of it occupied is preparing itself for your questions. In that moment, you feel the tides bending around you, tugging at you. You feel the impact your actions have made on the people you've met so far in your short life. You pass a hand over your eyes, and in that moment of brief darkness, the tides are visible as rings within rings, coiled around everyone and everything. Why do I see images and strange symbols when I scan your thoughts? Grumbles, but its eyes contract as it concentrates. You feel a flurry of motion in the back of your mind. Looks up thoughtfully as the thoughts burst over you in a swirl of images. Oh, look at it! When we have with us, we are told which selection will raise or lower which tide, I think. A clumsy hand selects stones from a pile, polishing and painting them. A mosaic bridge arches over a ravine. Travelers from both sides meet in the middle. One saw a sun in the swirl of mosaics, one saw a pearl. I understand it's a metaphor, but I'm still not sure what you mean by it. Where's Deacon? Deacon?
Deacon? Deacon?
Does not reply. It merely looks at you, waiting for understanding to dawn. And it does eventually. Will never speak to you, but it wants you to understand it. Metaphor is all it has. The images are its attempt at clear communication, bridging the divide between you. Says, watching your eyes, its eyes expand. What are you made of, says expansively. A long tendril protrudes from its glistening flesh and goes inwards, through the outside layer, past the eyes, into its core. Narrowing your eyes, you see what it is pointing at, a battered object with a mote of black flame at its core. Look, concludes, withdrawing and reabsorbing the tendril. Is metaphorati? Is that a game or something? Perception. You catch a brief glimpse of ripples around the black mote. Whatever fluid is made of seems to be emerging from there. Why were you in that mirror to begin with? Slick. Hisses, gazing past you. Its eyes contract to pinpricks of muted light. If I offended you, I'm sorry. Makes no further sound. You glance away only to feel a sudden weight lying over your food. It's one of tendrils trapped around your ankle. It is shivering. The cloth tore, but there was always more. Let hug you as long as it wants. Pat You stroke back. At your touch, its eyes widen, unfolding and expanding, flicking from side to side as though it's forgotten where it was. With a slip, it releases your ankle. I sense the ties more strongly when you're around. Why is that? Says, then pauses, tapping the ground. It says again, or clarifies, and something stirs inside your mind. Ah, you did find in your mind after all. Maybe that has more of an effect than you first thought. A ray of sunlight falls through water like an arrow, growing darker, stranger. from Atlas. I don't know what that is. Let's talk about our companions. Look, says, extending a number of tendrils to flick and scratch at the ground. Srulpuk. Do you get along with Rin? Says, turning from side to side as if confused. I'm here, she says, sounding disappointed. I'm Rin, over here. Without turning around, gently pokes her nose with a tendril. Bloop. Ah! She shrieks, clapping a hand over her face. I thought you... it says, satisfied. Give me your opinion on Eridus. Hums, expanding. I feel the same way, he says, tears welling in his eyes. If you said you like me, that is. I know I can be quiet sometimes, hard to read, but even though we just met, I care for you very much. He leans down and pats gently. Slips a gentle tendril around Eridus's wrist and squeezes. Is really nice, but I don't know what use he is. With 0 intellect, 10 might, and 10 speed. What exactly are you? You have 0 experience, little guardian who flows with the tides. Bonded with and Blut. Mass, epidermal casing. Haptic armor. Wraps a portion of his body around an ally, offering them protection. Informs everything is normal from. Okay. Reveals the title effects of dialogue options reactivity based on your dominant tides and conversation. I don't know, looks interesting. I'm sure it will grow to be more interesting, but I don't think I will have him in this playthrough. Has anyone played with Has anyone finished a playthrough with in the party for the majority of the game? Looks very interesting, something I'd like to explore more, but I don't think I will do it in this playthrough. I think I need Tiber. Majority, but you played part of it. Well, we will do something else with before we take Tiber back, and we are going to do maybe a little bit with take Tiber back, come back here, and then shut down the provocation. Could you describe to me the effects, both economical and political, of recognition and its ability to influence the future? Was always the companion that I was like, I'll do a second playthrough, next time I'll take Then years later, before you play it, then you don't want to take again. Yeah, like that, right? I think if you want to play with as I was saying before, you need to rush to do the minimum possible, take and then continue playing. Kumbaya my egg. Slurk, says it extends a shivering tendril, pointing at the spinning laughing cones in the distance. The ones you saw when you touched eyes. Why are you bringing me back here? You're at that stage, you were sure he was actually going to take does not reply, it merely eyes you in mute appeal, then draws the tendril back into its body with a soft slip. I want to examine you again. Touch eyes again. The paper cilia of eyes scratch at your fingertips, but nothing else happens. When I touch your eye, you make me think of the cones in the reef. Why? Slip. Mutters, looking away from you. Its eyes contract, becoming pinpricks of soft light. Ripples surround the place where the stone fell. That's pet Oh, wait, some new stuff appeared. I'm glad I checked. With perception, you try to lean around the nearest palm and notice it innocently moves with you, as if guided by a wind that's not there. You feint right and go left instead, just in time to see what the hand was trying to hide. On one of the hands is passing a small silvery object, a seed pool, to another. Try to grab the seed pool. Let's use Cipher. You wait for an opening, then snatch the pod as it passes from one end to another. Immediately a wave of outrage washes over you from the cluster's direction. Okay. I'm going to try this again. Of course, I tried this twice before. On both times I died and didn't resurrect. But I'm going to try it again. See if we resurrect this time. Wait, what? The game still ends here. But why? It makes no sense. Why is this the one thing that actually kills us? I'm sure there is a way to use this. Resurrects, yes. What do we lose if we don't take Tibir? We lose our greatest persuasion and deception character. But our character can do them to some degree as well. Same with Quick Fingers. I mean, we don't need Tibir, but he gives us so much quality of life. So that I can focus intellect stuff with the main character and speed stuff with Cyber, speed and persuasion stuff. Because let's be honest, Rin is also kinda useless. I mean, good amount of speed. She is like backup. But Tiber is main when it comes to skill checks. If I can find them. Am I in the wrong place? No, I'm in the right place. I think we should part for now. Bloom's glowing eyes contract to brilliant points of light that momentarily blind you. When you blink again, it's gone. As you pass a stack of cargo, a familiar figure steps out from behind it, disguised entirely unconvincingly as an Ion Priest. Hello again, lass, says Tiber. I don't suppose you're ready to change your mind about me joining you? Why are you hiding? Ah, well, it seems Rhys is still unhappy with me for leaving him on the gibbet for so long, and he wants to strangle me with my own entrails to show how it felt. I naturally am less enthusiastic about the lesson and would like to avoid it if at all possible. He takes a breath finally. Therefore, I was hoping I might join you for protection, if you see what I mean. Strength in numbers and all that. Alright, come along then. Thank you, lass. Thank you. I'm much obliged.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
Yes. He even has the buff still. Now it's time for the probability engine. Oh, well, okay. I wanted to talk to the silver orphans. We can do it later. This was one of the most involved and long side quests in most of the RPGs that I played, I think. It was a nice one. This device looks like it was once part of some larger device or network of devices embedded in the rock beneath the city. Thick cables disappear into holes in the wall. The machine gives off a low hum just at the edge of your hearing. You recognize it immediately as the probability engine that the ghostly woman pointed out to you in the labyrinth. It feels oddly familiar. Turn the probability engines off. You speak the word Neshu and the interface brightens. You press the same 5 symbols you saw the ghostly man use in the labyrinth. You're about to repeat the ritual a second time as he did, but you meet resistance of some kind. Your hands simply won't obey. It's not physical resistance, something in your mind won't let you complete the sequence. Concentration, tidal affinity, fight of the resistance, whatever it is. Let's go 100%. Let's go 100%.
I'll remember that.
It takes an incredible strength of will, as though some other mind were fighting for control of your body. Finally, you overcome it. Entering the sequence a second time, the interface disappears from the machine, and the machine quiets. It is done. There, we did it. We did it. Okay, so, the next thing. Bronze sphere. This is a fist-sized bronze sphere that you removed from a transdimensional space inside your head. Its surface is covered in interlocking spirals. Wasn't that... Harrod mentioned Farad. Wasn't it the same... Maybe not the same item, but wasn't the item also called the bronze sphere in Planescape Torment? One important quest item. Am I misremembering? Yeah? Okay. The metallic edges of this engraved globe press into your palm, interlocking spirals spin over its surface, pulling at your thoughts at places in your mind. Before your eyes, segments of the spirals rise from the sphere with whispering clicks, forming detailed sigils. Buttons. Hold the orb up to the light. Farad-wise. Light is faintly visible through the curves of orb's inner spirals, but only just. You see flickers of movement within, mechanisms perhaps. Press the cage sigil. You press the cage sigil with your thumb and hear Eligern's voice in your head as though you from a great distance. Doesn't make sense, he mutters, accompanied by a clicking of tools. It's like this thing wants to be broken. Interesting. The sphere connects you to people you have met in this real world, and more than that, you sense at some instinctual level that it can transport them to you. If you call them while pressing the button, they are willing to come. Ah! This is so nice. So we could get rid of a character and summon another companion like this. Touch the button with the circle of interlocking hand mirrors engraved upon it. Enjoy your food taste. You press the button with your thumb and instantly feel eyes, countless eyes outnumbering the stars, turn towards you, seeking your identity and your secrets. Calistige and her sisters. Press the button etched with falling towers. You brush your thumb over the button and feel someone's attention on you from within your own head. It's and the creature knows you're thinking about it. Look the other way. This is cool. This is a very cool item. Very nice. Alright, we are done here. Now we can go to the Changing Gods Sanctuary. What's it called? I have heard that the Changing God had a sanctuary underneath the city. Can you take me there? It bows. Yes. For sticker friend, yes. Can take to Egg Tunnel. Then walk to place, yes. What? Ah. That was the place. Well, of course it does make sense that it is the place. I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. I thought that was another place. Oh well. Well, cool. Cool. So we have done it. I discovered the location of the Changing Gods Sanctuary. Have you been to the Stika lair? I can tell you what's in there. Are you joking? Can you really? Tell me. He stares avidly at you, his blue prosthetic gleaming. As you speak, a space clears on his skin and new lines pull themselves onto the surface. He moans as if in the throes of deep pleasure. The Stika lair, yes, like I was there. The eye clicks on words for a moment, then he stares at the new tattoo. That smile? Did you notice the smell in their lair, like lightning and dust? He smiles. My thanks to you. You've done right by me. Have you heard anything about the murders down here? Murders? What murders? Alarm colors his face, and a faint red streak runs through his tattoos. No one tells me anything. He sighs. One of the drawbacks of being a drifter, I suppose. No one thinks to keep you informed. Then he looks around. Of course, in a place like this, people don't generally talk to each other much anyway. I discovered the location of the Changing God Sanctuary. He leans forward and the blue eye begins to gleam more brightly. Tell me about it, he whispers. As you speak, Mapper stares at the exposed patch of flesh on his arm. New lines etch into his skin, unfurling themselves across the space. He smiles tightly and shifts in his seat. Yes, he mutters. Yes! He points to one line. Here, in the void beneath the city. What is this in the mural? He looks more closely at his arm and recoils. Ah, gods! It's terrifying even from here. He rubs at his skin, as if trying to rid himself of the mural's image. His blue eye looks at anywhere but at himself, and he shivers bone deep. I don't envy you seeing that thing, friend. No, not at all. He slaps his face a bit, bringing some flush to cheeks, and smiles again. Anyway, I owe you a map, don't I? He takes a big breath and says, The White Death is hiding in a place called the Cave of the Last Words. It's an old thieves' bolt hole. They say Sheila herself used it, but they don't say where it is. He smiles. Persistent pays, though. That's always been my watchword.
Making a note.
There's one way to get to it through the caravanserai, but it's sealed tight, and I never found a way in. But you can get there from the underground. The Stika know. They dug there. They can dig there again. Farewell. Alright, so we can ask the Stika to take us there, which I want to. I think to go to the Bloom, we need to convince the guard to let us through, which I don't know how. It's probably at some point in the story we will probably be able to do that. Oh, 444. That's nice. I think that's just going to happen, us being able to go to Bloom. I don't think there's a way for me to push it. Let's try fishing again. I want to talk to everybody about the murder, see what I can gather from them. We haven't really learned anything about the murder. Do you know anything about the murder of Folsom's protege? Now that is some spooky effluvium. Make no mistake, circle of blood on the wall, and all they found of the week was a skinless hand. It happened in that alcove on the other side of the structure, if you want to see it. Skinless hand.
It's you. Reconsidered leaving me here, then?
Do you know Michaela? I bought some materials from her, but I wouldn't call her a close friend. I'm investigating the murders around here. Have you heard anything about them? I've heard about them, but I didn't investigate. Got my hands full. Have you checked out the Dendra, maybe? Or your sister Matkina? That's the extent of my advice. Okay, we may learn more about it from Matkina, maybe. Maybe we are not going to do it here. Have I used this thing? The dark sphere inhabits almost every socket in this obelisk that stretches toward the cavernous ceiling. No one else seems to be paying the odd structure any attention. Like most Numenera, it's simply here. If it can't be used, it's treated as part of the scenery. The orbs gleam in the dim light. You lean toward them. Are they glass, jewels, eyes? A flicker from one of the orbs above you catches your eye. You look up just in time to see the image of a woman leaning toward the surface of the glass from the inside. Touch the nearest sphere. Your finger barely grazes the glass before it displays the image of a furred creature touching the surface from the other side. Purple vines threaded with veins of light hang from the branches of the trees behind it. You lift your fingertip and darkness swallows the creature. The orb is opaque once more. The orbs appear to reflect whatever action is performed in front of them. Hum a little song. Nothing appears in any of the dark orbs. Instead, the whisper of many voices joined in song curls from the obelisk, so low that only you can hear it. Tell the orb a secret. With your lips nearly brushing the surface, you whisper a thought you've never told anyone. A too-tall, narrow-hipped being, a visitant, appears in the glass, long fingers clasped. Meeting your eyes, it speaks words you cannot hear. You can, however, sense its thoughts. They tickle an odd part of your mind. Dizziness overcomes you. You suddenly know that the visitant speaks stolen words and the blood was spilled to take them. Even though the cause was just, the visitant is deeply ashamed. It fades into the black of the orb, lowering its head. Leave the obelisk alone. It's maybe time to go after Matkina. What? I'd like to wrap up some side quests that I wasn't able to before we move on. Examine the floating cones in the reef of the fallen words. But didn't I just do that? I did that. I did that, I thought. Okay, let's do it.
Draven just boosted Nom Nom 8. Draven just boosted Anachronox. Draven just boosted Wizards and Warriors.
Thanks for the boost, stream. I thought I examined the cones. That's weird. Your mother was a cone? Was she?
Yes, lass?
San Tiber. Thor, if I ask you some questions about the side quest I did not figure out in a little bit, think you could help me out? Do you have the time? Specifically about Eretis' quest, the Thief quest, and the Fifth Eye Adversary quest. Because it would be too long to get reference from Paradigm. I didn't remember it. Sorry. I don't remember it. The other way. The cones have not stopped whirling around each other, perhaps they never will. You see Um's reflection in their gleaming surfaces as they dance and find you can't look away. Run, a voice says from the space between the cones, and your vision blurs and goes there. You don't remember? Okay. I mean, I can check as well. I just thought maybe if you remember a little bit, you could give me subtler hints than a walkthrough. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black and in a pearl white sky. Thick, flat asteroids orbit it like petals in the wind, and the air smells of scorched hair and grief. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and you turn. It's covering at your feet. Comfort you. You kneel, offering your hand to and it folds tendrils around your palm, shaking. You close your fist around them. It seems like the right thing to do. Then you sense movement above you in the pale sky. At first glance, it seems like a hole in the air, dark as the void above. But no, bruised light pours from the hole, folding into the suggestion of a hooded figure, vast as planets. The sorrow, it is here, and it sees you. The shadow of it races across the land, a wall of black, like a tidal wave. Tugs at you again, and you fall back through the land itself, into light, into daylight. Wavering on your feet, you open your eyes, unaware that you'd closed them. The cones continue their mere dance as if nothing had happened. Why does the sorrow want to kill me, and what have I done to it? Doesn't reply. Its gaze lifts to the dancing cones and stays there for a long moment. A wind sweeps dust from the surface of sculptor's table. Was any of that real, or was it something you made up for me to see alone? You have the solutions. Okay, thank you, Thor. I'm going to probably ask in a little bit. Proluk, murmurs, tracing you long line on the ground with an absent tendril. It looks at you, through you. A lightless ocean trench carved into the earth. It's... wait, what? Its eyes are circles, but the surfaces of them are textured and bent, like a page of paper folded into thousands of shapes. As you watch, a ripple spills from their center, a flower unfurling, and something unfolds in your guts, and eyes gleam.
Making a note.
You sense there is more wants to show you, but you should finish inspecting these spinning cones first. What are you for? The cones greet your question with a split second of hushed silence, followed by delighted peals of helpless giggling. Leave the cones alone. I have more questions for. Learn from whom? I'd like to. He's not really talking. Should I bring him with me? Everywhere? For an opportunity to learn from him? I want to take him to the sculptor, but I'm not going to try and figure out this quest right now. Maybe later we will come back to it. Go away, really? Let's try talking to him again. Examine, not examine. Some more questions. How do you help me sensitize again? Other questions. Examine. Lay your hands. Oh! You lay the tips of your fingers on Oom's upturned eyes. Cilia spiral from your touch and in spinning, curling paths oddly reminiscent of the dancing of the cones in the reef. When these paths intersect, a jolt shudders up your arms, building a much-folded memory before your eyes, layer by layer. But this is not your sire's memory. No, it's Oom's, locked in those glowing eyes until you've freed it. It's dizzying, nauseating, barely comprehensible. It's a memory gathered with organs you don't have, etched into the strands and folds of Oom's eyes by grief, by agony, distantly. Distantly, your teeth dig into your lips as you concentrate, trying to translate this experience into something you understand. Lean on Oom for support. Gasping, you fall towards Oom, hands outstretched into the dizzying vortex of sensation and memory. You see the changing god in his countless bodies in an instant that spans centuries. You feel the experiments he performs to extract your secrets, feel the wounds opening, tearing, closing, opening, tearing, closing, over and over and over. You speak, you plead. If he can hear you, he gives no sign. Not once in a millennia of torment does he acknowledge your voice. With a shout, you pull your hands from Oom, eyes streaming, choking, struggling for air. You find your breath and wipe stinging tears from your face. Oom is looking up at you, waiting, its eyes collapsing, burying the secrets you learned beneath layer upon layer of cilia. Raises silver, blue tides. Tell me what he learned from you. Tell me now. It traces a bent circle on the ground as it stares up at you, eyes flickering and folding. A multicolored fish beside a bottomless pool, gasping and thrashing.
Making a note.
It says, and a tendril wraps around your wrist, pulling your hand down, slipping between your fingers until they are spread to its satisfaction. Beneath each finger, a light blooms, one for each finger, one for each tide. Ruck, concludes releasing your wrists. A flying bird circles a bonfire, delighting in the heat, its feathery smoke and curl. Why are you showing me your past? A shudder ripples through Oom's body, but it does not respond. A torch burns at the mountaintop, drawing the eyes of everything that lives in the dark. It burns not to keep the darkness at bay, but because it was lit. If the changing god was so cruel to you, why are you helping me? Ruck, Oom says, without looking at you. It traces two circles on the ground side by side with quick sweeps of a tendril. Channel the ties through Oom's again.
I'll remember that.
You gather the strands of the ties in both hands and lay your palms on Oom's waiting eyes. This time there is no nausea, no disorientation. Shedding human senses and gaining new ones, you fall into the memories of the creature, past the centuries spent in the changing god's shifting prisons, into a far more distant past. You see the narrow confines of the energy cage holding you. You hear the shrieking of the others, a word that causes you pain because before this endless cycle of torment, there was no word for others. Oh, wow, that's very interesting. Everything is created from Oom, something like that? You feel the crackle of the cage, the burning as they draw power from you, from the endless wellspring within you, a violation on every level. When you gained sentience so long ago, you never dreamed that it would be used for this. You never learned the names of your captors, you know only that the changing god killed them, that he freed you because you were nearest, not out of kindness, but because of the secrets you held, the tangled force that he would discover when he experimented on you, the thing he would call. You concentrate, trying to think of the word. The tides. You return to the present, shedding Oom's senses, regaining your own. It watches you, its eyes folding back into place like interlacing fingers. Wait, you taught the changing god about the tides? Oom shivers once but does not speak, a weathered hand pulling up flowers by their roots. Were your other captors using the tides as well? Oom says, pleased you understand. But there's an element of pain to the rumbling sound. A number of shivering tendrils emerge from its body. But for once, it doesn't draw on the ground. It sketches unfamiliar shapes in the air, unfamiliar shapes that your sire's memories faintly recognize. There's a language of liquid and currents, a language that is heard and seen. A language far older than the Ninth World, and never intended to be understood by human eyes. Flinches as if surprised, or as if it forgot who it was talking to. Rook, it says, pulling your hand down towards it as it did once before. The 5 colors of the tides bloom beneath your splayed fingers. Room, it concludes, releasing your hand. It wants to learn more, clearly, but you frown, not from a cast-off. You're unsure where this thought came from. You catch one more glimpse of the glittering silly at the depths of his eyes before they collapse once more. If you taught the changing god about the tides, then I only exist because of you. Thank you. Womb's eyes contract. Deep in your mind, you feel a note of tangible, wordless shock and pleasure. The changing god wouldn't exist if not for you. Does this bother you? Womb grumbles. It's a conflicted, growling sound, but not without a hint of pride. A Captain Moon spins across the world below, trapped in a smooth, unending orbit. You want me to seek a better understanding of the tides from someone who isn't a cast-off? Who?
I'll remember that.
Womb considers this carefully, then without warning, the image as brief as it is clear flashes through your mind. A toothy hole in a man's body, a rift in reality itself torn by your actions, and an indistinct figure beyond that hole. You blink. If you understand the image right, you should seek out someone from beyond this dimension. Who is there? You look to him for confirmation, but the creature looks somewhat surprised by the vision given you. There's a guy up north. Can you teach me the language you were using before? Rules. Womb grumbles. A lone tendril flails irritably at the air with a whistling sound and snaps back into Doom's body just as quickly. It seems that Doom thinks the air here is unsuitable for teaching the language. Touch Oom's eyes again. Oom's eyes stir beneath your hands as though the ties within you. Something is missing. You need a better understanding of the ties to see and understand what Oom is trying to show you. Okay, let's go on with this. So there is... we could talk to these. We could talk to Fledis. We could talk to the one in the Fifth Eye Tavern. The tides. He was a tides expert, right? From another dimension. It must be that guy, actually. So, Thor, my first question would be, am I able to complete that quest now if I do the correct thing? Or is it not possible now, due to where I am in the main quest and what areas I have explored? The Fifth Eye Adversary quest. Actually, the same question goes for the other one as well. Finding the city official for the favor parts. It's possible right now. What about the other? It's also possible, alright.
Do you ever think before you do any of the things you do?
Never. Thinking slows your mind. Always act before thinking, and then act again. If you do it right, you'll never have to think at all.
Ah, that's great. Well met again. Do you have more questions for me? Well, no, this guy is an expert on Numenera, not tides. What am I saying? Maybe it's Almas, the Soulkeeper, or Isk? Learn more about the tides and speak to him again.
New Evilometer character suggestion by Thor Obliterator.
That voice clip for the SFX. Wonderwall. I wish I hadn't laughed. I wish I hadn't laughed. How am I going to get it again now? I kinda laughed over it. Boom showed many of its memories, its long imprisonment at the hands of Ammon captors. Moment where the changing god first learned of the tides. Now it seems the creature wants to improve my title event even further, not from a cast of this time. I saw a vision of the person I should speak to, a being from beyond this reality, open through a gate in a man's body. I don't know this. Well, I guess we can send away. Joined rings. Tiber, join me. Sure, lass, let me find my trousers and I'll be right back.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
You are the way. Okay, let's see. What kind of special actions we have, if anything? Do we even have anything? Clears the fog of war in the current area. Let's see if this does something. It didn't do anything. Is it gone? Oh, it's gone! It was a one-time thing. Ah. I will reload. I thought it was a multiple this thing. I think I have talked to everybody about this adversary. I have looked everywhere. Thor, are you here? If you are here, I'm ready for the first hint for this quest. I think I've done all that I can think of. Maybe I have to do it in my mind, but I guess I have to find it here first. You can laugh at the end of the clip. It's clean. Okay. Thinking slows your mind. Always act without thinking and then act again. Cool. Cool. I can repeat then. So Thor, I think I'm ready for my first hint for this quests. I have done all that I can think of. Talked to everybody. Walked to every spot. Examined everything with all the different companions by my side. I still cannot find the adversary or the next step to take. You did everything you can think of. Try things you didn't think of. But I still cannot think of the things I didn't think of. That is why I need the hints. Like, I didn't use any skills, but I don't have any proper skills. I didn't use any items. I don't know what could be a proper item. What else is here that hasn't seemed relevant? Drinks? Is it drinks actually? I haven't bought any drinks. Experimental drinks. Ah, wait. I thought I would come back for this when I had the money. Maybe it's the experimental drinks. Huh. Let's talk about the chancy drinks again. Black ichor, pink sludge, fruit grease cutter. What do the saved things cost? I mean, grease cutter. He wrinkles his nose. Really? On your own head, I suppose. He concentrates and the bottle floats over to the tap. The fluid spills into the bottle and you hear it hiss. The bottle floats to you and you can see the liquid inside is thin and oily. It smells like talc, the infectious runoff from a pairing between flesh and machine. It smells like a trash-eating lark gorged itself on rotten fruit and lost control of its bowels. You hold your nose and down it. Say what you will about the smell, the drink packs a powerful wallop. You lose control of your motor functions and stagger briefly. Colors flash across your eyes and for a moment everything becomes unbearably funny, just before a wave of utter sadness wipes all your thoughts of laughter from your mind. On its heels come rage, lust, and all the emotions of the human condition, condensed into a perfect jewel-like moment. You are lying on the floor in a pool of your own vomits. Let's try another. Pink sludge. You raise an eyebrow and a heavy glass veers over to the tap. The tap opens, filling the glass with an effervescent pink slop, and the glass drifts over to you. Teriak does of his hands theatrically, though they never touch your glass. He grins. Drink carefully, don't overdo what you have already crafted. It's thick and flavorless, but its effects are fast-acting. Your muscles seize, including your heart. Death snatches you so abruptly that you hardly notice the transition.
I'm faltering. I'm hurt.
Cool. Is the adversary here, maybe? No. Oh, I should talk to the ghostly woman as well, eh? You did it! Her smile is warm and genuine. I can feel it from here. A piece I didn't know I was missing. Thank you. I should also talk to all the women that were affected. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff about the probability engine. A lot of people we can talk to as follow-ups. I should do them all. But first we are going to run the ads. Again, 3 minutes of ads if you're not a sub. Thank you for your patience with those. We will not be playing, we will be waiting. Wait, is something happening?
Handy trick, that immortality thing of yours.
No. Alright, I'll see you after the ads. Thank you for your patience. We have Draven boosts. So I need to go and talk to the... I need to go and talk to Lan in the order of truth. I've already written down a note for that. I also need to talk to Avina. Loss of self.
Eshrafel just boosted Pathfinder. Raffle just boosted Scald.
Dandra or her woman.
Raffle just boosted Mitrell's choice.
And also the guard. Guard leader. Thank you for the boost, Ash, and thank you for giving me the choice. Pathfinder. Scald. And I guess Baldrum again. Thank you. So 5 people to talk to. So Lan will become an Iron Priest in the employ of Mimovira. Do I want that to happen? Maybe instead of doing that, I want to snitch on him. I want to tell Min that he's the spy. But maybe as an Iron Priest, he will have better means of refusing Mimovira. I don't know.
Nectar of the gods.
Thank you, Barrett. I don't know, it's a tough choice about that one. Stumbled onto adversary quest solution by pure luck. Hey JFC, welcome. Happy Saturday. In like one of your
JFC
several
Fuller just boosted
playthroughs.
Divi.
So you left it unfinished in others?
JFC Fuller just boosted Witchy 2.
When I play off stream, I usually try to solve stuff. And if I cannot, I just look up sources. I don't like leaving stuff unfinished. I feel pretty bad about it. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you for your patience with those. Appreciate you sticking around. The Magak, but you need to use the command or the channel points. I boosted it for you. Okay, thank you.
JFC Fuller just boosted Dame GEC.
Thank you for the boost, JFC. Alright, let's try the third drink. Black Ichor. He shudders. I tasted the stuff once. I don't remember much about the time afterward, but I was raving about holes in reality. Well, here's your drink. A strong glass bowl floats under a pipe. A spigot turns and ichor oozes from it. You can smell it from here. The bowl floats back to you, all without Feriak touching it. Drink fast is my advice. He blinks. How's Torment? Enjoying it? I am definitely enjoying it. It's going very slow. We are reading a lot. It's very tiring. But all of that, still, it's worth it. It's been really good.
Is it a lurker? Yes.
Okay, Parrot. Good luck with your work. I appreciate the lurk. You put the word to the deed. The taste is not unpleasant, but the texture is horrifying. Unbidden, you think of salt flesh rotting under a jungle sun. Nothing happens. At least not right away. Just as you begin to doubt the ichor's efficacy, you feel the earth shift slightly. The walls shiver and begin to shake, and their surfaces look as if they are slowly melting. You feel the weight of the ceiling and sky forcing you to the floor, and only a great effort of will keeps you standing. Welcome back, Tazen. Hope you enjoyed your food. Rants begin to appear in the flat surface of the bar, in the walls. Scabrous tissue rims their edges, and a deathly chorus pipes through in a register almost too high to hear. The world tilts on its axis and you stagger to the right. Your vision blurs and the invisible world swims into view, becoming more solid than the world you call home. Now the adversary will show up, right? Come on, let this be the solution. Oh, there's someone else here. Okay, we may be on the right track. This small, unassuming man occupies the space quietly, hands folded in front of him. He does not look at you, but you can feel his regard slip across you and dismiss you as you approach. By the way, Thor, thank you so much. That was a great subtle hint. It was nothing really. You know, it wasn't even a hint. It's something I should know, right? I did everything I can think of, so it has to be something I didn't think of. And obviously I'm aware of that. But when you say it like that, it makes me think in a way that, okay, I have missed something. And it turns out to be the thing that I couldn't do because I didn't have any money then. I said I would drink the drinks later and I forgot. So yeah, excellent, and thank you, Thor. He does not look at you, but you can feel his regard slip across you and dismiss you as you approach. His attention remains focused on the trio at the nearby table. We're afraid it must be two of these since you went straight to the drinks. I just remembered. Oh, there was nothing obvious about it, really. It just made me a reminder, kinda stirred my mind. And then I remembered that I forgot about the drinks after talking about them. Everything about him is nondescript, from his light brown skin to his drab clothing, but something about him gives you pause, as if you were approaching the throbbing core of a fallen vessel. But yeah, you were right, it didn't seem relevant at the time at all. I didn't think they could be connected at all. And when you said something that didn't seem relevant, it made me think of that even more. It's okay though, it was a good thing still. When at last he turns his attention on you, you feel his regard settle like a soft blanket, made of metal. It's almost oppressive. Malaise, he says, that is who I am. His voice sounds distorted, strangely out of sync, as if he were calling to you from a distance. You can't read his thoughts any more than you can read the thoughts of the tables in the bar. Where did you come from? His voice is strange and disjointed. The world has always known me. Look around the corner, I exist on the smallest edge. Close your eyes and shiver. I am the cold in your bones. The saccade is my home. Saccade? The interstices my mind. The interstices my mind. The frost that surrounds his words suggests that you have offended him. Do you know your name means sickness? Meaning itself is sickness. Vision, action, movement, this is the only sign of health. His slow and indolent gaze is like a great weight on you. The energy that flows in your body, I read it through your skin. I see your actions before your muscles even begin to twitch. The body's secrets are no defense against me. What is sickness compared to this? Can you tell me about yourself? I am a constant. I live, I thrive. When a thought passes in your mind, I rush before it. I hear the pulsing of your thoughts. I am fabric, essential. Hey Marzo, how did Dig go? Did you finish it? Good to see you, Marzo. Happy Saturday. Why are you watching those people? They shine, they call, they tempt. His voice shimmers strangely, and you hear a distorted echo of thousands of voices mimicking his words. What can you tell me about this place? He slowly turns his gaze towards the other patrons. A lodestone, a gathering of energies, empty meat, a brief morsel, an obstruction, a bone, an ingrown hair. His empty, terrifying gaze turns back to you. An impediment. Very well. You finished it? Well done, Marzo. What are your thoughts in the end? I have another possibility for the adversary. Can you check on it? Absolutely, I hope you're wrong, of course. Do you see that man there, Malaise? He's watching you. You are disappointed with the game? You'd say the worst LucasArts game. I'm really surprised that you feel so, Marzo. I feel it's one of the best. With some problems about the puzzles that you pointed out yourself. I really think Dig is a very good game. The blood drains from his face. What? Right there? I see nothing. I feel nothing. He grasps your mind with his, not gently, and he echoes in your skull. Anything there is hidden to me. Ziobi, can you sense anything? Let me see. In the center of her forehead, her skin iris is open, and a third metallic eye protrudes from her, glowing brightly. It extends from her head on a mechanical segment, emitting a series of rapid flashes that descend through the visible spectrum. At last the eye retracts and her forehead closes. She swallows, and you can feel the fear radiate from her. She's right, it's there. On a low pulse, a wavelength far below human thought.
Making a note.
A control-less artist still surrounds him. 3 adversaries have never done this. I knew they adapted, but by the Black Tree, what has it learned? It's been watching us for how long? Ziobi, be ready. I saved, right? I think I saved, so I want to try doing it alone. So as is good, strong story, that's about that. Bad graphics, bad dialogue, bad voice acting, bad controls. Oh. Particular puzzle you think was one of the worst you've ever seen in an adventure game genre. Wow, you have some strong opinions about it. Oh well. Yeah. I'm glad you finished it though. I'm glad you got to play it. Let me handle it. Alone? I cannot recommend that. I can't recommend that at all. You don't know how powerful they are. You don't know what they can do. The adversaries play a game with their prey, but the stakes are unimaginable. It will destroy you. Please let us help. Okay, you're right. Then we'll come. But what happens if I do it alone? I want to see what it's like when I do it alone. I'm going to reload from this probably. If you change your mind before you begin, please let me know. Okay, so I can change my mind. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to save. You draw close to me, but you do not yet know the words of desire. I'm told you play a game with your prey adversary. Tell me how it works. His smile is dead, an imitation of cheer. You know my purpose. You ask for truth. You would know it. It's a clarification, an education, strength and will combined, an epiphany, a revelation of power and vision, a guarantee of life, wisdom. His eyes are lambent, full of a strange vitriol. Tell me you wish to play and we will take your measure. We will find you suitability. The stakes are low. It's a test, nothing more. I want to play your game, adversary. He turns fully towards you, his lambent gaze stripping away your ego. You speak my name, you wish to play. He expands somehow. Let us begin. Darkness falls around you. Our minds must come into accord. When we achieve concord, when agreement has settled, I shall bring you into my union, and your individuality will no longer trouble you. If you fail to reach accord, I will not bring your consciousness to mine. You will continue to exist alone, unloved, unknown. You must enter my union. It's the fulfillment of all you are. I will guide you away from these small ambitions and tiny dreams. You will no longer exist as you are, but as an adjunct to my dreams and my desires. A sudden chill shivers your spine as he says this. So we will try to not reach accord. We begin. The stage is set. Light filters into your vision. You view the world from above, a familiar sight from the long fall of your birth. It's nighttime now, and you see great lattices of light joining cities together, extending deep into the oceans. It's a miracle of civilization, a world at peace made possible through a singular vision. Is this your desire? Try to identify the technology powering the lights. Something about the hue of the lights, their cyclical flicker nags at you. After a few moments, it comes to you. These are unstable reactors, prone to failures. Spectacular, hugely toxic failures. And from the cycling of the colors in the spectrum, you see the reactors are on the verge of failure. This is not my desire, it is dangerous. A brief pause. No, it would have been a world at peace, but observe. The beautiful lattice glows, beckoning. One of the nodes flares and pulses, sending a surge of light through the network. All the nodes flare simultaneously, then all the cool blue of the lights erupts into the lurid scarlet and orange of flame. The continent is aflame, and your enhanced vision shows you the agony of a billion dying souls. Observe, says Malaise. Again, your perspective is from above. A mass of emaciated, half-naked people surges towards the gate. Great wave crashing against the walls of a storehouse. Nervous guards on the wall clutch strange ball throwers, but they do not attack. They seem terrified, perhaps, of the starving people who storm the gates and their hunger. The gates begin to sway. The guards raise their weapons to their shoulders, take aim, and place their fingers on their triggers. They squeeze. Is this your desire? Examine the scene for clues. With a thought, you close in on the people. The closer you drove, the less human they are. All of them move almost in unison, a single creature or directed by a single mind. The storehouse does not contain food, it holds books and data cubes full of knowledge. And the mob looks as though they want to destroy that wisdom. But wait, you feel a presence in the crowd, something that feels like the seed of Malaise's mind. The information in the storehouse would destroy that mind's growth. This is my desire, let the guards fire. It is your desire? Why do you resist the call of a singular wisdom? This path leads to death, observe. The weapons spit out a dissolving flame and the violence of the crowd becomes a pool of viscous soup. Within, a woman opens one of the data cubes. Time passes, sped by some strange alchemy. The woman has used her knowledge to build a horrifying biological creation, and it unleashes spores across the planet. The indigenous life sickens and dies, and the flora fades, and the world becomes a dead, dull sphere. At the same time, the adversaries never rise. This vision fades away, and Malaise says, observe. You feel malaise inside your imagination pulling forth images and fears. You're in a darkened room, lit only by holograms. You feel a strange connection to a young woman who lies in a tank, alive by the grace of your abilities. The insignia, as you know as the cast of tattoo, blazes on her incubator. You reach out and press it. And then you feel a presence in the dark. You turn. The sorrow. It exudes a tendril, and that tendril wavers between you and the woman. You have only a moment to react. Concentration. Focus on the particulars of the room and ignore the looming danger of sorrow. Oh, pretty low chance. I don't have concentration. It focuses on a breach, some violation of fundamental truths. Something you have done has upset the balance, and you must right it or be destroyed. One of you must die. But the love you bear for the child, the thought of her oblivion is unbearable. Losing your voice in the world would be an abomination. I will sacrifice myself to save the woman. Oh! Hey QP, welcome. Thanks for the timer check. Pause. This is not my desire. Oblivion is counterfactual. The image flashes into motion again. You slap the burning insignia and the woman in the tank flinches and then settles back. The life fled from her into another body prepared far from here. The sorrow destroys the tank's fractions a second later, and then its pseudopods lash around you, tearing your molecules apart. A brief flash of agony, and then darkness. Darkness is unending. A moment later, or an infinity, Malaise speaks again. Let us evaluate our compatibility. You do not understand the truth, my truth. You will see the unending fields of flesh, the hunger, the war. You will learn, observe, observe. You feel his mind pressing on yours and insistent beating on the walls you have erected, and if you do not resist, it will destroy you forever. Use the words of crowned adversary. Ah, we can use the words. What would that lead to? I want to try that. Since this is an experimental anyway, we have a save to save. Let's see what happens. You open your mind and the words slither from their hiding place to your mouth. You speak them aloud in your mind and it is like an oily residue, a psychic stain that pulses and burns, as if they desire to be spoken again. Inside your mind, inside the labyrinth, you feel the space in which Theborus implanted the word of Kra implode on itself, vanishing as if it never existed. The adversary recoils, shrieking, as the words begin to infest his psyche. The pressure on your mind lessens immediately and dramatically. Malaise shivers and shudders, crushing the words from its being before its mind is destroyed. So we destroyed the words of Kra, and we also weakened the adversary. 2 birds, 1 stone. No offense, Parrot. You throw the force of your mind, the burden of your psyche, all the unfinished business, all the desires, all the striving, into the struggle to push Malaise's weight from you. Images flicker, you're a statue frozen in place, but you force yourself to move, ever so slowly. You're a lack in a wildfire, but you creep outside of the ring of flames. You're in space, naked, dying, and you conjure the safety of walls around you. For every image the adversary places in front of you, you counter with images of safety and comfort. For every danger, you imagine sanctuary, armor, victory. You thwart his despair with hope. And at last you close in on the adversary, or at least its projection into this reality. It's a great extrusion of psionic force pushing through a shimmering wall. With a thought, you harden that wall, strengthening the barriers between worlds, and the extrusion dissolves into dream space. When you open your eyes, Malaise is gone.
Making a note.
I am forever in your debt, friend, forever. He clasps your hand and you notice the haunted look he has left his eyes. For the first time in ages, it feels as though a dark cloud has lifted. You have done wonderful things for us, for the city. They'll never know, but you're a true hero. You feel his presence within your mind, rifling through your recent experiences, and then he is gone. You have done something I never would have dreamed possible, never. You saw something that needed to be done, and you did it. He reaches under the table and pulls out a strange-looking device. Here, he says, take this, you earned it, and more. It's a bonded item. I don't know that we can ever express our gratitude. Farewell, friend.
I'm ready to learn something new.
The hero of the hour. He raises his glass and swallows a sizable amount, apparently in your honor. You have turned the unlikely into a reality, and for that you have my thanks. You have done a great thing, though none may ever know it. Know that I and my friends hold you in high regard. What was that eye in your head?
I'm ready to become even more heroic.
The damage is done, I suppose. We catched it as well. Let's see. Where's it? Okay.
New channel SFX request by Mitrell.
The damage is done, I suppose, and there's no harm in you knowing now, though I'll thank you to keep my secret. I'm a Mlox, a machine mind in a human body. The Mloxen are quiet and friendly, for the most part. We want to be left alone like you. And here, among my friends, I can be like you. I can be useful. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it much further. It's considered impolite among my people. You're in the middle of requesting it. You're welcome. It's just that it was mentioned before. The hero of the bright future returns. The cloud has lifted, friend. Thanks to your help, the strands are more clear than they have been for a long time. Now what answers do you seek? I think we found a good solution. Hello, Claiborne. How are you doing? How was your Saturday? I helped you defeat the adversary. Will you consider Clarion's request and join the endless battle?
I'll remember that.
He sighs and looks around the bar. You were a true champion for us, he says. You had no obligation to help us, but you did. I should return the favor. He thinks for a few moments. All right, I'll go. Clarion knows where to find me when she needs me. Clarence still needs your help in the endless battle. Convince me. I've done everything you asked of me. I carry the words of Kra. I helped with the adversary. You owe me. You don't really have good intimidation. You're chill, just taking care of cats before going to do yard work for your grandmother. Nice, very nice. Hope your day is good. Day is fine. It started with a headache, but I feel better now, so I have no complaints. Hope you have a great day, Claiborne. Okay, I guess we'll go with Tibir.
Making a note.
He throws up his hands. Fine, fair enough, fair enough. Hope the pay is worth something. Hope there's a chance for glory. Tell her I'm in. Until then, I'm here. Leto said she would join. Clarion still needs warriors to fight in the endless battle. Will you reconsider your decision? Well, let me see. You have shown your mettle in this world, yet I remain unconvinced that my presence is necessary at the end of this battle. That place is clouded to me. I doubt my survival and the survival of my friends. She gazed at her hands. What if I offer you the gift of prescience instead, and remained here? A certain moment lies squarely in your future, and all your threads lead to it. Not all of them depart. Don't doubt yourself. Your ability could save hundreds of lives and turn the tide of battle. My powers are weak in that place, and I have no assurance that I will do. But what use is this wisdom I have if I do not use it to help? Will I be glad of my cowardice? She looks into her own future then, and her brow furrows. I cannot say, but I cannot sit and wait for the answer to come to me. I will go.
Making a note.
Tell her that I will come when she calls. Feriok is not even real, so...
Making a note.
I have another update on the recruitments. I recruited Dama. Fantastic, he is the key to the rest. I recruited Theboros. A warrior of language is always welcome. The visions he shapes will be crucial. I recruited Leto. Asir's abilities will be truly worthwhile. Seeing the inflection points and acting upon them is a key trait for a tactician and strategist. I'm done recruiting now. You managed to acquire all three of the major players? I would not have thought it possible. Perhaps we should speak of a more permanent engagement for you in recruiting warriors. The endless battle will know they are coming, and should they survive it, our veterans here will become some of the most feared people on Earth's psychic landscape. The world's a better place for your work. Take this as a reward. I mean, this is terrible, just an oddity.
I think I'm ready to try something new.
Good experience, though. I'll miss this place, but I guess you all already know that. I'll be back if I can. O said I would birth empires. I can only hope that means I survive. Not much for departure, so I'll keep it short. So long, you knaves. That's Theboros, right? The one who says that. That's Theboros Warsords. Alright, we accomplished quite a bit here. Look at our quest log. Very cool, very cool. And we leveled up.
Forward. Onward.
Many characters. I'm gonna increase the edge on intellects. That is coming highly useful.
That's good.
Actually,
that's good. Is that good? That's very good. I mean, that's not very good.
It's very good. Maybe I should get this concentration. Maybe getting concentration is better. I'll do that. I'll get concentration. I'll definitely get concentration. Okay. Improve skill. Increase edge mites. Or increase stat pool mites.
I'm way better than I was.
Testing with the debuff. Yeah. Yeah, but it also comes in handy in dialogue checks. I didn't get it for the bonded slots. Although it's good to have it for that also. But it has been coming up in the dialogue challenges as well. So it's definitely good to Rin leveled up. Very good. Extra efforts.
Hey! Doing
Cloak of
does
All.
beget learning.
Oh, that's very nice. 5% stealth, 5% evasion on all other characters. Resourceful, cipher use. I choose. Innervates. Let's get innervate. You don't... But it just came up just now. In the adversary challenge store. It came up in the adversary challenge and somewhere else, I think.
We're going to eliminate global communications altogether.
Probably perception. Or maybe lore machinery? No. Lore mystical? No. Hey Vadim, welcome. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. Let's learn a new skill. Let's learn lore machinery. No. Running. Running. So she can run even more in a turn. To do stealth stuff faster. I'll get running. Being alright? Catching up on chores? Hope you are not being too hard on yourself, Adam. Hope you are still getting some rest and relaxation. One intellect, one speed. 2 intellects. Extra efforts. Actually, let's get the extra effort. Very nice. All of our 4 characters leveled up. We finished 2 side quests. So, okay, it's time for this one, Thor. If you are still here, I am not clear about my next step in this quest. I know that I have to find a city official, do something for them, gain their favor, and let them help me with the issue. It's a classic Mithril mistake. What, am I overthinking? Overthinking I'm missing something? Or did I miss a dialogue option or something? If I missed something in the past, you can tell me the kind of stuff I missed. If I failed to solve something though, then give me a hint about it. Okay, we cannot talk to Avina. In the meanwhile, I will talk to all these affected women. She embraces you as fiercely as a child, then blushes and pulls away. She is gone. That damn woman in my head is gone and my memories are coming back. What did you do? A machine understood was the source of the voices. I turned it off. I don't know if I should try to do it because again you're not paying super close attention, but you have at least spoken a lot about trying that solution and haven't done it. Can you remind me, Thor? If it's something I said, feel free to remind me. At this point, I'm gonna accept that. No, she breathes, pale and delighted. I thought it was a dream, but I saw you. You went into a hole in the ground and I heard the sound of the gears grinding down. She clasps your wrist with cold hands. Thank you so much. Okay, this gave us something. Then draw her. And 2 in the ground. You can get the council chamber, can tell you. Okay. Alright, that's what I thought as well. It's you know, it's a location that we can't go into. I was thinking maybe there is a way to go in there, but I didn't really think that was likely. What's the next best thing? Tell the orphans about the... Okay, I will think about that for a moment. Tell the orphans about the Peerless drones. Tell the orphans about Ziobi. Oh, I'm definitely not going to tell them about Ziobi. Tell the orphans about the Peerless drones. You drove the approximation of the Reef of Fallen Worlds, indicating the location where you met Peerless drones with an X and copying the orphan's original drawing next to it. The one on the left crouches and adds a few quick strokes that you take to be a query for further information. One mind or many? After some thought, you draw one of the drones you encountered, then some more beside it for good measure, linking them all together in an attempt to indicate their connection to one another. The orphan on the right likewise crouches and stops your hands before turning to face its twin. Many, Peerless. Long moments pass before they look back at you in unison. Then they each reach inside themselves, withdrawing parts of an unidentifiable device. They fit the parts together, handing you a complete but curious Numenera, the likes of which you've never seen. You have the feeling they are very pleased to have this particular intelligence reported to them. It's an artifact, okay. I kinda want to tell them about the foreman. But foreman is kinda good for the city, right? I'm definitely not telling them about Ziobi. That is for certain. But foreman? Maybe we won't tell them about foreman either. Okay, so this is an artifact. Grants abilities energize. All damage is converted to the chosen type. Let's give it to Eridus. Get rid of these rings. Not gonna use them. And this, give it to Tybir. The more tanky of the two. Shadow Step bonded item. -2 might pool. I can accept that. It's fine. 50% movement speed, 2 speed pool. This is definitely better than keeping our 2 might pool. Besides, if we put another point in concentration, I can do it like this. This would be better, actually, so that I can take -1 stealth instead of the -2 might pool. That is so much better. Usable artifacts. I need the other copy. I need to sell this book, and I can sell these rings. No. I need to keep these rings, so that if I drink... actually, I don't know if it works like that. 25% of stats healed. I guess it works like that. If I drink a restore 3 intellect potion, whatever they're called, usable, with this character, and put the rings on her and some other character, the other character will probably restore 1. And 8 health, the other character would restore 2, I think. So let's keep these rings. Let's keep those rings. So if I can't get there, what's the next best thing? There are 2 important characters in there, but I couldn't find any sort of dialogue regarding the subjects. So it is the council clerk and Sigyn. And I also thought Irathor Bran was also maybe someone we could talk about it. Didn't really work. We sell this and this. Well, let's talk to everyone again. Let's see. No, there's nothing in this character's dialogue. I need that certificate of indemnity for Eridus. Pilaya will help me. Wait, what? We already did it? When did we do this? Pilaya will help me. I was looking for someone to help me with this particular dialogue, and apparently we already did it. I didn't remember it. Okay, so I guess I wasn't stuck. Huh. Pilaya will help me. Solving the weakened sticker. Ah! Oh, did I say it then? Did I say, okay, maybe now we can go back and get it? Okay, yeah, you're right. I even forgot who Pelai was. The clerk shrugs. I suppose she has the discretion to authorize such relief, provided she can find a suitable justification. He scribbles a message down and sends it off through a portal. A reply returns with admirable speed, and you can see from the inelegant script that it was dashed off by hurried hand. Whereas, assuming low iniquity, the clerk mutters. He lays the sheet down, embosses it with a lesser seal of Sagas glyphs, then passes it to you. It's a certificate of indemnity, assuring Renio that he can collect any damages from the city's treasury. It seems Pelai found adequate justification.
Making a note.
Alright, we solved this as well. This was... We may be very close to being done with the side quests. I need to go back to Caravanserai. A couple of people I want to talk. Thank you once more, Thor, for the reminder. So I think this will happen in time, and I think this will happen in time. I'm not going to focus on these. We are going to focus on the main quest now. Hand Renio the certificate of indemnity.
Making a note.
You pass the certificate of indemnity you got from the council clerk to Renio. He takes the document gingerly, as though expecting it to bite, and reads it, lips moving silent. They freeze mid-word. Impossible. Compensation for any and all damages? He quotes. How in the world did you... Never mind. He waves his hand. This is magic. I don't want to know how the trick was done. He eyes you with great tenderness. Thank you. You saved my family's business, and with that uncertainty out of the way, I'll be resuming flights to the Valley of Dead Heroes shortly. Farewell. Where do you travel? Once I flew as far as Ogre Kala, soaring above the Oren Wood and the unmeasured depths of Ornu Lake, above the lava fields of Osifagan and the plains beyond. I just flew south over the ruins of Tabat homelands and east to the oasis of Mirajolios. So this makes me think maybe this is not a side quest at all. Maybe, you know, the Stika thing was a main quest. And maybe this is a main quest also. Not really the main quest, but a quest that will take us to other places in the world. Maybe we are going to fly with this guy. That would be interesting. He gestures at the single vessel. Now I fly solely to the Valley of Dead Heroes, conveying mourners and memorialists to the unchanging tombs. Now we cannot travel now. Maybe in the future we can travel with this guy. It would be very cool to visit those places that were mentioned before. So another person I'd like to talk is Lan at the order. We did this. Oh, also Dandra, the Dandra or her woman. While I'm here, I want to check these two characters as well. See if there's anything new. There's probably something new about this character. Okay, there's nothing new with this, but I'm almost sure there's something new with this character. I have secrets to exchange. I want to propose something different. I'll trade you information for a secret you find interesting. Secret about my past. We don't want to tell this. Another secret about Sagas glyphs. We don't want to tell this either. Okay, there are some secrets we can share, and I may make a save and explore these dialogue options. I don't want them to happen in my playthrough, but just out of curiosity, at some point we may save and see what she says. You know, just for fun. So this is another big choice. This guy is the spy for the Memovira, and we can help her with something we found. Make him an Ion Priest without deserving it. Also make him a spy in a better position, ultimately strengthening Memovira's hand, possibly. I have every intention, if given the choice, to go against Memovira. I don't know if the game will give me opportunities to either work with them or work against them. I'm not sure what is happening, but I don't like that character. I don't like that they are getting their hands all over Sagas glyphs. So maybe it is a terrible idea to help this guy, but I'm going to save and just see. Do you know about the sticker and the damage they've done to the city? Everyone does, he says, sagging, but thank you for trying. I can tell you who was killing people in the underbelly and how. No, he says, alarmed. I mean, that's not the kind of discovery the Order is looking for. They are more interested in ancient mysteries, artifacts. I discovered some probability engines under the city that are creating flawed copies of a woman from the past. They were built by the Changing God. It is? He says, staring. They are? That is incredible. He stares past you. It's perfect. I read about the phenomenon. All of us have. None of us guessed that the probability engines were tampering with the women before they were born. He's grinning now. That's what you're saying, right? The same woman born over and over. Min is going to love this. He races past you, beaming. I'm doing this out of my curiosity. I may keep it, but I may reload also. Because ultimately, I think by doing this, we are strengthening Memovira's hands. I don't necessarily want that happening. Lan eventually returns, wearing robes so clean and new that the fault lines are still visible. He looks like he's going to faint. I'm a priest, he croaks. Thank you so much. He paused at his desk blindly, stunned by the shifts in his fortune. Eventually, he retrieves what he was looking for, one of the machine intelligence prototypes. Take it, he says, handing it to you. Would you look at that, she murmurs. You've made a little god of your own, Lan. How beautiful. He's beautiful. She looks at you. Can I hold on to him for you, please? Here you go. God of small devices. Oh, this is a very good thing, actually. She accepts it with quiet reverence, her eyes shining. Lan claps you on the shoulder, then pales, shocked by his own daring. Let me know if I can ever help you, he says. I have some more information. I have some more... What? I have some more questions about the Memovira. Okay, maybe this is not such a bad thing. Maybe this doesn't really strengthen Memovira. Maybe this is like a quest that's contained within itself without any more implication for Memovira's strength over the city. What we could do right now, we could now tell on Lan. Since we finished these quests, we've gotten the reward, we've gotten the experience. Now we can tell that he's a spy. That's possible. I don't know if I want to do that. It's not even a quest. And I think it might just ruin the guy's life because he isn't happy about the situation. He is a victim also. But he's also hurting the Order. But then again, I don't really care too much about the Order either. I don't know. Let's make a save. Do an experimental try. Experimental dialogue, I guess. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's see what happens. Lan Yuring has been spying on you for the Memovira. Surprise washes the gentle mirth from Min's face to reveal the stern expression of the man who protects the priesthood from the plots of Sax's governors, the head of the Order of Truth. He turns to address Lan, but the younger man is already on his way over, stammering and trembling. I didn't have a choice, Min, he says, his eyes red-rimmed, desperate. They said they would kill me if I kept anything from them. Yeah, Min says. Well, good news, you are safe now, because you'll never have access to Order of Truth again. Pack your things out and get out. You should give him another chance. Isn't it better knowing who the spy is, knowing what they are trading away? Min opens his mouth, shuts it, gives you a thoughtful look, then turns to Lan. Go to your workspace and wait for me, we are going to have a chat. Lan obeys, hanging his head. When the initiate is out of range, Min breathes a shuddering sigh and runs his hand through his dark hair. That was a good idea. I hate it, but it's good. Now, do I trust him to work with me, or feed him false information? Don't answer that, he says, waving his hand. My problem, not yours. He massages his eyes. Any other questions or revelations for me today? Okay, this is good. I will keep that. I was a little worried that maybe he would just kick it. He would just kick Lan out of the order. But this is smart. This is a good outcome. 2 cipher limits. Hastened is better. Hastened is better. We'll keep it for Rin, but not equip it for now. And I think that concludes all the... No, it doesn't. We still have to go to Dendro her. One more thing left to do before we can jump back onto the main quest. This feels so satisfying. This session today, I kinda knew it would feel like this. We are wrapping up everything and we will once again be able to focus on the main quest fully. It always feels very satisfying when you reach a point like this in a game, in an RPG. Obviously there's still tons to do in the game, but... What's bothering you? Okay, we cannot tell her about shutting down the probability engine. Unfortunately. Okay, there was nothing here. That's fine though.
Warning! Warning!
Hey, Nebu!
Alert! Intruder alert!
Nebu Raiders, welcome everybody. Hello, hello. How was the stream? Skyrim today, right? How did you do? Did you finish everything? Let me save. Pause the timer. Welcome Popsicles. Welcome Raiders. Let's give you a shout out. How is Torment going? How's my Torment going?
Does anything else be? Oh yeah, the salts we can bring to the alchemist right on. This is the place.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away. You look rather pale. Could be ataxia. It's quite a problem back home in Cyrodiil.
I'm fine. I have some frost salts for you from Farengar.
Ah, splendid, splendid.
Wow, is this a mistake clip? Is this like a accidental clip? There are no Nebuka witticisms. There are no you know, getting angry at stuff, making fun of stuff. Yeah, it looks like an accidental clip. I was looking for the punchline, waiting patiently. Unfortunately, you disappointed me. You disappointed me, Nebu. As an exciting clip, you just blinked. Ah, yeah, exactly. Definitely check out Nebu if you're not familiar with him. Definitely great guy, great streamer, plays great games. At the brink of finishing the Elder Scrolls series, I'm very interested to find out what he'll start next. Also plays a lot of Baldur's Gate, some strategy games. Very good friend of the channel since its early days. So yeah, fully recommended streamer. If you are not familiar with him, go check him out. Give him a follow. If you are new here, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs here. We are playing Torment, and it has been going well. Nebu, I was just talking about it a minute ago before you came. We are at this point in the game where we have pretty much wrapped up a lot of the side quests in the starting city. And you know, there is a couple, but I think they will become possible to be solved when we move further in the main story. So we have wrapped up a lot of quests today, leveled up our characters, improved quite nicely, and I am about to jump back onto the main quest once again. I'm feeling very good about it. So having a great time with this. And Raiders, hopefully you have a good time here and you enjoy the stream. Obviously yourself, Nebo. Thank you so much once again for the raid and joining the raid, everybody. So yeah, let us continue for a little bit. I'm going to take a short break soon. I just need to remember what I was supposed to do. I think I needed to get this guy to take me somewhere new. I'm looking for a way into a place called the Cave of the Last Words. He's close to surface at top of city, creature poses, took another human there once. Check travel where egg friend once we go.
Who are you?
Oh, we have gone right up to Matkina. Okay. This woman's skin is white, the color of alabaster or fresh ivory. Flat black eyes surrounded by sharply pointed features stare coldly at you. She wears jet black hair cut straight at the shoulders. Her clothes are functional and drab. Her cloak is fastened by a necklace of 5 canisters, each of different shape. Again with the tides. She turns a black device over and over in her hands.
Where did you come from? How did you know where to find me?
Her startled expression becomes a dark glower. A keen blade flickers through her fingers. You are sure it wasn't there a moment ago. Did I invite her here? No, I wouldn't have done that. Watch yourself, lass, he whispers. I've heard she's gone dull in the head, but that knife looks sharp enough to me. Mapper told me to find. I followed your trail. Skist. Thought I'd covered it. Thought I'd covered my tracks. Thought, fine, you wanted to find me? You found me. More's the pity. Now it's time to talk. Wait, are you asking questions here or am I? She glanced at your tattoo. How new are you? What were the circumstances of your birth? When did you happen? I was born as my body fell from an exploding moon. Ha! That bastard of a creator always finds a way to abandon us at the worst possible moment. Have you heard the stories of Takor Inifir yet? You should. Oh, I hate to cut this dialogue right here, but it's going to take a while and I really need to take a break. So we are going to stop right here. I'm going to be gone for like 5 minutes, 6 minutes or so. I'm also going to run the ads in the meanwhile. And we are going to continue when I'm back. So thank you so much for your patience with the ads and enjoy the clips while I'm not here. I should be right back.
If you not get out of water, we can't catch fishes. Get out! You is scaring fish.
Or what?
If you not get
just
out of
boosted
water,
dagger
we
fall.
can't catch fishes.
So how is that my problem?
You is scaring fish.
I think I'll just take a bath. Hopefully I don't need to gather my party to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Where could the clue be?
These pews are strangely in order. You figured someone would have vandalized them a bit. You would have.
Pew, 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 pew.
Scanning the wall,
Sorry,
you can make
I
out
had to
some of
do
the
that.
old...
That was my best bear impression.
Nebuka just boosted Darklands.
Alright, let it be known in all history books that we won because I was amazing and I played amazingly. I was a tactical genius, and Christoph is very strong because I built the character in an amazing way because I'm amazing, and not because cheesing or due to the bugs at all. No, sir.
I could use some help.
I wish to summon a horde to overrun my enemies. Well, it's going to be a horde of rabbits or something. I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. Well, that might... Okay, let's try this. What? It was actually rabbits! What the heck? I should have picked up the heal option.
Me, whatever shall I do?
That balloon looks silly on your head.
Oh, does it? Thank goodness you were here to tell me that. Whatever would I have done without your keen powers of observation?
You're mean. Shut up.
Get bent, you little runt.
I love this guy. Can we play him instead of Sarah?
Why does the Bermuda Triangle have such a grudge against all those boats and planes?
Oh, the Triangle got a bad rap for that. Scientists say those accidents were caused by sudden explosive outbursts of methane gas.
Speaking of which...
Max, don't.
What, Sam? I was going to point out that many phenomena long believed to have paranormal causes have actually turned out to be far more mundane in origin. Only one phenomenon's tremendous power continues to baffle scientists and defy rational explanation.
What's that?
Alright, let's see. This is our insertion point. Second power node, first power node, third power node, fourth power node, fifth power node, and sixth power node. Oh, it's simple enough. We are dead. Are we going to swing on the rope like opposing force this time for real? We are actually. No, this is not a rope. This is not a rope. It was a barnacle. No. Baited. Oh, laka lay. Laka kaka. Kakalay. Uh-oh. What?
Rubber tree.
I never knew this. I never knew this. This is the first time I see it. You know, I doubted my information. That what is a good word here? Once. I see once. I see gents. Genital.
Nice. I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine. All right, all right, all right. Here, take some of my hair. Hey, you want more? More hair? How about this? Is this better? Right, I'm back. Look, mithril robes, so you can use them to reach high places. That was really funny. We do have some boosts. Hey, Ray's here! Welcome, Ray. How are you, Ray? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. How is your weekend? We have Nebuka boost. Any more boosters? Why am I searching for Nebuka? I'm searching for Nebuka everywhere. I cannot find him. Where is Nebuka? Okay, Daggerfall, Deus Ex, and switch to Darklands. I see. Ooh, cool.
Soon all will serve the Lich King.
Right, good. That's good to hear. Kel'Thuzad.
Ya, Wuzel, we summon thee.
Wuzel, the Dark One. Nice one, Nebu. Nice one. Alright, no more boosts for now, it seems. Let's get back to the game.
The fires of 1,000 suns.
Ooh, some high rolls today. Wait, let me check. Let me check today's run. Today we have rolled some really high rolls. 656, 655, 644. The low ones are really not very low, are they? High with 111, Parrot with 144, Thor with 159. But the high ones are really high. Cool. What is the seasonal rank right now? No, wrong command. Banana with 665, Draven with 664, Drummer with 662. Low ones are 4, 7, and 12. Not bad, not bad really. Alright, let's go back. What of them? She points at her. What was them? Have you heard stories of Takan in fear? She points her chin at your companions. Oh, what of them? She points her chin at your companions. If you think you can overpower me with mortals, you are mistaken. I don't want to fight her, she whispers to you, her voice barely audible. She's scaring me. What did you say? You're trespassing in my home, you know? Coming with a cast-off makes you more suspicious, not the other way around. Trust me, we mean no harm. I don't trust you, that's the problem. But fine, she flicks her hand and the knife disappears. Disemboweling you would just be a waste of time for me anyway. She turns back to her workbench and picks up the device again, then she spits on the floor and scuffs it with her boot, all nervous energy. So what do you want from me? Why are you hiding down here? I'm not hiding. Her rage is quick, hot, and palpable, and something about it makes your vision dim for a moment. I'm strategizing, planning. Why would someone live voluntarily in a place like this? She gestures around her, and as her eyes break contact with you, her emotion leaks from her frame. This is where I stay. It's a bolt hole, always has been for those who know where to find it. Even Chila hid here, they say. What are you planning? Playing an evil Kotor to play through back-to-back to compare to your pistol run? You think that might actually be more Sith content than Jedi? Really? Wow. That's something to think about. Very cool, Thor. Maybe if we set up a good system for critical resurrection and Kotor 2 gets resurrected, maybe we can play an evil playthrough. Oh, were you part of my plan? You weren't. It's none of your business. What can you tell me about of other cast-offs? So a question, just out of curiosity, if you had the opportunity to get me to replay one game right now, a game that I have played as part of Critical Hits, which one would it be? Your first choice? Critical Hits 2, Resurrection Boogaloo, possibly Thazen. I'm entertaining the idea. I'm looking to find a good way to implement a way, a community effort to get me to replay one of the games I have already played. Disco Elysium, Arena, with Twitch integration. Ah, that would be very interesting. Disco Elysium with Twitch integration. Arena, would you do that to me? Would you do that to me? The channel is already not growing, Nebu. People are already not watching. Would you destroy my whole streaming career by making me replay Arena? I thought you liked me, Nebu. Yes, wow, okay, that's cool. Disco Elysium, another Disco Elysium. Half-Life? No, not that one. That doesn't count. It has to be a critical hits game. Self-absorbed, treacherous, leave a trail of misery and suffering. Shall I continue? Also powerful, scheming, ambitious. Or smile is crooked and quick. But you want names, don't you? It's currently your choice and 7k more channel points. You are going to ask for Discord stream with Twitch. But that would be one stream, obviously. That would be a single stream. You might hold off if the Resurrected is coming. It won't be easy. Whatever system I happen to implement, it won't be easy to get the game resurrected. It will not be something easy for one person to do by themselves. Otherwise, you could all get me to resurrect games over and over, and we may not be able to play new games. But as I said, I haven't really made up my mind fully yet. Resurrection by election. Resurrect Barbie? Thankfully you cannot. You are thinking you would combine Resurrect feature with wanting to give a new use for D20s. I am thinking something like that, but that's just one idea. That is why I have been kinda, vibe checking about natural 20 dumps. Natural 20 sinks. So, but that's one idea. I haven't fully decided. She barks a laugh. That's half a sob. You won't get them from me, though. Not now. I remember our Adiris, and I remember the first, and I remember Tash. And I killed Tash for what he did to me, for the hole he cut in my memory. But that hole grew and grew, and her eyes flicker and her cold gaze returns to you. This is more than you need to know. Yeah, bastards, all of them, you as well. I'm investigating some murders in the underbelly. Someone said they thought it was your work.
I'll remember that.
I've killed lots of people, lots. In the underbelly, though, I don't think so. You want someone killed? She pauses. No, wait, I could tell you, but my mind won't let me. I don't remember. If I were whole again. We're trying to think of cool things we could do with the D6's characters and spare points. Nothing gets stuck so far. I appreciate that you are thinking about something, Ash. If you can come up with something, I am definitely willing to listen. I'm always open to more suggestions. D666 with natural 20s. I don't know. It could be something. I'm not sure. I thought you might know who can repair a device I found in the reef, something called the resonance chamber. The resonance. A glint of understanding shines in her eyes. Ah, yes, of course he would have hid it there. A crooked grin plays about the corner of her mouth and then vanishes. I know we can help you, or did. She shakes her head. It slips away. My mind has holes in it. Tash took a rusty scalpel to my thoughts, my memories. I can't. She trails off. She catches hold of the table, and it seems to anchor her. Her eyes harden.
I'll remember that.
No, you must do something for me. She caresses the black and jagged device, knobbed and protruding with antenna. A sigil reminiscent of your tattoo is emblazoned on it. You could have like a weighted dice roll at the cost of D20s, like increase your chances of very high or very low rolls by doing D666 roll at the end at the cost of D20s. Maybe 33 of them. Or 33,000 of them. So you are saying you spend points and that adds weight to the dice, making it more likely to roll higher or lower rolls? Is that the idea? So one time boost to your roll at the cost of natural 20s. That's interesting, but is it fun? Is this something people would do? I don't know. I don't know if people would even care to do it. Like, maybe once for fun. D6969. I feel like it would become a forgotten feature. Better than nothing to do with your D20s. Well, that's absolutely correct, and that's why I'm looking for something. Yeah, interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Or maybe multiple chances, multiple rolls for a day. Well, you can roll multiple times every day already, but only the first is recorded. Maybe at the cost of points, you can get 2 recorded in a day. You know, and more cost, more rolls. Could be something, yeah. That's work. Well, all of it is work. Take more chances, roll Siren time. Oh, that would work, you say. I guess you meant that would work too. That works, okay. This is Tash's Mirrorcaster. I want you to enter his mirror and find out what you can about the Yak. I'm convinced that's the key. What's a Mirrorcaster? Or what if you're you and the second one is the same as the first? Well, then you have wasted your points. That's part of luck.
Shall not pass!
It's 1 in 666 chance, actually. Huh. Am I really the first one to say the word to you? Oh, you're in for a surprise, sweet sister. Every cast-off has one, just like every cast-off has this. She taps a tattoo on her head. No one knows what they're for. Adiris used to think they were a byproduct of the transfer process, just like us. She seems lost in thought for a moment. And she shakes her head. Wherever they came from, they can be used like a kind of temporal weaver. You relive an event in the life of a cast-off whose Mirrorcaster it is. That event is called a mirror. Can a Mirrorcaster be used to spy on other cast-offs? Not spy, more like seeing pictures of their past, like watching them from inside their minds at times when they burned or raged or changed, when their life was at a moment of flux. Why can't you enter the mirror? Don't you think I've tried? She snarls with sudden rage, her knife a handspan from your neck. Do you think I would waste my time with a newborn, a thief who steals into my home, if there were any chance I could do this myself? Her shoulders heave up and down with each angry breath. I try and my mind fills with static, like I'm talking to a murden. Only it slashes and stabs and burns me, and I can't. It'll only make things worse. Maybe it has already. You're super excited to see how I handle the mirror. Wait, did you save? I will save if I can. She blinks then, confused. Why am I angry? Did you... She straightens, flipping the knife back into her cloak. No, it'll be alright. Just find the damn Yak, and I'll tell you whatever you need to know. What is a Yak? Yak? What is a Yak? You don't know? I thought it was a common instrument. No, it might not be so much anymore. One of the curses of a long life. She laughs raggedly. Fashions come and go before you even know they exist. Probably easier if just to let them go, or make new ones of your own, like some of the other cast-offs. Sorry. No, not sorry.
Glad you made it
You should
back.
know about this. You should know about things, history. That's what life is, knowing and doing. Welcome back, Parrot. You are looking forward to Mira as well. Matkina, you need to focus.
Welcome back.
Tell her what she needs.
Welcome back.
Updated my journal.
She breathes sleepily. A Yak is an ancient woodwind, and this one was kept in a sealed cave behind the massive doors from a prior world. It had powers, but I can't remember what those powers were. How do I enter a mare? An almost palpable hunger fills her eyes, a yearning. Hold the Mirrorcaster, you'll feel the tug immediately. Don't resist. Empty your mind and let the tides pull you into the Mirrorcaster. She collects herself. Then just watch him. Watch for the Yak. When you see what he's done with it, pull your mind away from Tash's and tell me what you saw. Oh, and don't try to change anything, she says, almost as an afterthought. Why shouldn't I try to change anything in the mare? What did you mean by that? Nothing serious, she says, is as though speaking to an overly concerned child. She laughs suddenly. It's not like you can change the past, but I need you to learn a specific piece of information. If you change something, then you might go the wrong way. I'll do it. I'll enter the mare for you. She plucks the Tash's Marecaster from the table. She looks at it, at you, and back at the device. She licks her lips, as if weighing her options, and then, before she can hesitate anymore, slaps it into your hands. It's surprisingly heavy. Do it, she says, her voice heavy. Find the yak. Bring me my answers. You focus on the device and you feel something tugging at your mind. Okay, I couldn't save before going in. But we'll save in there. Oh well, we couldn't save in there. Well, I saved before coming to Matkina's place, so it's also okay. Everything is wrong. Tasha's body. By the way, I love this. I love that this kind of... what are these called?
Procyon Lauder just must
You know,
have
stuff
died.
like this was in Pillars as well.
Procyon Lauder
And
just
Tyranny.
boosted Banner Saga.
I'm glad it's in this as well.
Procyon Lauder just boosted Banner Saga too.
Thanks for the boost, Proc. Tasha's body, yours now, cling like a wet cloak. The world is too bright for nighttime. Everything is too clear. Distance is too close. Edges too sharp. Memories like blood flies buzz about your head, whizzing away before you can catch them. Hard-ridden Anin have heaved their flanks and huff behind you. Like you, they've gone too long without rest. And there's Matkina, a much newer Matkina, as run by a pandering portraitist, too soft, too fresh, too pretty, all wrong. On the wastes, you see the light of campfires, and in the humble village before you, a bigger, brighter fire burns. It's a pyre. Inside, a body that's too large burns too slowly. Greasy coils of smoke rise into the night. Villagers circle the bonfire, wailing and shaking. The headman's rough voice continues the ritual. From exile, you are released. Among the mourners, some echo, you are released. He throws a handful of powder into the fire, metal salts perhaps, and a spray of shining embers rises into the night, mostly gold, some green, some purple. From wrath, you are released. They echo him. As the embers float out towards the plains and fade among the stars and campfires, you hear Matkina whisper reverently, you are released. Perception. Stare at the distant campfires and try to see what they are. You squint your unnatural eyes and focus until the pyre, the village, and everything else fades away. At last the blurry campfires resolve into something crisper, and you see the faint shadows of men around them, men in long coats and broad hats, painstakingly cleaning their giselles and daggers. There are perhaps 100 of them. Matkina sees you staring and grunts, sand knights. From her tone, it's obvious that they are no friends of hers, or yours. Matkina, listen to me. We need to find the yak and protect your memories. They're going to go bad now. Okay, Tazen. Thanks for the stream. Well, thanks for being here, Tazen. Thank you. I'll see you next time, hopefully. Hopefully you feel even better tomorrow. Have a good sleep. Have a good night. Find the what? Matkina stares at you dumbfounded, and then she shakes her head. Have a little respect, Tash. This is my home. We are here to save the people I've known for years. Oh, okay, we are Tash. What am I doing? A moment later she adds, not to mention the only danger to memories around here is you. Tash, try your tidal surge on me and I'll burn those fancy eyes right out of your skull. There's a smile on her face, like this isn't the first time Tash has teased her, or that she's promised a grisly fate in response. Try to remember who you are and why you are here. The memories try to buzz away, but you are too quick for them. You seize them and squeeze. The body is, you are Tash. You already knew that, but now you know yourself as you didn't before. The body fits better, you're a cast-off, and when you call on the tides, you can destroy memories. You're a soldier of sorts, in service of the militia, under the command of Pai Reckon. You're a scout, Matkina's spotter. The two of you are not warriors, you are specialists, you are killers. But you are not here to kill, you are here to promise something to the villagers, and to get an object. A flute of some sort. Yuck. As for why, that memory and others remain beyond your reach. Wait until the ritual is finished. As the body burns and mourners chant, you wait in the shadows at the edge of the village. At last the corpse is consumed and the headman gives a final cry. To the distant dark, you are released. The villagers echo him, then drift away, leaving him alone beside the smoldering pyre. Matkina, with a hiss and a gesture, leads you over. He sniffs the air at the sound of your approach. With a broad smile, calls out, "Kina!" His eyes are large, milky marbles. He puts hands on her shoulders. "You return in unpleasant times." She touches his cheek. "I return because the times are unpleasant, Nung." Nung? Without another word, the three of you leave from the fire and enter Nung's dark hut. 9 hours working on design details. You run out of brine. Concentrate creating art assets. Nung's home is humble and small, hardly furnished and wholly undecorated. On entering, he lowers his weary bulk onto a hassock and gestures toward similar cushions for you and Matkina, then begins without preamble. They hung him from a tree, old Garb, took their daggers to him, called it pruning. Blind to others' expressions, he has become oblivious to his own, and he wears his pain and anger nakedly. With a grunt, he continues. They sent him home by skimmer, along with the compacts they'd made to the plains people. He waves at the crumpled sheet of paper on the floor. Tick read it to me. They promised to put an end to our menace, Kina. He shakes his head. Why? We've always paid the blood price for whatever harm we've done. You know that. They know that. Yes, Matkina says softly. But the Sand Knights won't take shins. You know that. He grunts. The militia is here to help, Nung. You are who we stand for. The small, the threatened, the hunted. That's who we are too. She takes his hand. Come away. If you tell the Knights you are going, they won't force a fight. They have bigger battles ahead of them, believe me. This is our place, Kina. Pai reckon will give you a home. Trust her. Nung silent. Read the crumpled note. You unfold the compact sent by the Sand Knights. The writing is neat, plain, small, and seems to go on and on in tightly stacked lines. In essence, it's a vow to safeguard the villages and towns of the Worksulian waste from the menace in Koln village. The Knights promise that they will undertake steps to assure that the killers in Koln village never harm anyone again. Extermination is never mentioned, merely implied. Beneath the Knight Marshal's chop are signatures from various burghers, mayors, and elders of towns and villages on the wastes. The Knights ask nothing in return from them. The signatures vow nothing. They merely endorse, justifying whatever the Knights undertake. So I don't know if Tash has said anything at this point. I'm not supposed to change the memory, but what about the actual stuff that Tash did in this memory? There are no indications as to what he might have said here. Maybe he said nothing. Maybe he tried to persuade him. So I guess this is kind of open for me. Let's go with persuasion. The world is full of places, Nang. The whole heel of yours is nothing special. He heaves a heavy sigh. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe that's true, stranger. This hill, this village, is no more our home than anywhere else in the world. Then he shakes his head. But we can't just go. Matkina answers, her voice soft but insistent. We will refrain from comment beyond. That's an astute observation. Okay. Matkina answers, her voice soft but insistent. Nung, I know this is your home. It was my home too. But it's not safe here. I reckon has set aside land for all of you, deep inside our territory, where we can protect you. It's not so simple, he answers. Not so easy. Plains people cannot understand. Matkina hisses in frustration and gives you a look. It seems she's hoping you can move the stubborn old fool. Okay. At least... The only time it's too late to start a new life is when you are dead. Give your people a chance to still survive. Nang nods slowly. You're right, of course, even if you've got the manners of a mager marauder. After a minute, he turns his blind eyes to Matkina. But we can't go without the Ark. What? Matkina asks. Up the hill, behind the gate. The cave's been sealed for generations. Inside is the Ark. It's what helps us keep our worst instincts inside. If we leave it song, he trails off, gesturing to the pyre outside. He sniffs the air, then nods his head again. I'll tell you now how to open the gate. He describes how each lock must be disarmed, repeating it until he's sure you both remember. Now, he says, you alone of the plains people know how to open the gate. You work your way up to the terraced hillside, leaving Nang to make his case to his people. In the distance, you see that the Sand Knights are on the move, riding hard toward Koln village. Nang will take to make his case to them, too. When you arrive at the cave and its huge ancient gateway, Matkina shakes her head. For years I wondered about this, she says. The hill people tell a fable that the first men and women came out of here. They said the gate would only open when it was time for people to disappear. She shrugs. One way to keep kids from poking around and disturbing the Yag, I guess. Something she said stirs your mind and your memories jingle like a wind chime. Try to dredge up the memory that is troubling you. Okay, let's spend one more intellect. At once, a glaring light shines over your mission, as painful as it is revealing. You are not here to help Pai wreck and save Koln village. You are here to help Pai destroy it. She knew the villagers' secrets, knew about the Yak. Most importantly, she knew the Sand Knights would come, about their compact. The plan isn't to take the villagers out of the Knight's way. In fact, it depends on causing the very bad
one
Matkina
claw just
promised
boosted
world would be
Gorky
averted.
17.
Hey kids, welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? The plan isn't to take the villagers out of the Knight's way. In fact, it depends on causing the very bad Matkina promised would be averted. When the Knights
I
arrive,
get one claw just boosted Witcher 2.
Pai will destroy the Yak, forcing the hill people into their feral state, unleashing them upon the Knights, weakening one of the militia's foes. And Pai is coming in person to see that all goes right. Okay, okay. Open the gate. Interface reminds you of Age of Decadence. Yeah, Age of Decadence had stuff like this as well. I really enjoyed that game. It was very short, extremely short. And it was extremely difficult until I got how I'm supposed to play it. Very unconventional RPG. Minding the sequence shared by Nung, you disarm the ancient locks that have long kept the cavern sealed. The gate opens with a gasp, and without waiting, Matkina steps through. You follow. Inside is no cave tunnel. In fact, there's no stone at all. Rather, it's a smooth hallway made of greenish, phosphorescent ceramic. Under its glow, you and Matkina take on the look of the unburied dead. There seem to be no side passages, no chambers, merely a single path that curls ever inward, like you are in the shell of some great nautilus. From time to time, the walls are adorned with lifeless ciphers, arcane charts, even scorch marks as if from a struggle. They tell no tale for you to hear. They are both underfunded masterpieces, where the UI shows their immaturity. Yeah. A few boosts in the Age of Decadence, you'd love to see it played. I put a few boosts in it myself when I was given a streamer's choice. But it doesn't really get any support, yeah. At last you reach the tunnel's end, and there on a pedestal before you is what must be the Yak, a kind of reed flute that plays an endless formless song, at once almost too faint to hear and too haunting to bear. Whether the music is caused by the breeze blowing through the tunnel or by the Yak itself is impossible to determine. The ceramic pedestal beneath it, alone of all the devices in the cave, still pulses with living energy. That energy causes the Yak to float on a fraction of an inch in the air. It doesn't rest on pedestal so much as the hang above it. So, says Matkina, here it is. Examine the Yak and the pedestal. Chef Tekken is a very short game if you know the path solution. It's extremely easy in this game to choose the dead end and fail. Yeah, exactly. While the arc and the wistful wind-blown notes is what you came for, it's the pedestal that draws your attention first. Hidden within, some secret mechanism holds the arc aloft, untouched and motionless. As you ponder its workings, you notice something else, a trap. Nestled below the arc is a serrated ring, and tiny, ugly balls of energy leap from tooth to tooth, ready to surge if their field is disturbed. As for the arc, you get the sense that there is more than the music to mere wind over pipes. Music to mere wind over pipes. Not just the tones beyond your hearing range, but that perhaps forces sound itself, a deeper harmony that resonates in more than the tiny bones of the inner ear. Disarm the trap. Roguelike CRPG? No, it's not really roguelike, but it's just very easy to fail in many, many different ways. The pedestal's machinery is alien and wholly novel to you, but that is true of nearly every cipher and artifact in the Ninth World. The key is to stop grasping for the familiar, to stop seeking an underlying logic, and to simply accept the thing before you on its own terms. With a hard eye and a delicate touch, you tame the device and disarm its trap. The arc stops floating and bangs twice, first against the pedestal, then against the ceramic floor. Matkina shakes her head in mock disgust and picks it up. You got what you wanted, she says, and gestures back down the way you came. Let's go. They are waiting for you at the gate, a woman you immediately know to be Pai Reckon and her bodyguard, a half-dozen tattooed castos with drab armor, mismatched weapons, and the languid readiness of predators. Past them in the village below, you see the Sand Knights have arrived and are meeting with Nung and the villagers. Without warning, one of the bodyguards lowers his weapon at Matkina and fires, but she's already moving, and takes a glancing blow. A knife is in her hand, and as another glaive aims a new device. Before Matkina can fling her blade, she's frozen, trapped in shimmering energy. Pai herself aims a tiny cipher at the arc, and the others watch, paying you little mind. Do nothing. I think we are not supposed to do anything. I think we are not supposed to do anything. Pai gives you a slight knowing smile, then she activates the cipher she is holding in her hand, and a thin beam shoots forth. The arc simply disintegrates. Now what? Now you wipe Matkina's mind, we release her and see if she finds her way home to us, where she belongs. That should be within your power, within Tash's power anyway. When the tides surge through him, he can destroy memories, the same way you use the tides to escape the sorrow in your mind. But for all you've become accustomed to wearing his body, you feel no special attunement to the tides, no sense of power over others' memories. In fact, within this mare, you hardly feel the tides at all. Try to wipe Matkina's memories. Pick up barbarian type character, then put unnecessary fights. You also probably not. Yeah. You have no idea how to wield the tides as Tash would, but it's not a power that resides in his body, which you've stolen, but in his essence, which you shunted aside. You can only try to achieve the same result by guesswork. You focus your mind and gaze upon Matkina, willing a way to wipe her memories clean. Matkina meets your stare and her eyes have a clarity and a half-vacancy that you've seen, that Tash has seen, before she kills. She's past anger now, and come to cold revenge. But whatever wishes lie behind your gazes, nothing happens. You cannot cause a tidal surge through Marecaster, you cannot wipe her memories. Pai looks at you impatiently. This is not the time for dallying or playing games, Tash. We need to leave before the Sand Knights finish with the villagers and turn their guns on us. I don't think I can. Pai skulls and her bodyguard's languor shifts ever so slightly towards action. They've no doubt learned to read her, to anticipate her will, and kill almost before she even gives the word. You can't or you won't? She asks carefully. Can't. I can't call up the tidal surge. I would if I could. But this isn't what happened. But we cannot, we cannot actually do it. Pi scrutinizes you for a moment, then nods. It happens. She gestures to her bodyguards, and without a word, they grab Matkina and fling her over the cliff. Still trapped in her energy field, she can't even scream as she crashes into the rocks below. In the village, neither side has the upper hand, and between the monstrous hill people and the cornered Sand Knights, no quarter is given and no effort is made to avoid collateral damage. It's carnage, no more, no less. It's time to go home, Pi says. The airship awaits. She gestures and leads her bodyguard away, plainly expecting you to follow. Follow Pi onto the airship. I feel like I wasn't able to do what was necessary. You stand with Pi at the prow of her airship, looking down at the convulsing village. The Sand Knights, the 3 dozen or so still standing, finally have the upper hand. They move in a defensive square, hurling burning brands into any building still standing and unleashing a fusillade on anyone that emerges. Only a few of the monstrous hill people still live, skulking in the smoke, among the rubble. You can see them from your vantage. Perhaps they'll kill more Sand Knights before the battle's down.
I love you, cheese.
But whatever's the final tally, it's clear that whole village is gone. Reloading and trying the mirror again. I will probably do it. And Matkina, lying broken somewhere among the ruins, is gone too. Pi's face is stoic as she looks down from the ship. Perhaps without your preternatural eyes, she can avoid seeing the individuals ground up by her gambit and can only see a strategic point and the numbers it represents in the grand strategy. Or perhaps she has simply learned to set an example to her subordinates in the militia. She sees you staring at her and gives you a small smile, a generous one. If it's real, devoid of irony and cruelty. I'm proud of you, she says, and down she walks away to her cabin to plan some new battle. As she does, Tasha's body slips away. His mind lets go of your own. You are falling through space once more, through space and time, falling homeward. Well, the problem is...
Shame!
The problem is we have to guess. And at a certain point, at the critical point, where we have to learn how Tash destroyed Matkina's memories, it can't actually be done because it's not really Tash, it's us. The essence is us. And we cannot do it, and we cannot observe it being done, or we cannot understand how it's being done. So I don't see how there is a way to do this.
I'm ready to learn something new.
As your consciousness rises from the shadow of the mirror, something clicks in your mind. Something has changed deep inside you, but what? Yeah, that's all on purpose, exactly. Matkina stares at you, the shock painfully obvious on her face. What did you do? I remember Tash cutting me. I see the holes in my mind. I remember him for... did we change the past, actually? Could we have changed the past? We actually changed the past. Okay, I'm going to... interesting. Interesting. So what we could do is change it all the way. We could change it all the way if we wanted. Oh, this is very interesting. Should we?
Yes, maybe no. Maybe both.
Should we change it all the way? Yeah, it's very cool. So, okay, role-playing wise, we wouldn't try to change the past because we are there on a mission. But now we know we can change the past. And if this happens again, we can go into the other mares with that knowledge. But this one, I will keep it like this. I will keep it with Tash having tried to betray Matkina. I will keep that story, but failed. I won't change it. I won't change the past to be like Tash was being friendly with Matkina and trying to save Matkina and trying to save villagers. That would be too cheesy to go back and do that. We won't do that. I think this is better. This is the better story, in my opinion, for the playthrough. What did you all do in your first attempts? I'm happy with this. What do you think about this outcome? And what did you choose in your playthroughs? What? What did you do? I remember Tash cutting me. I see the holes in my mind. I remember him forcing me to the ground, tearing out my history with his tides. But I have other memories now. They are real. Tash didn't do it. He could have, but he didn't. He tried, but didn't. He didn't touch me, didn't violate me. But I remember his mind pushing at me, but no. You reloaded your first attempt, but beyond that you don't know. Subsequently, you stuck with whatever you got. You don't actually remember. That's okay. That's okay. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. She holds her head in her hands, shaking, her voice becoming thick. The two strands of memory, this is pulling me apart. She looks up at you, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, it's pulling me back together. I remember now. That hole it's almost gone. You changed reality. You changed it. She stands, drying her tears with her sleeves. I don't know if you meant to do that, but you've done more than your part of the deal. You asked about the resonance chamber. I know it. Mazov's the guy you want. He can fix anything. He might have even helped design the chamber you're talking about. Your best bet is to look for him in the cast of Sanctuary. Mila West. There's a cast of Sanctuary? It's a sanctum, a refuge created by the first and our sire. Is shielded from the sorrow, supposedly. She shrugs. Our siblings like to hide there until they can't stand each other's company anymore. Personally, I don't think anywhere's safe from the sorrow, not even that place. Great, where can I find Mila West?
Is there a lurker? Yes.
Enjoy your lurk, parrot. Word of caution, they won't believe you in Mila West. They'll treat you like they treat every new cast-off, as a pawn in their games with each other. Look out for that. She walks to the table and unrolls a map of Sagas Protectorate. You're not going to find it by walking there. The entrance is a secret known only to our kind. Here. She points to a spot on the map many kilometers to the northeast of Sagas Cliffs. The Valley of Dead Heroes. Oh, can we take the ship there now? The airship? There's a hidden portal in the necropolis. Also memorize this. She writes the numbers 3431 down on a slip of paper, holds it in front of your eyes for several seconds, then crumples it in her hand. It's a code. It'll make sense when you get to the necropolis. You'll need an airship to get to the valley. The valley over there leads up to the caravanserai. You should be able to hire a ship without too much difficulty. We solved that as well. Great. Thank you. Can I ask you some other questions?
I'm ready to learn something new.
Fine. What do you want? I'm investigating some murders in the underbelly. Someone said they thought it was your work. Who said that? Him? She jerks a finger at Tiber. I hope you are not taking that forensic advice from this gallow glass. I know his reputation, if not his person, and I wouldn't trust him. I have no idea what I've done to offend such an estimable person, he replies loftily. And I made no such suggestion. I am simply accompanying my friend here. Out of the goodness of your heart, what I've heard about you, that seems unlikely. She turns back at you.
Making a note.
You haven't taken... No, I haven't. I haven't taken any rests. I haven't killed anyone in the underbelly for years. There's no money in it, no fear. She crosses her arms. I've got a style, a reputation to maintain. I died, but I don't think that passes time. Does it, Thor? I died a few times. But no rests. She pauses. But if you do find any clues at the scene, let me know. I admit I'm curious who would do a job in that hole. I did find a clue in the underbelly murders. Circle containing a triangle bearing a bleeding eye, with another triangle breaking the circle from the right.
Making a note.
She shudders. The Children of the Endless Gate, a splinter sect of the Dendro or her. Both of them gifts to the world from our beloved siblings. The Dendro are mostly harmless, disgusting as they are, worthless as their creator is. They have a chapel in the underbelly. Go talk to them. What's the story with you and the other cast-offs? She gives you a long, slow look. You were in the mare. You saw what happened. I wanted to make a difference, and they pissed on my hopes. After that debacle, I killed Tash and fell out with the rest of them. She frowns. The conflict between the First and the Changing Gods follows all our siblings, one way or another. I didn't want that. I wanted to make my own way. They weren't pleased, and here I am. No worse for the lack of their company. Who is the first? The first cast-off. The first cast-off? She was, or she claimed to be. She's dead now. She said she'd fight for all of us. They say she was the one who founded Mila West for our sakes. Most of our siblings remember her as a hero. She spits in the corner. Most of them never actually knew her. She was driven, I'll give her that. Even with her decaying body, with all its hurts and wounds, she found masks to cover herself and the strength not to hurt, and she kept plowing on. What can you tell me about the changing god? Brilliant, charming, and ruthlessly self-centered. More blood on his hands than I'll ever have. Legend says he wiped out the Tabat, a near-complete genocide. He left one alive as an object lesson, one of their generals enslaved in the city to teach his enemies not to cross him. How many cast-offs are there anyway? She shrugs. Hundreds? Who knows? Suppose the changing god went to other worlds, bent time and space, slipped through dimensions, and you always had the spare bodies with him. There could be thousands, millions for all I know. What can you tell me about this place? This is the Cave of the Last Words. It was a thief's hole until the tunnel leading in collapsed. 500-600 years ago, it was where the scum of the city would slip away from the city guard. Before there were levies, before the slave families, the truly desperate lawbreakers fled here when they had no other options. That's Suicide Tunnel, she points. The words on the cave walls, those are the final words of people with nothing left to lose, etched into the bedrock of the city, burned in and burned out by the hopeless. A fitting metaphor. I almost wrote my own words there, many times. Not that diving off a cliff would have ended me. And then there's a ledge at the end of the tunnel, just in case those words are inspirational. Her crooked green resurfaces. The view is also quite nice. How'd you find this place? I listened to the stories of all thieves. I went to the Bloom and listened to the stories of Chila. I made friends with the Stika, and I asked them if they knew about a place like this. Turns out they did. Would you travel with me? Too many with you already. Don't want to join the menagerie. Maybe after you drop them. Oh, Matskina can join us. Farewell, Matskina. So it's possible to recruit Matskina as a companion.
All right.
Thai beer. I don't know, maybe I go might. Nah. We'll go one speed, one intellect. What quote could you find for She's better than Tybir, so just take her over him. You think so? I'm gonna check her out, of course. Gonna check her skills out. I haven't made any decisions yet. Okay, we got all of these. Ignore the flanks. This looks good. Really? Nothing really good. Running, I guess. Lies, no one is better than Tybir. Aligarn is one of the best anyway. Hey, Dementia. Welcome. I left Aligarn behind. He hasn't been gaining experience, kind of underleveled compared to our characters now. Same with Calistige. Honestly, I'm happy with the party. Matkina, I could switch Tybir out for Matkina depending on the on her experience. So let's look at Matkina.
Yes, lass?
There's greatness is so great it outshines both of them with his greatness. So Tybir is great with persuasion and deception. I kind of depend on him for those. Matkina is probably like a full jack or glaive. I don't know. I don't know what Matkina is. Would you travel with me? She looks down at the table and sorts through a couple of sheets of paper. Nothing here that requires my immediate attention, I suppose. Fine. Thank you, Matkina. Let's go.
You need me?
You start with tier 2 0 experience. Furtive Jakku murders. Flax, infused weapon. Perception, quick finger stealth. Inability with persuasion. See, we are going to be we are going to lose our best tool at persuasion and deception. If you take her. Matkina is probably good with combat, but that's not the kind of playthrough I do mostly. Good for crises for sure. No, I will keep Tiber. The party is formed around the skill additions that those four provide. It's balanced, works well, and I have gained a ton of experience with all of them, so they are ahead of the curve as well. If I take Matkina, she will be behind the curve. Not a lot of Torment fans. Okay, yeah. Let's
All
talk to
right,
Matkina.
out with it.
Out with what? Every new cast-off gets strange while with other cast-offs. If you're not feeling it now, you will. You look at me and you realize that we were all vessels for the same consciousness, and then you start wondering if we share anything else. She shrugs. We are all a bunch of arrogant preeners with delusions of greatness. That might be about it. Let's talk about our siblings. Here it comes. She acts as if she's readying herself for a storm. I'm ready for the litany. All you newborns have it. Alright, go. What can you tell me about Mila West? Castos needed a place to hide from the sorrow and work on a way to defeat it. The Blue Meats people, so they couldn't hide there. First and our worthless sire built Mila West so they could research in peace. Place became a beacon for our kind and people started to put up homes inside the shields. After our sister and our father had their falling out and started the endless battle, the rest of them chose sides. For most people, it seems like this is some great existential struggle, but it's just a family squabble that got out of hand. Anyway, things got bad. The sorrow started making more appearances, and people needed a place to hide, so Mila West became neutral ground. How have you avoided the sorrow? What can you tell me about it? I know little more than you. They might know more in Mila West. What I can tell you for sure is that it hates us cast-offs. You are never sure when it'll come. She shivers slightly. It comes for each of us, like we are calling to it. As for how I avoid the sorrow, well, you ever get the feeling when someone's looking at you? The sorrow's attention is like that, except that it feels like you made an enemy. The creeping paranoia that it's coming for you, slow urgency mounts, and you start to feel like you need to lash out. But what I do? I run. I leave and I don't come back. Try to throw us whatever scent it's picked up. After a while, the pressure eases, and I can come back again. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. I need to run the ads. And after that, we are going to continue this discussion with Matkina. So, if you're not a sub as usual, you may get ads up to 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience with those, and see you in a bit. You should have some boosts. Rock any kits. In the meantime, we can do the boosts. Dragon Age.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Thank you so much.
Dementia Procoxtra just subscribed.
Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dementia. Dementia, enjoy the
C1
Torment
Iborn
streams
just boosted a shadow
with
run.
no ads. 17.
C1 Iborn just roosted another shadow run.
And another one, and another one. Another shadow run. You want all three?
No. C1 Iborn just musted another shadow run again.
There you go. Thank you for the boosts, Proc, Ikits, and Clay. Any more boosters? Any boosters today? Let me hydrate. Boost parrots? You cannot boost parrots. I'm sorry. That's happy to see someone who loves Eligorn too. You're afraid Mitchell might not realize his full potential backstory. It won't happen. It won't happen. But that's the thing with a single playthrough, right? You gotta choose. If I had kept Eligorn, I couldn't have taken Rin. Or Eretis. Or Tybir. Unfortunately, we have to make cuts. And we may be missing stuff by not taking Eligorn to places. Because some things only trigger that way. I mean, in these games, you cannot pick a companion, do their stuff, pick the other companion, do their quests, then switch on to the other and do all the companion quests. Like, it wasn't like that in a lot of the similar modern CRPGs. Mostly, it's like you have to have them with you for them to trigger special dialogues or observations or whatever. That will lead to some other quests. And if you don't have them with you and it's your first playthrough and you don't know where to take them for those special triggers, then you lose out. Talk to them like you didn't. Oh yeah, I'm doing that. True, you're right. I'm doing that. Well, I have done that so far, and I think I will continue to as stuff progresses. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. Let us go back. I want to talk about our siblings, the other cast-offs. Oh, another Siren fan here. Wow. You'd think people with all the gifts we have would be happier, but we are miserable misfits. Hundreds of us go through time, and all bad people. But you should meet them. That's why we are going to Mila West. I'll say this once. You were in the mare. But I started it. Did it not work? Thank you, QP. QP doesn't even chat anymore, doesn't boost, doesn't roll the dice, doesn't even say hi. The one thing he does, watch the timer like a hawk. He always watches the timer. In fact, maybe he's taking his duties as the timekeeper so seriously that he doesn't look at anything. He just watches the timer, doesn't look at the chat, forgets everything in life. Just keeps the eyes focused on the timer. I'll say this once. You were in the mare. You saw what happens. I wanted to make a difference and they pissed on my hopes. She frowns. The conflict between the first and the changing god swallows all our siblings one way or another. I didn't want that. I wanted to make my own way. They didn't like that idea. And here I am. No worse for the lack of their company. We all use each other for our own ends and someone always gets broken at the end of it. She gives you a dark look. Even us. Get that straight. You and me, we are both using each other right now. It'll profit us both, but someone's bound to get hurt. Let's talk about the changing god. He is a greedy, manipulative, domineering fool. I've heard he is also quite charming, witty, and an absolute genius. I suppose we'd have to be, given how long he's managed to keep ahead of the sorrow. But I've never met him, as far as I know, so the only judgment I have on the man is what I've heard from the others. I mean, our father inspired a cult. I assume you met Casmine and Mimian? What's missing from their lives is they have to pin their hopes on us. Maybe they recognize our potential and hope to replicate it in themselves. Casmine sees power and wants it to reflect on her. Mimian sees knowledge and hopes it will shine in him. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Do you think they are going to get what they want by following the likes of us? We are immortals to them. If we show them a model, why can't they learn from it? What, live up to their ideal of us? She taps her chin. No, I see what you're saying. We make a plan for ourselves and live to it. Become better people in order to make them think we are better people. No, I mean become a better person in order to become a better person, and they learn from it. That's shockingly idealistic for one of our kind, but you are still young, I suppose. Plenty of time to see the world as it is. Anyway, you had questions. So what's your story? She gives you a slow, evaluating look. You were a part of my story. What else did you need to know? How did you become an assassin anyway? A series of regrettable mistakes. Maybe I'll tell you about them someday, but not now. How did Nung lose his eyes? He got himself crosswise with the wrong people, and he had an accident. An unforgivable accident. Did you ever see Pi reckon again? Once, in Mila West. Pi didn't even remember Coal Village. She didn't remember the people she sacrificed for a pointless, endless war, and she couldn't even understand why I'd care. I'd have her throat if Adiris hadn't held me back, upheld her precious peace. And then when Pi was gone, and I'd calmed down, one of the others asked me what the problem was. He said the villagers would all have been dead in a few decades anyway. I vowed I'd never think like that, but here I am, a couple centuries later, and people seem to die too fast and too young. And I can't let myself care. She scuffed the dirt. Immortality is a curse, especially when your companions in eternity are cast-offs. I wanted to talk about what happened to you after I left Tash's body in the mirror. I don't know when you left. Tash wiped my memories and... Wait, no. No, he went off with the first militia. I came back to find him, and we had words. I left his burned corpse in a shallow grave, and then... She shrugs eloquently. I assume the scavengers took it. After that, I traveled the world. I went back to Cologne to remind myself what humanity does to strange and different. I realized I had no purpose. I went to Mila West to see what our brethren were doing. They hadn't changed at all. They told me to gather power. She barks a laugh. Our Creator made us many things. But most of all, He made us mad for strength in all its forms. I scorned their advice, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized the truth. When you're powerful, people can't hurt you. Her voice drops. Or the ones you love. Let her continue. So I came to Sagas Cliffs, I started working, one of our brothers hired me, and then he betrayed me. I thought he'd help me, but just like Pi, just like the first, just like Tash, he turned on me. That's when I learned that I can't trust anyone. So I struck back at him, hard. It was then that I decided to make my own organization that lasted for about a decade. The endless politics inside the group, the recriminations, fighting against other gangs, the inevitable betrayals, I gave up on that and went solo. Eventually I went back to the Bloom and worked for the Memovira. The old one, I mean. Those were good years. I felt like I belonged. There was friction, to be sure, but we were a team. And then my favorite mortal got betrayed too. She crosses her arms. You want to know why I was hiding before you found me? It's because I learned that I'm best on my own. If you don't have people, you can't be betrayed. There, you got your story. Let's not talk about it anymore. Can you tell me about the time you saw Pi reckon again? No. She cursed me with a perspective I didn't want, and I hate her for it. How are you holding up? Do you actually care? Her lip curls slightly, but she says nothing. How are you holding up? Do you actually care? I do. See, I'm asking for the fourth time. Okay. I think we should part ways. I don't think that's a good idea. We work well together, but fine. If that's what you want, I have things to do here anyway.
Yes.
I thought you liked working solo. Press the button with the dagger on it. You stab the button with a finger and hear someone growling under their breath in your head. It's Matkina. You recognize the swearing. Tiber, join me.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
Okay. Alright, let's start looking at this place now. The hole in the corner is large, about 2 meters across. It was clearly carved, but not by human hands. It leads into a dark tunnel. You know that it was dug by the Stika, and it leads to the underbelly. Remain in the caves of the last words. The clay containers smell of cheap wine and spoiled food. Adore the wash basin sits atop a barrel of stagnant water. Though weathered, the rungs of this ladder are firm and strong. At the top of the ladder you can see a closed hatch, and can also discern the levers that hold the hatch snugly closed. Ascend the ladder. We gotta see where that leads after we look at here. Okay. Speed recharge. An oddity. A tunnel once led in this direction, but the ceiling has collapsed. The final words of countless men and women are scrawled upon the stone wall. Some apologize to loved ones, while others rage against an injustice or a slight. A few left only their names. Let's see where this leads. From this height, you can see everything. Beyond the Sea of Sagas cliffs, bluffs and chasms extend toward the horizon on either side for at least 50 kilometers. The sea stretches between them, perhaps 20 kilometers across at its widest. Then the waters widen and swallow the horizon. Look down. The Tears of Sagas cliffs spread out to your right, a jumble of streets and buildings. To the left is the opening to a dark chasm. Tendrils of flesh cling to the edges like vines. The ocean lies almost 1,000 meters below you, and dark and dangerous scavenging and fishing sloops crawl slowly across its surface. The rooftops of a few Sagas homes jut from the cliff's surface, but mostly it's a clear drop to the sea. You realize you're standing in a shallow depression worn away by more than just weather. The ground and the lip of the ledge are worn smooth from human traffic. Thousands must have come here over the centuries, looking at the sea and contemplating their own demise. Well, I can try jumping after we look everywhere. From this height you can see everything. Oh, this is the same hotspot. Okay, it's all the same hotspot. What about this? A sheer cliff rises above the ledge. Its surface is rough and jagged. There are enough handholds that it looks climbable, but it wouldn't be easy. Try to climb. Tiber. Tiber is best. Let's go with 100. Critical success, nice! The cliff face is deceptive. Holds that look like they'll crumble in your hands stay firm, while solid-looking protrusions crumble like they were made of sand. With careful planning, though, you make it all the way to the top. Oh, we are here! Okay. A welcome blast of wind caresses your face at the cliff top. Your companions follow the path you blazed for them. Most of the cliff top is obscured by a dome of energy. When you get close to it, the air hums and your hair stands on one end. Try to see what's inside the dome. The air sizzles as you get closer, popping across your skin like invisible jumping beetles. When you are within arm's reach, a control interface appears in the air in front of you. It is a glowing circle with strange symbols floating at the edges and a vertical bar next to it. When you step back again, the interface disappears. Study the interface. The circle is likely a place to put one's hand or face, probably the former, since the heat from the dome might burn your face. Presumably, someone with the proper authority could open the dome by using the holographic bar on the side as a kind of latch. The symbols around the circle are unfamiliar, suggesting this installation is very old, perhaps predating the truth. Whoever created this dome then wanted to keep what was inside a secret from anyone, except those to whom he or she had given access. Okay, let's save and try. Try to use the interface to open the dome. As soon as you place your hand in the circle, the symbols light up and spin rapidly. Apparently you have the authority to enter. You slide your other hand up the bar on the side, the interface disappears. The air cools immediately and the dome fades until it's gone entirely. An oddity and ornaments. Sucker punch gives you sucker punch. Don't care. Don't care about it at all. The machine hums softly. An orange glow appears beneath its dark glossy surface. A large alien symbol dominates the space, with words in a smaller script on the side, but you cannot understand the writing. Even so, it feels like you've seen the writing somewhere before. Anamnesis lore mystical. Try to decipher the text. After studying the text for several minutes, you begin to see, or perhaps simply remember, patterns in the words. In a flash, the purpose of the device comes back to you. This is an omniscope, a device used to view locations from afar. The large alien symbol is actually an inhuman handprint. The longer list next to it is a set of location names, and the shorter list denotes ranges of time. How far back in time the omniscope should look. You discover that you can actually read them all. Look at the list of locations. There are 8 locations listed, all of them within or near Sagas Cliffs. Selecting one will presumably shift the omniscope to look in that direction. Caravanserai is currently selected. Let's leave it in the Caravanserai. Look at the list of approximate times. There are 3 numbers here representing a rough time frame, perhaps days, months or years. The numbers are strange, but you are fairly certain you understand their meaning. Selecting one will presumably direct the omniscope to look at that time frame. The current selection is 1, which you take to mean the present. Place your hand on the alien handprint. So this will show us Caravanserai today. As soon as you place your hand on the surface, the machine reacts. The glowing items on the 2 lists blink and draw lines to a rectangle, a view screen that wasn't there before. The screen shows the plateau of Caravanserai. It looks exactly the same as the scene before. So there might be something hidden here or interesting, but honestly, it is 8 times 3, 24 combinations, so I'm not looking forward to reading them all. I think I will go through them somewhat quickly. See if there's something interesting and read if I see something interesting. Let's choose 12. Over days and weeks, travelers come and go. Ships with fish-like passengers or goose marked with Mirajolios remain in their docks for a long time. No, not random. Mistake. Short plateau of Caravanserai. Over many years, docks have been bustling center of trade. In the earliest recorded time, you can see 2 figures standing atop this very observation platform, a male and a female. Bright flashes and gouts of smoke suggest a great battle taking place along the cliffs below. Until the man activates something on the control panel, a faint wave of energy encircles the city, and the tumult suddenly ends. Okay, that is the end of the war. Okay, let's look at some other place. Let's look at Garavia Sound. I don't even know where that is. Today. The view screen shows the vast sea to the south. 2 peninsulas embrace the waters for many kilometers, then the sea stretches out to the horizon. The sea is placid. Small number of ships. Let's check over the weeks. Strange ships come and go. I pressed wrong buttons. Long time ago, the cliff sides had defensive batteries built into the rock. All of these have collapsed or fallen into ruin. An enormous marteling whale glides into the bay with a small village built on its back. Before it can reach the cliffs, the batteries thunder into life, destroying the whale and the entire village. Ah. Wow. Okay. Clefton. Clefton in the past. The screen shows an area north of Sagas Cliffs, below the crag of the city, where the land stretches out to the horizon. Amidst a maze of bluffs and outcroppings is all manner of debris, most of it predating the Ninth World. Metal and synth monoliths rise above a field of scrap. A functioning machine perches on the edge of an enormous pit. Strange plants and vines struggle to reclaim the land, and it's even more cluttered and fantastic than the reef of fallen worlds. Scavengers come and go, enormous pit grows slowly larger. In the more distant past, a wall stretches across the junkyard, bristling with the northward-facing batteries to protect the city from attack. But as the time passes, the wall is abandoned, the batteries crumble into ruin, and the whole structure is subsumed beneath the surrounding trash. No, I keep pressing the random. Okay, I don't want to press that. Crafton. Okay, 12 is selected. Oh, the image in the view screen changes. Scavengers come and go. A small campfire catches your eye, an oddity in the junkyard. Rin's small figure hunches over it. She looks scared. Maybe we can talk to Rin about it. The view screen displays the junkyard north of Sagas. I read that. Scavengers wander the maze, not all of them human. They pick out whatever Numenera or scraps they can find. So Rin came from there. Let's select the bloom. Bloom today. The screen shows the dark chasms that flank Sagas Cliffs on one side. At the bottom of the chasm is a carpet of debris that seems to flow like a river from the junkyard north of the city down to the sea. In the darkest part of the chasm, beneath a cloud of greasy smoke, is a city-sized mass of living flesh, the Bloom. Its name springs readily to mind, plucked from your sire's memory. Tubes and tendrils sprout from the Bloom in 100 directions, many of them attached to the cliffs on either side. Merchants and scattered figures travel along the Bloom's tendrils. A stone gatehouse, partially subsumed within the mass of flesh, would seem an obvious entrance, but few are coming or going through its gates. Number of scavengers sift through the debris outside the Bloom, tossing most of what they find into one of Bloom's many orifices. Weeks ago. Sees a lot of diverse traffic, merchants, refugees, and destitute. Number of shady figures enter and exit mostly through a stone gatehouse that is partially subsumed within the mass of flesh. The image in the view screen changes rapidly, showing Bloom over many years. The further into the past you look, the farther north the Bloom is. It looks like it is moving very slowly south over time, less than a finger's length per year, toward the sea. Ah. Locations. Government Square. In the past. The bright sunlit square is home to many elaborate buildings. A few of these are made of metal and seem to burst forth from the ground itself. Centuries ago, there was some kind of rebellion. It spilled out from the Bloom up to the highest parts of Sagas Cliffs. Leading the charge is a woman wielding a glowing hammer. She's covered entirely in silver scales. She doesn't even have a face that you can see. Her followers are numerous, and the leaders of ancient sagas are quickly killed or subdued. So that's Celia, I think. Was she called Celia? Chila, not Celia, Chila. The bright sunlit square is home to many elaborate buildings. A few of these are made of metal and seem to burst forth from the ground itself. Pale woman with yellow hair stands in front of magical gateway. Occasionally you see children enter and exit the portal. Let's get it today. People here shine as much as the square itself. They are well dressed and obviously wealthy. Many levies walk the square, as well as iron priests, foreigners, and few non-humans. Alright, Cliff's Edge. Dozens of buildings are built into the cliffside, many of them hang precariously over the sea below. People of this area are, for the most part, rough and bitter. They don't live on the edge by choice. Weeks ago. The image in the view screen changes rapidly. Building collapse into the sea quickly as if something were undermining them. The further back in the past you look, the more buildings there are. They have been falling gradually into the sea over many centuries. Above and below, there are seaward-facing batteries, defensive weapons that predate the Ninth World, but they too collapse into the sea as years pass. Shortly before the distant past ends, the last of them topples from its perch, leaving the city defenseless. Circus Minor. You see the bustling city square near the bottom of the cliffs. People of all types mingle about, show off their wares, and entertain the crowds. The image in the view screen changes rapidly, showing the bustling square over many years. Buildings rise and fall as time passes. One in particular catches your attention. It is built from purple rock and rises perfectly straight, perhaps 50 stories tall. On its side is a magnificent mural of a creature, or perhaps a tree or a storm. But you feel certain it's a creature, perhaps the creature, the sorrow that is hunting you. The building stood for centuries before it was torn down. Ooh. You see a vibrant parade. In the center is a man bound in chains. His expression tells you he is walking to his death. Aligarn and Calistige pass, conferring quietly as they make their way toward the steps that lead to the reef. So this is the starting. This is the day we started the game, pretty much. Which is yesterday in this game, in this playthrough. You see the bustling city square. Crowd surrounding the execution ground has dispersed. Oh yeah. Alright, the last one, Reef of the Fallen Worlds. Today. You see the half-sunken buildings and artifacts of the Reef of the Fallen Worlds while you crashed into the earth. Very scavengers stroll the reef, perhaps because they believe there is nothing more to be found, or perhaps out of fear. Weeks. The most interesting occurrence in this time frame is when you fell. There is a bright flash. You can see Aligarn and Calistige watching the skies, then Aligarn twists his hands in the air, sending multicolored energy up into the sky. Seconds later, a white streak, encased in the same energy, slams you into the crystal dome at the edge of the reef. What? Did Aligarn make us fall down somehow? Or did he catch us? I'm not certain which one. But he was here before we fell, that's for sure. And did something.
I'm starting to figure this weird place out.
The first thing you notice is the construction of a synth dome, the same dome you crashed into when you fell to Earth. A man with a cast of tattoo works alongside various automatons. The cast of is wearing tattered leather robes, an alarming number of wires and tubes protrude from his body. Little else changes until you reach images from many centuries past. Massive war constructs crawl across the reef, firing weapons toward the city above. One of them is struck by a blast from a defensive battery, and it collapses into the crystalline water. As it settles, you recognize its back as the place where you met Cora. There is nothing before that assault upon the city. When you try to look further into the past, the images loop back to the present and start over. Alright. Some interesting information. Hey drummer, welcome. How are you, drummer? Stealth, more stealth. Yeah, let's max your stealth. How are you, drummer? What have you been up to? Okay, we still have to look at this thing. The holographic panel appears to be a control interface. In the center is what looks like a utility map of Sagas glyphs. It's surrounded by a number of symbols you cannot immediately identify, and in the upper right quadrant is some sort of cube within a cube. Strange as the panel is, you can't shake a strong sense of familiarity about it. Try to remember why this feels familiar. Well, let's spend a point. It's going well. We have wrapped up a lot of side quests. We have jumped back into the main quest. We have unlocked quite a bit, leveled up a few times. It's been fun. A memory emerges as clear as if it were happening to you right now. You're at a cracked door at the base of a stairwell. The door squeaks quietly as you ease it open. Your breath catches in your throat, but the Tabat soldiers outside don't notice you. You squeeze through the door, a keen-eyed young girl behind you, and slip out of the tower down the blood-stained corridor into the city. The city is under attack. You dash through the streets to the nearest of your generators. Pressing a couple of buttons, you and the girl are teleported elsewhere. Did you reach reading level 100 as a player? I'm working my way towards 999. Essential levels of reading. You find yourself in front of the very same control panel atop the cliff. With quick movements, you shift the tesseract, slipping the controls from space to time. Then you press the cluster of stars to connect the network of temporal shield generators. On the map, the network of generators bursts to life, sharing energy across the city to create an enormous shield all over Sagas cliffs. The dome of energy fills the sky, unmooring the city from time itself. On the other side of the shield, the world shifts and shimmers, objects and landscape appearing and disappearing before your eyes. The place is the same, you realize, but you are seeing it in many different time periods at once. The important thing is that no one can exit or enter or exit the dome while the city is temporarily unmoored. That should buy the city's defenses the space they need to fight off the Tabat and survive. The memory fades. You stand above the caravanserai again. The interface is the same as the one from your memory, and you understand what at least some of these controls do. Examine the interface closely. The map of Sagas has a number of locations highlighted, some of which you recognize. There are 4 symbols around it, a circle that looks like the sun, a cluster of stars, a triangle of 3 eyes, and what looks like a crystal lattice. All the symbols are lit except for the crystal lattice. Larger than all 4 symbols is the cube within a cube, which you suddenly remember is called a tesseract. It appears to be moving. Try to determine the purpose of the various interface elements. The panel appears to monitor and maintain networks of machines, though the purpose of those networks is still a mystery. Still, you can guess what the symbols mean. The sun probably activates a single location, likely this platform, while the cluster of stars attempts to connect the entire network. The triangle of eyes is to inspect something, maybe the status of the network. Crystal lattice, you think, indicates repairs. It would probably light up if it was needed. Inspect the current network by pressing the eyes. The map changes color. Each of the bright points lights up in turn, occasionally stretching a faded line from one point to another. After a minute of this, the map fades. A voice speaks the truth directly into your mind. Temporal network connections limited. Please repair the network. The crystal lattice next to the map lights up. You Repair the network by pressing the crystal lattice. Again, the map lights up and changes colors. The lines between each point grow and fade. Some of them grow solid and then disappear, others have gaps in them that never light up at all. After several minutes, the activity ceases, and the voice speaks to you again. Could not restore network, temporal connections have deteriorated beyond repair. Please consult your system conservator immediately. You can't raise the shield again like in your memory, but the network once had another purpose you remember. In the memory, you used the tesseract to shift the controls from time to space. Perhaps if you shift it back. Activate the platform by pressing the sun. The platform hums, the air pops and sizzles. For a few seconds, the activity outside the platform shifts. People flicker in and out, caravanserai changes, first the ships and the buildings themselves. You see them as old and deteriorated, then new. Then under construction on the bare rock, all within seconds. Your platform remains steady, but outside, as if the time is shifting as swiftly as the sea. The platform shudders suddenly, then clicks off. The air cools and quiets, and caravanserai returns to the way it was. After keeping the energy dome active for so long, centuries or longer, it seems that the platform no longer has enough power to remain active. Connect the current network by pressing the cluster of stars. The bright points on the map grow even brighter, and the platform beneath your feet hums with a growing warmth. Thin strands of energy, barely visible in the sunlight, stretch across the city between each location of the map. At the same time, faded lines appear on the map connecting each point, a network of generators which this panel controls. Then, with a loud pop, the energy fades, the humming stops, and everything returns to the way it was. Okay, so it's not working properly. Toggle the controls between space and time using the tesseract. As soon as you touch it, the impossible cubes shift and move with your fingers. It seems to snap into two different states. With the unfamiliar gestures, you rotate the tesseracts. The inner cube squeezes out and becomes the outer cube, while the outer cube becomes the inner cube. Some of the locations lit up on the map change. Among other locations, two new lights appear in Caravanserai, one marking the platform where you are standing. The outer cube moves in space, no longer flickering as it was before. Presumably, the controls are now set to the spatial dimension. Inspect the current network by pressing the eyes. The map changes color. Each of the bright points in turn lights up, occasionally stretching a faded line from one point to another. After a minute of this, the map fades. A voice speaks the truth directly into your mind. Spatial network connections limited. Please repair the network. Repair the network by pressing the crystal lattice. Again, the map lights up and changes colors. Lines appear between each point. Some are faded, while others have gaps in them. One by one, each line becomes brighter and better connected to the rest. After several minutes, the map shows a network of points. The control panel ceases its activity, and the voice speaks to you again. Spatial network restored. Connection procedure may now proceed. Inspect. No problems found. If you're experiencing trouble with the temporal network, please consult your system conservator. I feel like something's going to happen at this point. I'm going to make a save. Activate the platform by pressing the sun. The entire platform hums to life, and a sphere of electricity shimmers about 5 meters above your head. A four-winged bird flaps desperately, trying to avoid the sphere, but its momentum is too great. It hits the sphere, disappearing with a cut of squawk. Far below in Caravanserai, you see the same bird tumble to the ground. It stands up, disoriented, then flaps its wings and takes off again. After a few moments, the humming winds down, the sphere fades, and all is silent again. Connect the current network by pressing clusters of stars. The map lights up again, and the voice speaks into your mind. Spatial translation network connected. State your destination. Oh, we can go anywhere we want. We can go to the Corn village. Nowhere right now. I want to try this. I have a feeling it won't work. Destination not recognized. Please state again, yeah. This might work though. Possibly. And I don't want it to work right now. Well, I guess it also won't work. Let me try. Destination unrecognized, okay. You unlock the full fast travel after completing all side quests, thus rendering it irrelevant. Yes. Exactly. Let me try any of these. Government Square. The entire platform hums to life, the air sparks and crackles around you, then with a pop you are somewhere else. Let's see if there's a way back. That's what I want to know. Yeah. Cliffs, Circus Minor. Alright. This was cool. Try to climb back down the cliff. Which everyone else did in that order. You know what? Can I cancel it, please? Please? Come on. Well, we'll use Eretis' points then. It really helped anyone. Cool, I did. I don't think it's meant as a convenience, like a quality of life thing. I think it's just something interesting. Alright, now let's try jumping. I'm curious about that also. Jump off the ledge. You leap into the air, the fall is exhilarating, wind rushes past you, faster and faster, stretching your face like it was made of putty. The boats in the sea grow at an alarming rate. The calls of fishermen and scavengers reach your ears, distorted by the speed. Finally, you slam into the water, the impact as hard as if there were an ocean of bedrock. Then there's only darkness. Is this another permanent death? It's not. Yeah. But what I'm more curious about is where we are going to come back to. In B2, death, the stink of it, of dried blood and rotting flesh, fills your nostrils. This is your first clue that you are somehow still alive. The second is the glow of candlelight, warm on your eyelids, and the icy stone beneath your back. Slippers scuff the ground near your head. Ah, says an elderly man. Our mysterious visitor is alive after all. I'm glad we waited to feast. He clucks his tongue, though you were quite dead when we found you. Open your eyes, child. She would have been quite an interesting specimen, but not dead. No, not dead. So we are in the Dendro compound? Open your eyes. Despite the glare of the dim candles, which seem at least momentarily as bright as sunlight, you see a cluster of robed figures. Only Imbitu remains where he was, clasping his hands together with unfiltered delight, his teeth brown and jagged. I knew that you were special, he whispers. So many eyes have settled on that face, moving through the crowds, chin high and proud, sunlight kissing that wonderful tattoo. He reaches out a trembling finger towards it. Let him trace your tattoo. His feverish skin traces over yours, leaving a burning trail, and he smiles. I'm afraid I must ask you for a simply unthinkable favor. You may have suspected that we were going to eat you, he says, raising a bony finger. This is somewhat true, but only so that the wonders of your life would not be lost. He looks down bashfully. And now that we know you cannot die, well, would you do us the honor of letting us eat you? Just a little bit. If you do, we will share some of our deepest mysteries and yours with you. We'll pay you, of course. Sharing knowledge? Yes, go ahead. Become the main course in a Dendro feast. I got an achievement. Eritus stares between the two of you, clearly confused by what's about to happen. Imbito and his followers lean over you in a well-orchestrated unison, cutting slits in your flesh. Hoses dangle from their wrists, leading into their suits. They snake, seemingly of their own accord, and into your incisions. For a moment, nothing happens. Then you hear a faint whirring as the spinning blades grind your organs and suck the pulp up through the hoses. Someone is screaming, and you have a fairly good idea who. Eventually, mercifully, you die. Last cast off permanently lost 2 health pool. Ah! What did he get? Artifacts. After an indefinite amount of time, you open your eyes. Imbitu sits beside you reading a book. Ah, he says, setting it down. Welcome back. What an exquisite experience that was. Though I'm certain you don't need to hear about it while you're waking up. He beams. At any rate, I took the liberty of adding a token of our gratitude to your belongings. Do come speak to me whenever you are ready to discuss what we learned from our little feast. Now, if you happen to have another semi-fatal accident, rest assured that we will bear you back to our chapel as tenderly as a bag of baby birds. He pats your hand gently, and you have my word that we won't take so much as a nibble without your permission. I'm not averse to strangers nibbling on my tenders, but I think you took that too far, lass. It was fun. It was fun. We gained experience. I don't care about losing the health. Ah, our restless corpse. Imbito beams at you, clasping his skeletal hands together like a tangle of twins. Such a curiosity you are. What did you learn from eating my flesh? Quite a bit, he says cheerfully, then grimaces. Too much, in fact. Your immortal flesh proved slightly too rich for some of my children. He pats his belly. I have quite a bit more experience and fortitude than them. However, for me, it's merely overwhelming rather than explosive. I shall endeavor to tell you what I have learned, but I fear it may not be as clear as you would hope. It always takes a while to digest. He stifles a giggle. The information contained in just one life. Your body contained countless wonders. We will be decades absorbing them all. He sighs. In other words, my interpretation may sound somewhat unfinished, unclear, mystical. He pronounces the last word with distaste. But I would happily share these visions with you. Merely ask. Share a vision with me. Of course, he says, and closes his eyes. Teetering gently, he draws a long, smooth breath. He hates the bed, this prison that holds her. He growls, and the voice is scarcely his own. His cheerful brow contorts. He swears words in tearful haste and wears them like jewels in a crown for centuries, even long after they have lost their luster and their purpose. Imbito opens his eyes, beaming. Didn't hear a word of it, he says, but it felt fascinating. I hope it was helpful. And do come back if you want to hear more. Share another. He regrets the first one he leaves behind, the next less so. Soon they are falling like leaves to be crunched underfoot, and by then he has begun telling himself it is not only necessary but good. Each year brings him closer to his goals, each year brings her closer to him. Her of the long arms and the bruised blood. Her that loved the tides first and holds dominion over them. Her that hollows, burns and kills. He absent-mindedly wipes a line of sweat from his withered forehead. Her breath is on your neck. The long race is done, and you have lost. I'm afraid that the visions get rather more fragmented from here. Sure. Doors. 3 doors. All of them belong to your greatest enemies. Oh. Gather the ones he scattered. Gather the seeds and the husks. You will never see every level of the labyrinth, and that is good. His eyes open again. That's it. Everything else is a muddle for now. Can you come back in, say, a year or so? Sure. Now, I'm hoping that this actually gave us a connection with Kiyatawa and Mallet. What do you want? Shield meat. There's a murder loose in underbelly.
I'll remember that.
I know I'm not supposed to run my mouth about it, he says, folding his arms. Not unless Imbito says so. Didn't lose anybody that matters, I say. Mbiti is watching the two of you, you notice, frowning. Why did you join the Dendra or her? I used to do work for Falsum, he says with a grimace. Muscle work, you know. When he was good, but Falsum kept giving me little jobs, giving the best stuff to his proteges. He curls his lip. Then I saw the Dendra or her, saw the way people respect them even if you could break most of them in half with 2 hands. I thought that maybe there was room for a man to grow here. He grins. I was right. No, they didn't tell me anything. They said, you know, they kind of got rid of me. They didn't tell me anything before they ate me. Very well. Let's talk to Imbitu again. I have more questions about the trouble going on in the underbelly. Oh, okay, these are new. These appeared after we talked to Matt Kina. Tell me about the Children of the Endless Gate. The smile falls from Imbitu's face. I hope you are not asking for a reason I think you are, he says. They began as a branch of Dendroher that was more impatient in their appetites. His lip twitches like the memory of a snarl. Years ago, my sisters and brothers and I chased them from the city and erased their names from every record, or thought we had. Perhaps, he says, turning troubled eyes on his acolytes. No, this is the first time I've spoken of the Endless Gate in years. They cannot possibly be involved. He takes a deep breath and smiles at you again. It's like watching a wrinkled sun emerging from the clouds. Could their twisted beliefs somehow have infected one of them? Impossible. Where were you when Falsum's protege was killed? I was having dinner. Ah, he says excitedly. I have quite an amazing alibi. Is that how you say it, alibi? He draws himself up and sets his jaw sternly like a caricature of justice itself. I was with Falsum the entire night. He can tell you as much. It may not have been entirely legal what we did, but it wasn't murder.
I'll remember that.
He leans in close to whisper in your ear. I promised Falsum I wouldn't tell anyone how he helps with things. You'll need to ask him if you want to know more. He winks and stands back. So as you can see, I'm beyond suspicion. For one thing, the priest was already dead. I have evidence that Dendro or her are involved. Can I speak with your acolytes?
I'll remember that.
Oh my, he says. I suppose you have my permission. Do be gentle with them. He flashes his teeth at you. If they deserve it, of course. Do you think any of the other Dendro or her could be capable of murder? Certainly not, he declares, then pauses. Well, they do come and go as they please, hunting for bodies left in the gutters like broken leaves. He smiles mistily up at the air, as though reminded of his younger years. The Devourer of Wrongs was standing vigil these last few days, but any of the others could be responsible, I suppose. He runs his eyes across them, humming a fretful little memory. Oh dear, he says. They really are a suspicious lot, are they? Mallet enjoys hurting people, Kiatawa tells her little lies, and Gzei, well, she's quite unique. He seems as pleased at this as though he accomplished her uniqueness himself. All in all, they are a horrifying bunch, aren't they? I really hadn't noticed before. Yeah, they're horrifying because Kiatawa tells lies and one guy hurts others and the other is unique. They are definitely not horrifying because they eat corpses, you know, that's perfectly normal. They are horrifying because one of them is a liar, the other is a thug, and the other is just different. Okay, farewell. Let's start from here. Imbitu says I can ask you about the murder of Falsum's protege, Vidal. Good. It rumbles at once as though it has been waiting for the news. I would have the murderer caught, and caught quickly. It angers me that all of this transpired while I was attending to Riz. Despite the statement, the creature's voice is as placid as a subterranean pond. I assume you are here because one of the Androher is suspected of being the murderer. I will tell you what I know. I have known Imbitu through many minds. He is subtle, clever, and untrustworthy. He is also no murderer. It casually clenches a gloved fist. That leaves the other three. They are all capable of the crime. Mallet is ambitious and desires revenge. Kiatawa sneaks, plots, and keeps secrets. Gzei is not human and does not define murder as we do. Creature's fist falls to its side once more. Talk to them. Search for holes in their stories. These will lead you to the truth. Which of the Dendro herd do you think is responsible for the murder of Falsum's protege? Mallet, Gzei, or Kiatawa could be the murderer. Question them and look for falsehoods. These will lead you to the truth. Fair enough. Okay, so these three. I guess I'm going to take a short break before we start talking to these, rather than in 4 minutes when the ads would arrive naturally. I'm going to run the ads and I'm going to take a short break myself. And when I'm back, we are going to talk to these three and try to solve the murder, I guess. I think we were done with Matkina's place anyway. I think we did everything there. We don't need to go back there. So yeah, alright. I'll do it. I'll be back in a few minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes or so. And when I'm back, we shall continue this. Thank you for your patience. I'll be right back. It's actually annoying.
Immortal or something. Most people in town, they call him a witch.
What is the official world record for... Shut up, Mitchell. Shut up, the oldest age. You know, the recorded age. Shut up.
Starving
I
underscore
cannot
drummer just
120
boosted
something,
dagger
maybe
fall.
130 something.
Starving underscore drummer just boosted skull.
But there are people who argue without any official records to be much older than that. What is 111?
I'd like to try.
No, no,
I have a lot to
I
ask
don't
you.
mean still alive.
No wonder you're a good writer. You have a
But
lot
oldest
of
to have
natural
ever did.
inquisitiveness.
122.
Find him.
That's I
He's
thought
about
something
a
like that.
mile
But
out
I
of
think there are
town, down
people
the
who
dirt track.
argue to be
On
who
the other
claim to
side
be
of the
over 140. Or this is useless. I cannot hear anything because of that streamer dude. Which are talking with me. It's complicated, Gigi. I'm sorry. Go! Yes. We did it. You've got one reflector on both balls. I don't understand what I'm mistargeting. Oh! This is not a sleeping bandit? It's a backpack. How would I know? Looks like a bandit. Looks like a known bandit.
I'm restless.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, we found the cat. Chat, I want you to spam for the cat this one. And for the hamster this one, okay? When we do it, when we talk to the cat. Wait, not yet. Alright. Meow. I'm back. Thank you, Zerfuse. Also welcome. How are you doing? How is your Saturday? Good to see you. Thank you for the boost, drummer. Good day, sire. Okay, the ads should end in about 6 seconds. Alright, let's continue. Welcome back everybody from the ads. Let's start with Mallet, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Isn't Sir just a shortened version of Sire? Could be, I'm not so sure. Probably. Imbitu gave me permission to ask you about the murder of Falsum's protege, Whittle. Is that right? He says, glancing at Imbitu. The leader of the Dendro herd gives him a small nod. Yeah, alright, he says. Ask your questions for all the good it will do. Did you know Whittle? Ah, he says, yeah, I knew him. Glad to hear he's dead. He chuckles. He was smart and knew it. Always looking down on the rest of us. Always ordering people around with Falsum looking on. Smiling. He snorts. But if you are thinking I chopped him, I didn't. I was getting drunk in a corner of the manufactory. He grins nastily, wondering what all the screaming was about. Damn it, yeah, bit Lagnibber. I should have been Falsum's man, not him.
Making a note.
You know who you should ask? He says, leaning in. Kietawa. I saw her hunched over some corpse in an alley all by herself. This doesn't matter what the meat is. People who eat on their own always got something to hide. She nods at the other cultist. And Xay's the one to watch too. She ain't like you or me. She's a mutant. And not one of the nicer ones. And everyone eats on their own. Everyone's got something to hide. I want to talk to you about your eating habits. Do you get enough fibers? Is that right? He says, scratching one of his sharpened teeth. Not much of a mister there. I eat people. I like it. He shrugs. If that doesn't answer your question, go on and ask. How many corpses have you eaten? You mean besides you, she'll meet? He says, chortling. Can't give you an exact number.
Don't forget to drink water.
Oh, you're right. I did forget. Let me drink some now. Thank you, Thor. Can't give you an exact number, he says. You eat what's given to you here. But at least one time at midnight, I was out on my own and found the corpse lying beneath a stack of rusty metal. Someone just left him there to rot. He shakes his head. His expression of mock regret barely masks his smile. Maybe I'll go for another walk tonight, he muses. Can't help wondering what else I'll find, hidden under things. Doesn't eating human flesh bother you? Bother? No, bother ain't the right word. He rubs the back of his neck. You think you're gonna mind the taste, but you don't. The part I don't like is that memories from the person you eat end up in your head, and you can't make him shut up. The four of us ate the skull arch, not a fancy one, but one with old robes. Yetawa was talking about some word she kept hearing after. He scowls. I didn't get a word. I saw a memory of his when I was picking him out of my teeth. He was lying in bed, dying maybe, waiting for his son to come see him. His eyes kept closing, and his son never came. He shakes his head like a beast trying to dislodge a biting insect. Not that I saw anyway. And that's just one meal. Yeah, it's very possible, Thor. It's very possible. Sword derives from the honorific title Sire. Sire developed alongside the word Seigneur, also used to refer to feudal lord, both derived from the vulgar Latin senior. Sire comes from the nominative case declension, senior and senior, and accusative case declension seniorum. So it all comes from Latin then, as usual. Cool. They get in my head, make me forget who is me. In B2 says it gets easier, but... His eyes flicker away from you, and for a brief moment you see the fear in his eyes, the helplessness. Why do you eat corpses if it troubles you so much? It doesn't trouble me, he growls, but his voice is shaking. It just ain't easy, but it'll get better. Look at Imbitu, he's been doing this a long time. You glance at Imbitu, the elderly head of the Dendro, her waves, and gives you a huge rotten grin. Monsieur. My sire. There's also Monsignor. It's I guess, as you said, my sire. My sir. As a way of, you know, greeting with respects. Have you ever heard of something called the Endless Gate? No, he says. Strange name though. If it don't end, it ain't much of a gate, is it? It's more of a hallway. Tell me what you think about the other members of your family. Family, he repeats. Good one. I trust my brother over this much, and he tried to cut my throat when I was 5. He clucks his tongue. Go on and ask your questions. Monsieur, Monsieur, Monsieur Mithril Esquire. It's funny how countries that hate each other so much intermingling of words. Well, it's not just hate. It doesn't work that way. There's always trade. And language travels. Language, religion, culture, it all travels with trade. What are your opinions on Imbitu? He's alright, Mallet says. Got half the city scares of him, and the other half bringing him meat. Not bad for an old man who smiles at everyone and never raises his voice. I hope to be half that feared when I'm done. More than half. What do you think of Gzay? Gzay's a monster, he says, shaking his head. Less than human and more than a beast. I've seen her take a corpse face off with a swipe of those gloves and tuck it into her mouth like pan bread. Didn't stop until the body was gone, down to the last drop of blood. He bites his upper lip, drawing ribbons of blood. Talk to Gzay if you want, figure her out. Me, I keep my distance. How do you feel about Kiatawa? He opens his mouth to respond, closes it, thinking. Something's wrong with her, he says finally. And I ain't stupid. I know how that sounds coming from me. Just something's broken in her, and it's always getting worse. You feel eyes on you. You glance around in time to see Kiatawa look away. Okay. I'm finished asking about the murder. Farewell. Let's move on to Kiatawa. She doesn't spare words on you this time. She merely nods, her very gaze cataloging the position of everyone in the room. You seem unhappy here. No one asks what you think, she snaps. Leave me alone. Then she chuckles. It's not a happy sound. I'm being selfish, aren't I? You let us eat you. You let us into your head. You don't deserve the edge of my tongue for asking if I'm alright. She rubs an eye with the heel of her hand. Fine, I'm not happy here. I want to go. Satisfied? You look like a ghostly woman I saw in the fifth eye. I probably look like a lot of people, she says, an edge in her voice. So what? I know her. I hate her. Why aren't you happy in the Dendro or her? Keep your voice down, she says, closing her eyes. Her hands slip severely from her hairline down her neck. I thought this was a place I could settle. For a while I was sure. Should have known better. I don't last long in groups. Couldn't even stand my family. Was better off on my own, even though... She trails on. Say nothing. I was better off on my own, she says at last, more firmly. She opens her eyes again. And it wasn't my real family. I knew that even then. I don't know my family, not my parents, not the Dendra, not him. I don't remember much about my parents, she piles scorn on the word. They were butchers, and they had me helping in their shop just about as soon I could walk. Every night, I wouldn't so much sleep as black out, and I started having the same dream over and over. A smile steals over her face. It was a light. He told me that I was his daughter, that he was sorry he'd left me, but he'd had no choice, and then he'd find me again someday. Say nothing. In its silence between her thoughts, Kiatawa stares at the wall behind you. Or through it. They all lie. Everyone lies. I ran away, she says finally. Made my way. Not much to tell here, or much I want to tell. Just that the dreams kept coming. She grimaces. I woke from one of them a year ago to see Imbitu, our leader, at my side. He told me I'd been calling to someone in my sleep. Said he'd help me find my father. Her lips twist, so I joined. Ate a few corpses, but nothing got clearer. And he's never spoken about it since. He and the rest of them only care about the next meal. You're angry with him, Bitu. I don't like being lied to, she says, eyes flat with frustration. He promised answers when I joined the Mended cult. Maybe he promised too much, or maybe he just forgot, but it's a lie either way. Nice murder investigation. Yeah. The tears, yeah. It's like some kind of, in a way, your personality, in another way, external forces that you can manipulate and can manipulate you. Very interesting concept. Tell me more about the dream you keep having. It's almost always the same, she says, rubbing her forehead. The man my father calls to me, or someone I'm supposed to become, as if he won't come for me until I become that woman. She shakes her head, and that's another reason I joined. I kept hearing her, a young woman's voice, telling me who I should be. I thought filling my mind with other people's memories would drown her out. Her shoulders sleep in silence, bitter laughter. Didn't work out that way. I found the source of that voice in your head. You shouldn't hear her anymore. You're right, she says. Her eyes fairly glow with a calm and satisfied light. I don't, thank you. I will remember that you helped me. I know who I am now. I am what I have been these last days. Why don't you leave the Dendra if you're unhappy? I'm going to, she promises with a dark look at her family. I've already been here too long. I have a family, I can feel them. I just don't know them yet. Imbitu says I can ask you about the murder of Falsum's protege. Yeah, exactly, Zerefus. Yeah, she says, looking over at the old man. He nods. Good. I have to say I'm not surprised the murderer's trail led you here. What do you want to know? Mallet says he caught you eating a corpse on your own. Yeah, maybe Mallet should mind his own business, she says, shooting an angry look at the hulking cultist. Sure, it's true. I don't like being down here more than I have to, alright? I barely even sleep anymore. Keep getting the feeling that they are waiting for me to die, wondering what I taste like.
I'll remember that.
Not too long ago, I found a corpse in an alley near Circus Minor, and I didn't see why I should share it with this lot. She drags her fingers through her hair. That's it, no secret, no scandal. And since Mallet thinks he can share my hunting with strangers, maybe you should ask him how many corpses he's found on his own, or if they were actually dead when he found them. Mallet's killed and eaten, I'm sure of it. Probably. They all do. Do you have any idea who the murderer is?
I'll remember that.
No, she says, resting her hands on her hips. But I've seen what they left behind of Falsum's boy. A mess. Blood on the walls and floor. No body. She flicks a strand of hair out of her eyes. That's the kind of death you see when someone's sending a warning or holding a grudge. I saw it all the time before I came here. The circle's not a warning, it's a sign. Why do you think someone killed Falsum's protege? Why? She says with something approaching a grin. Why? This is someone Falsum cared about. He has a lot of enemies. Why do you think? Do you know anything about the Endless Gates? No, she says. Never heard of them. Are you sure you never heard of the Children of the Endless Gate before? She shakes her head, looking confused. I want to know your opinions on the other Dendro or her. Ah, she says. All right. Don't expect me to hold back. What are your opinions on Imbitu? He's lived too long, she says. Maybe the Dendro or her were something once, but he's just looking for his next meal now, and the rest of them are following his example. How do you feel about Mallet? He likes hurting people. More than that, he's proud of it. She runs an angry hand through her hair and lowers her voice. I'm not sure, but I think he's been killing rivals from his old life and eating them. I know he killed. He probably ate too. Why wouldn't he? What do you think of Gzei? She used to be worse than she is. If you haven't talked to her yet, you'll see what I mean. She glances at the mutant uneasily. Maybe all those corpses she's eating on her own are bringing sagas into her head, civilizing her maybe. She shakes her head. But that just means she's a predator who knows the mind of her prey. She's a monster. Certainly she's murdered to eat. Why wouldn't she? It's part of the reason for bad reception. I don't know. If you don't want to learn something, you shouldn't speak badly of it. Just, you don't have to be interested in it, but why would you speak negatively about it? Just because it's something new and novel. I'm done asking about the murder. Very well. Let's talk to Melt again. You're sure you don't know anything about eating habits? Kietawa says you've been killing people instead of waiting for them to die.
Making a note.
People, she said that. He shoots a dark look at Kietawa. Yeah, alright, but not people, he says, stretching his thick neck. It was just the one. Someone, yeah, I ain't gonna give you a name, who stole something from me once. And the fact that you ain't here asking about him means no one misses him. You sound like a man with a lot of grudges. Sure you didn't decide to settle some with Falsum? You must think I'm an idiot, he says. Sometimes grudges pay off, right? Make you feel good, right in your gut. He slaps his belly. But no one ever gets the better of Falsum. Even if I killed every one of his proteges, and I'm not saying I killed even one, the man would have me skinned and hung before I dropped my club. Settle grudges? Sure. Settle grudges with Falsum? No, never. It was People hate new things, especially old people. You are right. As much as I am sad about admitting it, you are right. Okay. Very well. Let's talk to Zay. We welcome you back, Tenderling, she croons as if singing to a tasty child. What did you gain from eating me? Oh, she says, clasping her clawed hands together tightly. Oh, Tenderling, such sweetness. Flesh like fatty silk, supple muscle. Secrets that crunch between the teeth. She chuckles shyly and pats her belly. We could not keep you in.
I'm ready to learn something new.
But you are here again, you are whole. She shakes her head. Such a miracle. Looking down, she chews her lip. We are working on making a way home. New portal. If we do, we want to take you with us. Your soft, regrowing flesh can change our world. Gone can be the words of feasting. Gone can be the cries of hungry tenderlings and sucking on jagged bones for marrow. Her tone is wistful, but her eyes, when she raises them, are sly. Are there others like you anywhere at all? No, I'm the only one. We are sad to hear this, she says, though you don't detect the emotion on her leering face. Instead, she appears to be drooling. But consider coming home with us. Know that we can offer you an adventure, a soft bed in a warm place, a way to change the world. She wipes the saliva from her chin and waves a dismissive claw. Not yet. We do not know a way home, but we can find one if we try. Honestly, I think it's going to be the opposite corner kind of stuff, and it's going to be in B2 or something. I don't expect it to be one of these three, but I'm not done investigating yet, so we'll see. In B2 says I can ask. Oh, wait. You don't want to tell me what Dendro her. Okay, in B2 says I can ask you. Her small eyes glow with humor, but flicker first to the leader of Dendro her. He nods. Ask your questions, Tenderling, she says, stroking the back of her hand with her claws. Even this gentle motion draws blood. You will say you had similar suspicions. Murder? How can it be murder with no body? I mean, I feel like it's not mallets because it's too obvious. It feels like the game gives you too many false leads for you to believe that it's mallets. So I don't think it's him. The biggest the likeliest candidate between these three is the one I'm talking to, Gze, I think. But we'll see. It's a shame this quest wasn't made like if you play Paladin class quests in BG2. In what way? Ask your questions, Tenderling, she says, stroking the back of her hand with her claws. Even this gentle motion draws blood. Murder? How can it be murder with nobody? Do you know about a group called Children of the Endless Gate? We know it, she says, frowning, but we are not sure how. She drums her claws against her chin, drawing pinpricks of blood. Yes, bloody circles left on the sides of junkyard dwellings outside the bloom. In shadows, beware the endless gates, little woman, the people of that community say. It still makes us laugh, sighs sweetness. You love this quest, seeing me in conflict with Juicy. That's the best way to design detective-like quests. I don't remember. I don't remember what specifically you mean. It is one quest that's kind of RNG. Ah, okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I never played a paladin, but yeah, I understand what you mean, and you're right. Shape-shifting detective live action adventure game. No, I haven't heard it myself. Where did you see the bloody circles again? In the junkyard outside the bloom, but not yesterday. Not last year, a time ago. And then the circles appeared no more. Perhaps the ones who drew them moved on. What do you know about the murder? Murder mystery that has 3 potential suspects. Each playthrough the killer's animal chose. Clues and testament change. Yeah, there's another game like that, Ripper. It's a 6-disc, 6 CD-ROM, full motion video adventure game. It's notorious for its extremely difficult puzzles. And every time the killer changes, so every time the playthrough basically changes. Sounds good, dementia. Maybe I will someday. Press insane puzzles. None of that in shape-shifting detects. Yeah. Oh, tenderling, she chuckles delighted. You use the word over and over. There's no murder if there is no body. This was... And she uses a word you do not recognize, a gruesome combination of clicking teeth and growling consonants. And so nothing was lost.
I'll remember that.
We do not know who is responsible, she says, scratching her cheek. Blood spills unheeded from the wound. Kietawa and Mallet sneak about during the night. They swallow their secrets. They are then draw her to serve their power and hunger. Not to honor the dead, not for... She uses the word again, snapping her jagged teeth with great satisfaction. They are not capable of such kindness. Why is she so interested in a soul that was not lost? Very strange. What is that word you used to describe murder, that clicking and growling word? Word? She says, blinking. Oh yes, your language does not have the word, so we use our own. She clicks her teeth together thoughtfully, then answers. We know of murder, of course. To leave a body to rot is to say that the soul inside is not worth keeping. This we punish. This decision is not for anyone to make. The word we speak of is the opposite. On my world, when one of us dies or is killed, we eat their flesh and take their souls into our body. We feel the light of them reach our corners. She raises a claw, smiling. They becomes we, you understand? I see. You only think it's murder if the murderer doesn't eat the entire body. Yes, she says, clapping her hands together with delight. You understand? This murder is no murder, she pronounces the word with obvious scorn. You know the details. A skinned hand in blood, circles on the wall, she says, making a tisking noise. Tenderlings play with their food. Perhaps your murderer is young. They do not know they should finish the hands. Strip the memories of hard work from the tendons, crunch the bones, slurp the blood from the floor. She's right. She has a point. It cannot be her. She would slurp everything. She wouldn't leave anything behind. It's not her. She shakes her head fondly. Tenderlings. Perhaps this tenderling thinks what I do is murder. She is wrong. Tripper sounds pretty cool too. You never played it yourself. You played it so much though. I don't know if people hate it. It's just very difficult. The puzzles are very, very difficult. You hear the RNG alterations repurpose small in end effect. Well, the killer changes, but a lot of the game, as far as I know, you know, the dialogues and stuff, most of it doesn't really change. And you have to make your guess, I believe, at the end of the game. I never actually finished it. I didn't even get far. So a lot of the game plays very similarly or the same, but the killer is just the killer that changes, I guess. You don't think Kietawa or Mallet killed anyone? We never said that, she says, playfully biting her tongue. They kill, but they do not honor. They do not understand who they are. Where did you see the... I'm done asking about merch. Fair one. Well, we didn't really learn anything. We didn't really get any good information. Welcome back, Zerfuse. Enjoy your coffee.
Welcome back.
Ah, interesting. Thor. Let's talk to these two as well, then let's go talk to Falsum. I've spoken to all of you and I think I know who the murderer is. No way, we don't know who the murderer is, no way. Shapeshifting detector. But do I even have it? Thor? Oh, you don't have to do that, Thor. Especially if it's an expensive game. If you really want to see it, I cannot stop you, of course, but you know, you can always choose something I do have. We had some diner coffee this morning. It was horrible. Tasted like it was steamed out for like 6 hours. The food was amazing. Ah, sorry to hear about the coffee. Imbito says he was with you when the first murder occurred. Is this true? First murder? But there... Ah, I guess if we sleep there, there is another murder. $15. It's too much, Thor. Too much for one stream. You don't have to buy it for me for that amount. If it goes in a nice sale, then maybe. Vito says he was with you. Yes, Falsum says. He doesn't elaborate. I've discovered that Children of the Endless Gate may be involved in Vito's murder. Interesting. Imbito told me the group had been crashed long ago. I would count it a favor if you continue your investigation. Speak with Imbito and his acolytes. Tell me if you believe one of them is responsible. Imbito called the sect an infection once. Perhaps they have relapsed. Sleep 1 day, there's a second victim. Sleep 2 days, there's a third. Sleep 3 days, the quest is unsolvable. The killer escapes. Ah. I know who the murderer is. Well, we don't though, do we? Is it actually one of those three? Okay. Let's think about this. So, it is not Mallet to get revenge. Mallet thinks that you cannot take revenge from Falsum. It would come back to haunt you. So he wouldn't do that for revenge purposes. And that's really why he would do it if he did it. So I don't think it's him.
Save game.
Yeah, I will before making a choice. Let's do it. So Gzay, I think she would do it. She wouldn't need a reason to do it. And she also has the knowledge of Children of the Endless Gates. And, you know, maybe she ate someone and acquired that knowledge. Maybe that infection kinda infected her made her kill like them. The skinned hand was left, possibly, to draw the circle with the blood on the wall. So they used the victim's hand to draw the circle with the victim's blood. So they weren't eaten for that reason. They were used to leave the mark. And everything else was eaten, so it could be Gzei. Although she denies it, she may not remember it, possibly. That is one scenario that could work. Now, Kiyatawa, I don't see why she would kill to eat. She would definitely eat if she found a corpse. But I don't know if she would kill to eat. Like, what reason would she have to do that? If she did it, then it's, you know, just a random target, random victim, not on purpose. Then you can appreciate how much you love this externalized dialogue trying to solve this. Well, I'm glad someone appreciates it. So I think it's not Mallet. If it's one of these three, it seems like the game is pushing me to choose between these three. I don't think it's Mallet. It could be either of these two. I don't see a reason why it would be this one, but I'm kind of thinking it might be this one with a likable scenario. So let's try. Let's say I've spoken to all of you and I think I know who the murderer is. Ah, he says, looking uncomfortable. Good. Were this decades ago, I would handle the investigation myself, but I am perhaps a little past my prime. He drops his voice to a whisper. His breath is sour, and a wild light dances in the deep places of his eyes. Bring your suspicions to Falsum. He will take the correct actions. He always does. I don't want to make a wrong decision, honestly. I don't particularly care too much about making a wrong decision here, but I would still like to make the right decision. So
Onward.
I'm going to make my choice. I'm going to make my decision. And if you tell me it's wrong, I will ask for the correct answer and the explanation why, and then reload and make the correct decision. So extra effort.
My understanding has increased.
That is my plan. So I think it's the most likely scenario is that it's Gzei. I will go and tell Falsum about that. Let's see what happens. And after that, I will ask if it was wrong. I'm ready to name the murderer. A mutant called
I'll
Gzei.
remember that.
I will not lie, he says. That savage creature was at the top of my list of suspects. My people will speak with her and discover her reasoning. Discuss flashed across his stern face, almost too quickly to be seen. I don't know. Maybe it's too easy of a choice. Maybe it was the other woman. He signals to his bodyguards. They slip from his side and flit towards the Enroy chapel at a flat run. Let's see what happens, and then I will get the answers from you. But there isn't a lot of clues leading to the conclusion, leading to a solid conclusion. I think you either have to guess, or maybe I missed something somewhere. Sometime later, the bodyguards race back to Falsum's side. One of them whispers in his ear, and he nods. She has proved resistant to our questions, he tells you, but we are satisfied that she is responsible for this carnage. She has been hanged. You never said anything about hanging. No, he says, I did not, because it was none of your concern. The underbelly does not live in the light. It's not subject to the laws of the mighty. He bends down, bringing his face to yours, muscles standing out against his broad neck. This is not your home, godling. In hours or even minutes, you will live, and we will remain. Do not presume to judge us, for what we must do to survive. There should have at least been a trial. Indigo? And there was, he says. a hint of humor kindling deep in his eyes as he straightens to his full height. Just not of a kind you would recognize or perhaps approve of. He gestures to one of the bodyguards and he hastens forward with your reward. Balsam looks away. Gained 100 shins. It wasn't her, was it? It wasn't her. You can tell me if it's actually her or not. At this moment. We got experience. But we probably get experience either way. You're surprised by the result as much as you will be. There is no confirmed right answer. Really? Okay. So I'm not really surprised. I'm not really surprised about this. Because they are being obscure and unclear. And all the dialogues are open-ended. It is left to the... I think it's left to the player to make their own decision, to have to condemn someone and live with the thought. In fact, I don't think it may not be any of these three. Your solution was confirmed right based on the text, but no, it's not confirmed that it was right. What was your solution? What did you think, Thor? Who did you condemn? Mallet has a confirmed alibi with the Forge. Oh, right, we could go to the Forge and ask, you're right. You thought the same as you for the... You thought Zay as well? Just like real life, heavy is the burden of leadership. We could have asked the Forge, you're right, I didn't think to do that, but I believed in his story anyway. Good news, he says, flinging his scrawny arms wide. Falsum's people burst in here not long ago and hold your suspect away. Justice has been done, I hope. He squints at you, a sliver of sorrow in his eye. I do hope you were certain that you didn't just guess. You think it's Kiatawa? You think, or is it confirmed? You thought it's considered the right answer? Forget the reasoning why. I have a quick save at this point. Let's reload and turn in Kiatawa, see what happens. Why is it considered the right answer? Are there wikis or something that tell about this quest? The only difference you know is Kiatawa does. You won't spoil it if you want to see it through. Yeah, if it's something that's going to happen now. Kiatawa. We got 40 experience. Interesting, he says. A quiet woman, somewhat fragile. I have sensed instability in her, but not the aptitude for violence. I will be interested to learn what my people can extract from her. He signals to his guardians that blah blah blah. She's with the cult. Sometime later, the bodyguards race back to Falsum's side. One of them whispers in his ear and he nods. Kiatawa was already gone. She must have suspected you were close to proving her guilt. At least she has fled, and I doubt she'll return. He growls deep in his throat. If you ever see her again, feel free to do the same thing to her that she did to my people. He gestures to one of his bodyguards and she hastens forward with the reward. Balsam looks away. But why would she be with the cult? Also, we didn't learn that she was with the cult. She denied it. I wasn't supposed to know it. Is there a way to learn that she's with the cults? That I missed? There was some way. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, it's maybe Kiatawa then. She's confirmed the cults. Okay. Well, I'm still going to go with go with this. I made that decision. And maybe what do I want to do? Do we want to accuse Kiyosawa? There is no hanging, we don't get money, right? Yeah, murders keep reoccurring. I heard about that. Well, yeah, pretty much I was told that it was the case. Well, okay, let's accuse Kiyosawa then. Let's go back to the our save, not the we won't get the shins, I think, if we accuse Kiyosawa. But she suspects and runs away. Maybe the writers intended as Kiyosawa to be the right choice.
My understanding has increased.
Reward is also bigger too. But it's not justice if Kiyosawa is with the cult. So, what did I miss? How could we confirm that Kiyosawa is with the cult? You can tell me now because I already missed it. No other game hits this level of ambiguity in quest resolution. Yeah, it may have contributed to its poor reception despite being excellent writing. I think it's very good writing. So let's talk to Malice Alibi, and if someone can tell me how to confirm the association of Kiyosawa with the Endless Gates, I'd like to hear. You can go to Circus, talk to Prata. What's the matter? That show word or much hollow circle. Ah. Have you seen any Dendro or her in the manufacturer lately?
That.
What does that have to do with anything to construct roars? Am I supposed to take stock of every human that stumbles aimlessly across my floor? It pauses, his two bright eyes scanning the ceiling. Ah, yes, I did see one, as a matter of fact. A large male was lounging under one of the pipes, drinking and slobbering on himself. Then, it continues in tones of deep disgust. He slept right through all the shrieking about the murder, barely even woke up to vomit on himself. So, what I misunderstood is when they talked about finding corpses to eat, I thought they were just talking about some kind of near past, maybe distant past, but not necessarily something that could have been witnessed by someone here. I didn't think to go and check for alibis. I certainly didn't think to come to Circus Minor and talk to all the NPCs about alibis. Yeah, exactly. I will do that, Dementia. That's my decision right now. Did I add a reload for this? I don't think I did. Let's add one reload. Have you seen a Dendro or her woman in the market lately? See, I didn't think this was anytime soon, anytime in the near past. You slept 3 nights, got soft-locked. She says, her mandibles click. No, near the market? Yes. I was closing up shop and only noticed her because she was staggering a little and talking to herself. Do you remember what that Dendro or her woman you saw was saying? Something about circles, Prata says, clicking her mandibles. Click, click. That's it, she says. She kept talking about a hollow circle, a red hollow circle. I didn't know Dendro or her got drunk. Okay, so we hear about the hollow circle, so it's probably the sign, yeah. Sleeping will kill your NPCs, then she flees. Wow. Oh, you don't mean companions. Or do you mean companions? Are my companions... Would my companions actually die? Just NPCs, okay. around this area, I guess. You never know. Emotional Circus Miner said they spotted you staggering around and talking about hollow circles. Is that right? She says, scratching the back of her neck. Doesn't sound familiar, but maybe I was wrong. It's these voices, memories. I know myself even less than I did before. Are you sure you never heard of? So yeah, it's a likely scenario that she did that when she wasn't in control. When some memories or other entities took over. Alright, let's say Kietawa and be done with it. That is certainly the better detective guess. As much as you can make a plausible guess in this one, there are no real evidence or proofs, right? There's no real evidence or proof. You have to guess, but I guess in the light of that information, it makes more sense to go with Kietawa. So we'll do that. There will be no hanging either.
I'll remember that.
Updated my journal.
Okay. Alright. We did this. Let's talk to Falsum again. I am surprised to see you again, he says, though his stony face displays no such thing. Do we have other business to discuss? I'll find Kietawa, I promise you. Good, he says. Then his broad shoulders sag, but the dead will remain dead. Very well. Are we out of Cliff's side quest? Well, there's this one. I haven't found who to talk to. So maybe you can give me a clue about this one as well before I'm done. And I'm moving on. I thought maybe this would... Okay, that's what I was guessing. Thank you. That's what I initially guessed as well. I thought this was long term and it wouldn't be completed in this area. So, okay, since that's confirmed, yes, the answer is we are out of Cliffside quests. Seek a passage to Valley of the Dead Heroes. The only class teacher you knew was the slaver you talked to. Yeah, okay. Okay, perfect. Perfect. We need to go to Caravanserai now. Take the ship. I should probably rest. I should probably rest before going, but maybe not. But what if I cannot rest where I go? I think it's a good idea to rest. Rest, refresh. And then we'll go to the new place. Hoarding shins isn't too helpful. Yeah, but there's nothing I can buy. There's nothing I would like to buy, Thor. I guess I could buy consumables. I don't know. I guess I could buy consumables. I'll keep those shins for now. Like a room for the night.
Achuta.
You just meant for rest. Yeah, I understand. There isn't really much to buy. At first, I didn't really have any money. You know, I was really stuck with a few shins. I couldn't do anything, couldn't even rest, couldn't even buy the alcohol. Now I have 1500 and nothing to spend on. It kinda got out of hand. Obviously, I could buy lots of consumables, you know. Maybe I should do that before leaving. But we'll keep this money, the 1500, and later we'll look for a place to spend them. Maybe better items or something. We have at least 2 shins. He turns from his observation of the laborers and asks, "How may I assist you?" "I need to fly to the Valley of Dead Heroes." "Excellent timing," he says, bowing. "My vessel will be departing shortly. Board at your leisure." He leans in closer. "I should also warn you that we won't be able to retrieve you from the valley. We never tarry there. Its energies are not good for our ship's energies." So this is the end. We go. We cannot come back, right? There is no coming back here. So I would like to ask one more time before I call this point of no return and go. Is there anything I should do here? Anything I'm missing? Anything you can think of that is worth doing before I leave? I feel like I have done everything. I feel like I didn't really buy anything from the shops, but I don't feel like there's anything worth buying. Maybe some ciphers, some more stat restoration usables, but nothing really. So I got all the surgeries, Thor. I got every single surgery, but yeah. And I'm not too worried about items. Okay, maybe I want the healing items. Did you get the call? What is the call? Call shield? Yeah, I got it. I got it. Let's check a couple of shops and then we go. I also want to make a save here. So what are you selling? Armor. 1 armor, 2 resistance. 2 armor, 1 resistance. This is terrible. Oh, even worse. 2 armor, 3 resistance. This is good though. Let's buy this. Let's get the better armor. It's so cheap anyway. This is a cloak. Artifact. 2 resistance. We have a cloak. He has a cloak. She has a cloak. He has a cloak. A shield. Only useful by the last cast off. No. 10% evasion. Is this two-handed or one-handed? You want overgeared. You did combine shops. You did comb the shops. We could buy a shield for Rin, but I'm not sure if this is two-handed. I guess this is one-handed. Anyway, it's not very important. Oddity. These are the stuff that we sold. Okay, we are done at this shop. So there are 3 zones, is what you are telling me, Thor. You could consider them maybe chapters. We are at the brink of finishing the first chapter now, I guess. Are the chapters similar in length? Because it took me 5 days to finish the first chapter. Are we playing this game for another 15 streams? I would expect the others to be shorter. It's usually like that. The first is the biggest, okay. So there are some weapons here, but honestly, I think we have better weapons. We found some good weapons. So I'm not worried about weapons. We will move on. Second is shortest, okay. Discounted goods. So we could buy these. If we are buying anything, it is these. Might, speed, until. Let's buy all of them. Let's buy all of them. Cipher, 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 cipher. Health? Not worried about this. Well, we can buy it. Why not? Why not? Refills health, might, speed, intellect for all party members. Let's buy that as well. Deals 10 points of health on all allies in range of the target point. Okay, we bought all the healing items. And ciphers. Let's give this to her. Let's give this to her too. So, ornament artifacts. One hit with a melee attack deals 1 relativistic damage, confers bleeding. 1 hit. Sucker Point. I think I will sell these two. Energize. Actually, what is your ring again? Adaptation. Let's give this to you. And let's sell these 2 artifacts. Just so expensive, interesting as the first, but doesn't quite make it, unfortunately. All tracks are still A+ tier stories. I'm looking forward to getting to them. Okay, we kind of cleaned up. Is there another good shop that I should look at? That I'm not remembering? I don't remember any other shop. Trinket sellers in cliffs. Oh, you're right, you're right. Yes. Let's go there. Trinket seller, you're absolutely right. I think she even had an artifact. I'm in the wrong place though. If you repeat the fishing, you can pick up some more items. But I think you need to sleep, right? Well, we did sleep once, so yeah, let's try it again. Before we leave. Oh, more of these stuff. Okay, I'll buy them all as well. $16 points of health. Yeah, why not? 6 points of might. Yeah, why not? Okay, these are getting expensive. +1 stealth, +2 unnecessary attacks. Lore machinery, lore natural. Oh, this is actually pretty good. Bonded item. They can have bonded items as well, right? Not just me. Still 100 healing potions in Gothic, let's allow hundreds of food. Let's get rookie consumable numbers up. Yeah, we are getting them all. We have 13 spray flesh already. Bonded depends on stat. They do have the slots. It looks like. This one doesn't have the slot, but they do. Now I can buy this, but I'm already very low on shins. I kind of went overboard spending, I think. This is interesting, but I think I will skip on that. I think I will skip that. We can buy it. We have the money, but I don't think I will. I want to go to the new place with some money, in case we will need money right away. Does debuff might. The one I have? This one? But we have concentration, so we are not affected by that negative effect. Have you ever used an stat replenishing consumable? I did, yes. I think once I used... Once or twice I used intelligence refreshing. I go on the line again. Oh, we got something. An oddity. I go on the line again. Michaela. I didn't check this shop either. I hit like 2 or 3, so I didn't have many. I bought them just now. I bought all the ones I found. Now I have 8. It's still not too many. Oh, we checked this shop, right? No, we didn't check this shop. Okay, let's check. Virtual Eidolon. +1 intimidation, +3 damage, -1 intellect edge. We could give this to... I don't know, Eritis or something. Yeah, this is good for Eritis.
Mocking query.
I didn't have them, no. What's so funny?
I'll never take it off.
Don't do it, don't take it off. Doesn't have 1 might. I don't know, we can check it.
Patronizing statement.
Rin has 1 might, yes. Have to hold on to them, huh? You never know when you actually need them.
Condescending answer.
Getting plus to put in -1. Oh, I don't know. We can give it a try. Let's give it a try. Interesting.
All right.
No, it's... Yeah, it's -1. It's... The cap is -1. 1, it's -1. Oh! Did you see what happened? We found a bug, chat. We found a bug. The might increased to 3 when we took it off. Oh, that's so cool. We found an exploit. Gotta tell it to some speedrunner. Maybe they will use it. Yeah, it's overflowing. Alright. Yeah, this has been good. I think we have scoured the entirety of the city and did everything that can be done. I probably missed stuff, but you know, that's what I feel like, having spent so much time on it. And I'm satisfied. We can go to the new place. We are going to make a final save. Okay, let's go and we will call it there. I need to fly. I'm ready, just depart. Very well, my friend. We will be on our way momentarily. You too, Lewis. You've been temporarily reassigned. Come with me. What's happening? A group of tough-looking thugs approach from behind you. Leading them is Riz, who gives Tiber a mocking salute. Ah! Hello, Tiber. Leaving town? My friends and I would like the money you owe us first. He takes an involuntary step back and addresses the thugs. I don't know what Rhys has told you, but I promise you, I was never paid for the job. I don't have any money, and beating me won't change that. At least I don't have enough money, not to say them. This is trouble. Don't believe him, help me, he's never spoken the truth in his life. Tiber turns to you pleading, Lass, please, I'm all out of tricks, say something. Get me out of this. Captain Tiber is under my protection. Do you want to face the wrath of the changing god? I think we can do this with Eretis without spending anything. No! This is not the moment to fail. 80%? Rhys and his companions laugh. She's not the changing god, she's just another dupe who have tricked you into being a meat shield. Well, we are going to beat both of you. You for villainy, her for gullibility. I'm going to reload. First, I don't want to fight right now. I'm out of time. I should have ended 10 minutes ago. I didn't spend it. Yeah, exactly, like a fool. I didn't spend it. It's fine though. I won't spend it this time either. It's 80% chance without spending a single point. Pretty high. You know, you'd be surprised to know that to win an 80% chance roll, you have approximately 80% chance. That is 4 in 5. Or 8 in 10. Is 70% we are going to... No, XCOM players know. Even 99% is not guaranteed. Rhys sneers and looks back at his companions. She's not the changing god. The changing god is 10 feet tall and... He pauses as he sees the others backing up and slinking away. Hey, where are you going? I'm telling you, she's not the changing god. They beat a hasty retreat and Rhys chases after them. Come back here, you cowards!
Thanks for intervening back there. Rhys and his friends caught me unawares. Me, of all people.
What happened to your cunning and quick wit? He's still there, he says, his eyes flicking away from yours. It's just, what do you do when a friend turns on you? It paralyzes one somewhat. As I was saying, we should be on our way. He looks nervously around. I hope you have no other surprise for me. All here then? The wind is right for us. Let's sail, friends. He begins shouting commands to his crew, and they cast off the mooring lines. The airship pushes away from the spire, and the city of your birth falls away from you, below you. Oh, I wonder if there's anything going to happen on the airship. Or if he just lands.
I'll remember that.
This looks very beautiful. I love it. This looks so nice. Klinkar, even as he stalks towards you, for a moment it appears as if the man is unaware of your presence. He stops in front of you, rocking ever so gently. He stares right through you, murmuring under his breath. Chanting or insane rambling. You draw closer and notice the scars he bears upon his face. Then his gaze matches yours, and he suddenly grows silent. He sees you now. His eyes flicker across your face and pause on your tattoo. She bears the tattoo of Inefair and the Dendra father. Good or bad, we shall have to test her. He bows, his movements stiff and halting. Then with blinding speed, his hand snakes out and brushes a speck of dust from your shirt. The hand is gone before you can react. I am Klinkar, and these are my associates. You are in the Valley of the Dead, heroes. His jagged smile is rimmed with blood. 2 memorialists have escaped us. You will find them. We need them. Why do you want to find them? He hisses out, a long exhalation of breath. You must open the Endless Gate. Find the missing memorialists. Why must you open the Endless Gate? Are you children of the Endless Gate? Are you children of the Endless Gate? Do you know Kiatawa from Sagas Cliffs? He looks at you suspiciously. I'm not familiar with her, though one of the brethren did come to us recently from Sagas Cliffs. Perhaps Mötley will know. You can inquire of him in the necropolis as soon as you find our missing friends. But why must you open the endless gate? He smiles beatifically. Beatifically? What does it mean? Exposing his bloody gums. It's what we are called to do. And who are we to disobey the call when it comes? Very well, I'll help you find them. It is power, power unending. He is holding up his finger as if to threaten you for not complying, and then realizes what you said. Oh, then we would be glad of your assistance. The memorialists are somewhere nearby. We can smell them. Go find them and bring them to us. Beatific, blissfully happy. Okay, let's make a save. And this is where we leave for today. We have done a lot. We have done plenty. I'm excited to start the second chapter of this adventure tomorrow, but now we are going to find someone to raid. Let's raid Cherry. Cherry is playing the Ponya. And yeah, thank you everybody for being here. You're about halfway to 40-45%. That sounds good. Alright. Thank you everybody for being here today. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the raids. Doc, Yaz, and Nebu. Thanks for gifting that sub to Dementia Thor. And thank you everyone for being here. I very much appreciate you keeping me company. Hope to see you tomorrow when we come back to this game again. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.